Section 61 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. The Jew's Family. In the meantime, Mr. de Medina had passed a happy afternoon in company with his two daughters and little Charlie Watts. Tamar acquainted her father and sister with the generous conduct of Rainford towards the boy, who was accordingly fetched by a servant from the lodging which he and his adopted mother had recently occupied in the city. Tom Rain's kindness in respect to Charlie made a deep impression upon Mr. de Medina, who had already heard and seen enough to convince him that the seducer of his daughter possessed many good qualities, especially a generosity of disposition which might have made the envy of a monarch. Charlie had been fortunately retained in complete ignorance of the real cause of the protracted absence of him whom he called by the endearing name of father. He was too young to entertain suspicions or misgivings on the subject, and the excuses which Tamar had constantly made to account for that absence had so far satisfied his mind that he entirely believed them, although he pined for the return of Rainford. When he beheld Tamar weep, which was often, very often, he exerted himself to console her, throwing his little arms round her neck, and yet weeping also. Even when Tamar, with the bitterest anguish, arrayed herself in deep black on the awful morning, the results of which she could not have possibly anticipated, she had not the heart to exchange Charlie's coloured garments for the mourning ones which had been prepared for him. No, she threw them aside. She had not strength sufficient to place before her own eyes an evidence of the dreadful loss which she deemed herself that hour to sustain. The dinner-table at Mr. de Medina's house that day was gayer, far more gay than usual, for a forgiven daughter sat at the board, and Charlie Watts was so happy to see his dear mamma smile once more, and to receive the positive assurance that he would meet his papa in a few days, that it was delightful to behold his sweet countenance animated with such heartfelt, innocent joy. The attendance of the servants was dispensed with, in order that the conversation might flow unreservedly, and Mr. de Medina felt the full amount of that pleasure which consists in pardoning, as Tamar expressed the ineffable happiness of being by a father pardoned. And Esther, beauteous, amiable, generous-hearted Esther, she was as gay and smiling as she was ever wont to be in her girlhood, ere Tamar's disgrace had carried sorrow into the heart of the family. In the evening, Mr. de Medina bade adieu to his daughters and little Charlie, and departed in a post-chaise for Dover, according to the arrangements already made. That night, when the sisters retired to rest, a touching scene occurred in Esther's chamber, for this amiable girl led Tamar to her drawers, in which she showed her all the music books and the pictures that had been so religiously preserved. Then Tamar threw herself, weeping with gratitude and joy, into Esther's arms, and delicious was the embrace of purest affection in which the sisters clasped each other. "Oh, how can I ever repay thee for so much love, dearest Esther?" murmured Tamar in a tone expressive of her unfeigned sincerity. "By thinking of me frequently when you are far away," replied Esther, the tears streaming from her eyes as she reflected that they were no sooner reunited than they were about to separate again, for a long, long period, perhaps for ever. "I shall never cease to think of thee, my Esther," answered the elder sister, as she now began to set at liberty the shining masses of her rich black hair, preparatory to retiring to rest. For she was to share Esther's bed, little Charlie being already asleep in an adjoining chamber, the door of communication being left open in case he might awake. "No, never shall I cease to think of thee, Esther," repeated Tamar, "for thou hast always manifested so much devoted affection towards me. And then, too," she added, casting down her blushing countenance, "thou hast endured so much for my sake." "Oh, have we not agreed that the past is to be forgotten?" hastily exclaimed Esther, for a moment desisting from the occupation of laying aside her garments. "The deeds that are gone should only engage our thoughts when no hope survives for the future. And how much hope is there yet for you?" she added, with an emphasis upon the pronoun. Tamar started, and gazed steadfastly upon her sister's countenance, for, apart from that emphasis which was not unnoticed, there seemed something mournful in the sweet, liquid tones of Esther's voice. "Hope for me!" exclaimed Tamar. "Yes, there is hope of happiness for me and for him whom I love so tenderly. But you spoke, my beloved sister, as if there were hope for me alone, and that there was none for you. Ah, Esther, have no secret from me, for I will never henceforth refuse you my fullest confidence in the letters which I shall address to you so often, so very often. Esther, my sweet sister, you love." The maiden buried her countenance in Tamar's bosom. "I am not deceived," continued the latter. "Yes, you love, Esther, and perhaps you are not loved in return. But tell me all, and I may counsel you." Esther murmured a name, and as she thus whisperingly pronounced it, her face was burning in its contact with Tamar's bosom, so deeply did she blush in the confusion and shame of that confession of virgin love. "The Lord of Ellingham!" cried Tamar, echoing the name which her sister had breathed. "Alas, yes," answered Esther, raising her beauteous countenance, still suffused with the rich carnation hues of modesty. "I can conceal the truth from my own heart no longer. But he loves another—" "Whom he can never marry," added Tamar, "and therefore, my beloved sister, there is hope for thee." "Can never marry Lady Hatfield?" exclaimed Esther, in a tone of profound surprise. "Rainford assured me that such is the case," continued Tamar. "I am not aware of the reason, because he did not volunteer an explanation, and it never has been my habit to question him respecting affairs on which he has not spoken freely of his own accord. But this much I can assure you, that Lady Hatfield and the Earl of Ellingham will never be united, and that they no longer entertain even the idea of such union. Do not therefore perplex yourself relative to the cause of their severance, my darling Esther, but nourish hope, for oh, it is delicious to feel love upon the manner of hope. And believe me, the Earl of Ellingham already surveys you with so much admiration, already entertains so exalted an opinion of your character, already looks upon you with such respect, that he cannot fail to experience feelings more tender still." "Oh, Tamar, talk not thus! I may not listen to thee," exclaimed Esther, with fluttering heart and swelling bosom; for, model of purity and innocence as she was, the words of her sister excited pleasurable sensations within her breast. And thus ever is it with the most chaste, most virtuous, and most unsophisticated maiden who loves for the first time. "Nay, do not compel me to keep silence on a topic which must be dear to your soul, my Esther," said Tamar. "Were human beings to feel shame at loving, there would not be an unblushing cheek in the whole world, save amongst children. Sooner or later, dear sister, every one must feel the influence of that passion which spares no one. Oh, cold and cheerless indeed would this world be, were not the hearts of those who have grown up, and who have cast aside the frivolities of childhood, warmed and irradiated by the beams of love. Feel not ashamed, then, dearest Esther, on account of this passion which has so imperceptibly stolen upon thee." "But after all you have said, Tamar," returned the coy and bashful maiden, "I shall not be able to meet the Earl again without blushing; and then, were I mad enough to indulge in such a hope as you would have me nourish, remember the difference of our creeds." "Was it not the Earl himself who suggested the means by which matrimonial rites could be celebrated between his own half-brother and myself?" demanded Tamar, eagerly. "Yes," replied Esther, every feature of her fine aquiline countenance deriving additional charms from the crimson hues which mantled on that splendid face, and spread themselves over her arching neck, her gracefully sloping shoulders, and the rich contours of her virgin bust, which, in the presence of her sister, no invidious drapery now concealed. "Yes, Tamar," she replied, "but there are other, and far more important considerations. Consider how exalted is the rank of that great nobleman, and consider also," she added in a mournful tone, "how much our race is still despised even in this land, which boasts of an almost consummate civilization." The Earl of Ellingham, I feel convinced, despises such absurd, such pitiful prejudices, said Tamar, labouring only to render her sister happy by means of joyous hope. As an enlightened man, he must recognise how deeply his country is indebted, in respect to its wondrous prosperity, to the commercial enterprise and the financial skill of our nation. Moreover, do we not believe in the same God? For the Almighty whom the Christians worship is the same who brought our forefathers out of Egypt, and gave them the promised land. In a word, my beloved Esther, Arthur of Ellingham is too noble-minded a being to despise you because you cling to the creed in which you were brought up, and something tells me that my sister is destined to become the Countess of Ellingham. Esther sighed, but made no response. Tamar continued to discourse in the same inconsiderate strain for several minutes. She was actuated by the most generous motives towards her sister, but in the enthusiasm of her affection and gratitude, she forgot that she might only be exciting hopes destined never to receive a fulfilment, and encouraging a passion which, after all, was perhaps doomed to experience the bitterness of disappointment. At length Esther turned towards her and exclaimed hastily, "Tamar, if you love me, speak on this topic no more. It may be false shame on my part, but it seems to me that it is unmaidenly thus to discourse on a subject in which one who is separated from me by so wide a gulf is concerned. Alas, deeply do I regret that, in a moment of weakness, I omitted aloud that which my heart had not hitherto dared to whisper even to itself. I should have exercised more command over myself. Oh, I have been foolish, very foolish, to permit such a thought even to assume the faintest shape in my imagination. But we will abandon the topic. And again I say, Tamar, if you love me, renew it not." There was a minute's pause, at the expiration of which Esther began to converse gaily and rapidly on Tamar's future prospects in the clime to which it was contemplated that herself and Rainford were to proceed, and the amiable girl communicated to her sister all that she had read concerning the United States of North America. This little manoeuvre on the part of Esther was to change the topic of discourse, and Tamar did not attempt to renew a subject which offended the maiden pride of her sister. Oh, happy was Tamar to sleep beneath her father's roof that night, to know, to feel that she was in the parental dwelling again. When she awoke once, while it was yet dark, she fancied that she had been dreaming. So strange did all the incidents of the preceding day appear to be, so truly incredible. But as she stretched out her arms, they encountered the form of her sister, and then, in the silence and obscurity of the night, Tamar joined her hands and prayed fervently, far more fervently than she had prayed for some years past. "And, Christian, darest thou believe that the prayers of the despised Jewess were not wafted with thine own to the throne of the Eternal?" End of section 61.
Section 62 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Anders from the city of Aarhus, Denmark. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 60. Sir Christopher Blunt's Domestic Hearth. It was the morning following the incidents just related, and the scene changes to the house of Sir Christopher Blunt in Jermyn Street. The worthy knight and his lady were seated at breakfast. The table literally groaned beneath the weight of the cold viands placed upon it, for the ex-lady's maid was particularly addicted to good things, and she moreover thought that it was quite the rage to see cold fowls, ham, tongue, Perigord pie, and all kinds of marmalades spread for the morning repast. Lady Blunt was in her glory of premeditated negligence and studied dishabille. She was arrayed in a pea-green silk wrapper, trimmed all down the front with scarlet bows, and the cape was braided with the same glaring hue, so much affected by a certain lady of Babylon. Her cap was decorated with ribbons, likewise of scarlet, and she wore red slippers. Her appearance was indeed most flaming, as she lolled in delightful lassitude in capacious easy-chair with her foot upon an ottoman. A stranger would have thought that so fine a lady could not possibly touch anything more substantial than a thin slice of toast or half a muffin for her breakfast. But she had in reality paid her respects, and with a good will also, to every dish upon the table. Sir Christopher was seated opposite to her, looking like a fish out of water. For in order to please his dear wife, or rather to have a little peace and quiet in the house, he had consented to adorn his person with a light blue dressing gown, fastened by a gold cord and huge tassels at the waist, and a pair of bright red trousers, large and loose like a Dutchman's. Moreover, a scarlet silk cap, with a long gold tassel, was perched airily over his left ear, so that altogether he seemed as if he were dressed out to enact the part of a Turk at a masquerade. "Shall I cut you a little slice more ham, my love?" inquired Sir Christopher, in a mincing tone, as if he were afraid of receiving a box on the ears for not speaking civilly enough. "No, Sir Christopher," answered the lady sharply. "You shan't send me a little ham, as you call it. I don't like the ham, and that's flat." "And yet, my love, that is, my dear," remonstrated the knight gently. "And yet what?" demanded his wife. "I think I had the pleasure of helping you 3 times, my love," added Sir Christopher, astonished at his own boldness in uttering the words the moment they had escaped his lips. 3 times, ejaculated the lady, turning as red as her ribbons or as her husband's trousers. "And if I like to be helped 6 times, or 9 times, Sir Christopher, what would you say then?" "Well, my love, I should say—" "What should you say?" again asked the lady, assuming a menacing attitude. "Why, my love, that you had a very good appetite," responded the knight, looking as miserable as if he expected 8 fingernails to fasten on his cheeks the very next moment. "I have no appetite, Sir Christopher," cried the lady in a petulant tone as she sank back again into her lounging attitude. 3 miserable bits of ham and a trifle of cold pie, with maybe a taste of the chicken and just 1 cut of the tongue. "And 2 eggs, my love," suggested Sir Christopher meekly. "Well, and 2 tiny eggs," continued the lady. "I'm sure that all that doesn't say much for one's appetite. Why, when I was a lady at Hatfield's, I used to eat 3 great rounds of bread and butter, crustiness and all." "But you are no longer at Lady Hatfield's, my angel," said Sir Christopher, simpering. "You are with one who adores you, who has given you his name, a name, I flatter myself, that carries weight with it in certain quarters, although when I did so far forget myself as to put up for Portsoken." "Now, Sir Christopher, pray let us have none of that nonsense, if you please," interrupted Lady Blunt, in a tone and with a manner which showed that she knew full well she should be obeyed. "I can't bear to hear even the word alderman mentioned, ever since a lady I lived with once in the city talked something about the Guildhall police court when she missed the silver spoons." My dear," said Sir Christopher, "you forget that you are now Lady Blunt. Pray, let us change the topic." "Well, so we will," she cried sharply, "and I'll tell you what we'll talk about." "What, my best love?" asked the knight. "Your best love," almost shrieked the lady. "Then you must have other lovers if I'm your best. Oh, Sir Christopher, was it to hear this that I gave up everything, all my prospects in life, to become yours?" "My dear girl," said the knight meekly, "I most humbly submit to you that I do not think you had so very much to give up when I asked you to become Lady Blunt." "What? Do you call a good place and being my own mistress nothing to give up?" cried Charlotte. 24 guineas a year and the chance of marrying a duke or prince." Well, my love, we will not dispute," said the knight, who in his heart wished to God that she never had given up the prospect she spoke of, or that she had married some duke or prince, in which latter case Sir Christopher would not have envied either his grace or his royal highness after the trifling experience he had already enjoyed relative to the fair one's temper. No, I should think you would not dispute either, Sir Christopher, cried the vixen, tossing her head. But I was going to tell you what we would talk about when you interrupted me so rudely. I was going to say that I do not approve of that ham, or yet the chicken, or yet the tongue, and I do not mean to have my breakfast spoiled in this way. Ring the bell, Sir Christopher. My dearest Charlotte. Ring the bell, Sir Christopher, repeated the lady in a still more authoritative tone as she looked daggers, nay, regular bayonets, at her miserable husband. The knight rang the bell accordingly, gulping down a sigh, a very profound sigh at the same time. A footman answered the summons. John, said the mistress of the house. Yes, my lady, was the reply. Tell Mrs. Bodkin to step up immediately, added the wife of Sir Christopher's rash choice. Yes, my lady, and the footman disappeared, thanking his stars that he was not in for it, the bad humour of his mistress being very evident indeed. In due time, Mrs. Bodkin made her appearance in the shape of a stout, matronly-looking female of a certain age, as a housekeeper ought to be. For Mrs. Bodkin was neither more nor less than high female functionary in the establishment. Mrs. Bodkin, said Lady Blunt, endeavouring to distort her really pretty face into as stern an expression as possible. Yes, my lady, returned the housekeeper. That ham is detestable, Mrs. Bodkin. Indeed, my lady. The cold fowl is abominable. Sure now, my lady. And the tongue is frightful. Lack-a-daisy, your ladyship don't say so. I do say so, though, Mrs. Bodkin, cried Sir Christopher's better half. And I just tell you what it is. I don't mean to have my breakfast spoiled in this way. And if you can't find tradesmen who'll supply good things... Why, please, your ladyship, interrupted the housekeeper, quite astounded at these accusations against comestibles, which she knew to be excellent. Mr. Smuggs, who sent in the ham and tongue, is purveyor to His Majesty. And then if His Majesty chooses to put up with Mr. Smuggs' rubbish, Lady Blunt will not, exclaimed the mistress of the house, glancing indignantly, first at the petrified Mrs. Bodkin, and then at the dumbfounded Sir Christopher. There was, as romancists say, an awful pause. Mrs. Bodkin knew not whether she was standing on her head or her heels. Sir Christopher was in an equally strange state of bewilderment as to whether he had heard aright or was labouring under a delusion, and Lady Blunt was triumphant in the impression she had evidently made upon her audience. But my dear angel, my love, at length stammered the knight. Surely you will not, that is, you cannot. I appeal to you, my sweet, as a woman of sound judgment. Sound fiddlestick, Sir Christopher, interrupted her ladyship contemptuously. I know what I'm saying, and I mean what I say. Mrs. Bodkin, I order you once for all not to deal no more at Smuggs. And if you can't choose good things, you better pack up your things and go about your business. Now it happened that Mrs. Bodkin had managed, during long years of servitude and by rigid economy, to scrape together a very comfortable independence, and, feeling that she was independent, she did not choose, as she afterwards observed to a friend, to put up with any of Mrs. Nonsense. Go about my business, eh? She accordingly exclaimed. Well, ma'am, the sooner I do that, the better, I think. For since I can't give satisfaction here, I'd much rather resign at once. Resign? Echoed Lady Blunt, again turning red as her ribbons. Yes, ma'am, continued the housekeeper. Resign, I said, and you ought to know that's the right word, for I believe you wasn't always used to sit in the parlour. "Oh, you wretch!" exclaimed Lady Blunt, now manifesting a violent inclination to go off into hysterics. "Sir Christopher, can you sit there and hear me insulted by that audacious woman? Turn her out of the house, Sir Christopher. Let her bundle, neck and crop this minute." "I rather think there's no need for bundling in the matter," said the indignant Mrs. Bodkin. "Sir Christopher is too much of a gentleman to ill-treat me, after being 11 years in his service come next April. But I don't require no favours at your hands, ma'am. Leastways, I wouldn't accept them if they was offered." And in a most stately manner, Mrs. Bodkin walked out of the room, leaving the door wide open behind her. "Sir Christopher!" exclaimed Lady Blunt, bursting into tears, but tears of rage and not shame. "Yes, my love," said the knight, who was rendered so nervous by this scene that he appeared to be labouring under incipient delirium tremens. "You're a brute, Sir Christopher," cried the angel in the pea-green wrapper and the red bows. My dear, my love," stammered the knight. "It was not my fault. You brought it on yourself. I really think—" "Oh, I did I?" screeched Charlotte, and unable to control the fury of her passion, she darted upon Sir Christopher, adown whose cheeks the marks of her nails were in another moment rendered most disagreeably visible. "Lady Blunt!" vociferated the miserable man, struggling to extricate himself from the power of the fury. "There, now I've taught you not to nag me on another time," said Charlotte, throwing herself back into her chair, already sorry and ashamed for what she had done, but too deeply imbued with vulgar and mean-spirited pride to manifest the least proof of such compunction. Sir Christopher wiped his bleeding face with his cambric pocket-handkerchief, but his heart was too full to speak. He felt all the indignity which he had just sustained, and yet he had not courage enough to resent it. The embarrassment of the newly married pair was relieved, or rather interrupted, by a loud and unusually long double knock, which at that moment awoke every echo, not only in the house itself, but also halfway up Jermyn Street. A few minutes elapsed, and then the footman entered the breakfast parlour to announce to Sir Christopher that a gentleman who had been shown into the drawing-room wished to speak to him immediately upon most urgent business. At the same time, the servant placed upon the table a card bearing the name of Captain O'Blunderbuss. "Tell the gentleman I'll be with him in a moment, John," said Sir Christopher. The servant bowed and retired. "Do you know who he is?" asked Lady Blunt. "No, I do not," responded the knight, more sulkily than he had ever yet dared to speak to his wife. "Come now, Sir Christopher," exclaimed her ladyship, "don't have any of your ill humours with me, because I can't bear them. Say you're sorry for what you've done, and I'll not only forgive you, but also patch your face for you with diachylon plaster. Come now, do what I tell you." And as her ladyship seemed to examine her fingernails as she spoke, in a manner which portended her readiness to make another onslaught, the miserable husband muttered a few words of abject apology for an offence which he had not committed, and the amiable Charlotte vouchsafed a pardon which she should rather have besought than bestowed. Then there was a little fond, or rather foolish kissing and hugging, and this farce being concluded, the lady hastened to fulfill her promise relative to the diachylon plaster. When this operation was likewise ended, Sir Christopher cast a rueful glance into the looking-glass over the mantel, and never did a more miserable wight see reflected a more woefully patched countenance. The wretchedness depicted on that face, apart from the long slips of plaster stuck upon the cheeks, contrasted in a most ludicrous fashion with the absurd splendour of the knight's morning attire. And to use a common phrase, he wished himself at the devil as he wended his mournful way to the drawing-room. End of chapter 62.
Section 63 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 63. Captain O'Blunderbuss. Captain O'Blunderbuss was a gentleman of Irish extraction, and, according to his own account, possessed of vast estates in the Emerald Island. But it was evident to all his friends that the rents were very irregularly paid, inasmuch as their gallant proprietor was frequently under the necessity of soliciting the loan of a guinea, and when he could not obtain that sum, his demand would suddenly drop to half a crown, or even 18 pence. But whenever the captain talked of his estates, no one ventured to suggest a doubt relative to their existence, for the gallant officer was a notorious duellist, having been engaged as principal in 37 of those pleasant little contests, and as second in 92 more. He was about 45 years of age, and of exceedingly fierce appearance. His crown was entirely bald, but huge bushes of red hair stuck out between his temples and his ears. Enormous whiskers of the same meteoric hue and portent covered half his face, and a formidable pair of moustaches, red also, curled ominously over his upper lip, the ends being twisted and greased so as to look like two small tails. In person he was tall, thin, but not ill-made. He held himself particularly upright, and as he wore a military undress coat, all frogged and braided in the Polish fashion, and grey trousers with red stripes down the legs, he really looked like what he called himself, and was called by others, namely, a captain. But he was not wont to be more explicit relative to his military services than he was definite concerning the locality of his estates. No one knew, and assuredly no one ever ventured to ask him, to what regiment he had belonged. He stated himself to be unattached, and that was sufficient. We should, as faithful chroniclers, observe that it had been whispered, but then scandal is so rife in this wicked world, that Captain O'Blunderbuss was never in the army at all, and that his formidable name was merely an assumed one, and the newsmongers who propagated these reports behind the gallant gentleman's back not only ridiculed the idea of his estates, but actually carried their malignant spite so far as to insinuate that he was once the driver of a jaunting car in Dublin, and at that period bore the name of Teddy O'Flaherty. Be all this as it may, it is nevertheless very certain that Captain O'Blunderbuss was a great man about town, that he was nodded to by loungers in the park, shaken hands with by dandies in Bond Street, and invariably chosen as a second in every duel that took place on Wormwood Scrubs, Wimbledon Common, or Battersea Fields. Such was the terrible individual who was standing on the rug, in a most ferocious attitude, when Sir Christopher Blunt entered the drawing-room. The captain desisted from twirling his moustaches, and indulged in a good long stare at the knight, whose half-ludicrous, half-doleful appearance was certainly remarkable enough to attract an unusual degree of attention. "You received my card, Sir Christopher Blunt," said the captain, speaking in a strong Irish accent, and rattling the R in a truly menacing manner. "Yes, sir, I received the card of Captain Blunderbuss," replied Sir Christopher, not knowing what to think or make of his strange visitor. "And sure I'm Captain Blunderbuss," exclaimed the military gentleman, twirling his moustache, "and I've come on the part of my friend Captain Morthaunt. An honourable man, Sir Christopher Blunt," added the gentleman emphatically, looking awfully fierce at the same time, just as if the unfortunate knight entertained the idea of questioning the honour of Captain Mordaunt. "I've no doubt of it, sir," stammered the intimidated Blunt, looking more wretched in proportion as the tone of his visitor became more excited. "By the powers, I'm glad you don't doubt it," cried the captain, "or you'd find yourself deceived in your man. Well, Sir Christopher, the short and the long of the affair is just this. My friend Captain Mordaunt feels himself aggrieved on behalf of his sister, and he's put the little business into my hands to manage for him." "I'm convinced that Captain Mordaunt could not have chosen a better friend, Captain O'Blunderbuss," said the knight, scarcely able to utter a word, so sorely was he oppressed by vague alarms. "But I hope, in a word—" "What do you mean?" demanded the captain, advancing a pace or two towards the knight. "Oh, nothing, only—" stammered Sir Christopher, dodging round the table for fear that the formidable O'Blunderbuss intended an attack upon him. "Only what, man?" vociferated the captain. "Sure now, you don't think I'm after ating ye up?" "No, oh no, I'm not afraid of any gentleman eating me exactly," observed Sir Christopher. "But if you would state the object of your visit—" "Be Jasus, and that's soon done!" exclaimed Captain O'Blunderbuss. "The short facts is these. Captain Mordaunt is mightily attached to his sister, Miss Julia, who's a most amiable lady, for I've just been breakfasting with her and her brother in their lodgings in Half Moon Street. Miss Mordaunt, as perhaps you are aware, returned home to her father's mansion, a sweet place by the by, in Connemara, when you deceived her in the most gross, the most infamous manner, by running away with a lady's maid instead of her dear self." "Captain O'Blunderbuss," said Sir Christopher, "she of whom you speak is now Lady Blunt." "And much good may she do ye, Sir Christopher!" exclaimed the captain. "But, as I was saying, Miss Mordaunt comes back to London again, smarting under the influence of her wrongs, which her brother has resolved to avenge. And therefore, Sir Christopher, you'll be so good as just to say whether it shall be on Wormwood Scrubs or Wimbledon Common, and we'll be there punctual to-morrow morning at 8 o'clock." The worthy knight looked perfectly aghast. He began to understand the real drift of Captain O'Blunderbuss's visit, and he entertained the most unmitigated abhorrence of the mere idea of a duel. "Well, Sir Christopher, say the word," resumed the gallant gentleman, with as much unconcern as if he were making arrangements for a party of pleasure. "But perhaps you'd like to consult a friend, or refer me to him. That's the best way. Leave it to your friend and me, and we'll settle everything so comfortable that you'll not have the least trouble in the world. You can get your breakfast a trifle earlier than usual." "Breakfast!" echoed Sir Christopher, in a deep sepulchral tone. "Breakfast, when one is going out to be shot at!" "Be the powers, and why not?" demanded the warlike captain. "But here we are, wasting our precious time, while we ought to be settling the little business and trying the pistols at the gallery." "The pistols!" groaned Sir Christopher, his visage lengthening most awfully, and his underjaw completely dropping through intense alarm. "Be Jasus, and what would you fight with if it isn't pistols?" cried the captain. "But pistols are so apt to kill people," observed the knight, shaking from head to foot. "Is it afraid you are?" demanded Captain O'Blunderbuss, twirling his moustache as he surveyed Sir Christopher with cool contempt. "I do not admit such an imputation," answered the knight, "but I will not fight with this madcap Mordaunt. The law shall be my protection. I am my own master. I married whom I chose, and I will not be bullied by any man living." The astonishment depicted on the countenance of Captain O'Blunderbuss, as these words met his ears, was mistaken by the knight for a feeling of apprehension. and thus he had grown bold, or at least energetic in his language, as he had proceeded. "Yes, sir," he added emphatically, "the law shall protect me." "Is it shirking that ye mean?" asked the captain. "Because if it is, I shall feel myself bound to administer a decent drubbing to you, Sir Christopher. Why, sir, it's a rale insult to me to refuse to fight with my friend." And as he uttered these words, the captain advanced in a menacing fashion towards the knight. "Keep off, sir! Don't attempt violence against me!" exclaimed Sir Christopher Blunt, rushing towards the fireplace to seize the poker. "I'll not stand it, Captain O'Blunderbuss. I have been a sheriff in my time. I once put up for the Portsoken, and I'll not submit to any insult." "Then name your friend, sir," thundered the gallant officer, "or I'll not lave a whole bone on your skin." "Well, I will," ejaculated Sir Christopher, anxious to get rid of his fire-eating visitor on any terms. "Go to my nephew, Mr. Frank Curtis. He has killed his man often enough, according to his own account." "Be the powers, that just suits me to a T," exclaimed the captain, "for may be he and me could just amuse ourselves with an exchange of shots after you and my friend Mortunt have settled your own small trifle. 'Twould be a perfect godsend to me, and I've no doubt your nevy will be of the same mind. Where does he hang out?" Sir Christopher hastily mentioned the address of Mr. Frank Curtis, and Captain O'Blunderbuss stalked away, hugely delighted at the idea of being about to form the acquaintance of a gentleman every way so worthy of his friendship as the knight's nephew appeared to be. Fierce indeed was the aspect of Captain O'Blunderbuss as he marched through the streets to the address indicated by the knight, and to the great joy of the military gentleman, he found on his arrival that Mr. Frank Curtis was at home. "But he's not up yet, sir," said the spruce-looking tiger who opened the front door, at which the captain had given one of his tremendous double knocks. "Never mind, my boy," exclaimed the visitor in an awe-inspiring tone. "Your master will be glad to see me, or I'm mightily deceived." "What name shall I say, sir?" inquired the tiger. "Faith, and I'll just take my name up along with me, my lad," returned the captain. "Which floor may it be now?" "First floor, sir, and the bedroom's at the back." "Be Jasus, you're a smart lad, and a credit to your master," exclaimed the captain. "The next time I come, I'll make ye a present of sixpence." And with these words, Captain O'Blunderbuss marched upstairs. On reaching the landing, he knocked at the back room door with his fist, as if he were practising how to fell an ox, and to this peremptory summons an invitation to "come in" was returned. The captain accordingly stalked into the chamber, where Mr. Frank Curtis was breakfasting in bed, a table well spread being drawn up close by the side of his couch. "Be Jasus, I knew you was a boy after my own heart," ejaculated the captain, as he caught sight of a bottle of whisky which stood near the teapot. Then, closing the door, he advanced up to the bed, and pulling off his buckskin glove, said, "Mr. Curtis, here's my hand. Tip us yours, my boy, and let's know each other without any more potter." Mr. Frank Curtis accepted the proffered hand with delight, for the amiable deportment of the visitor now relieved his mind from the vague fears that had been excited in it by the unceremonious entry and ferocious appearance of the captain. "And how are you, Mr. Curtis?" continued this gentleman, drawing a chair close to the bed, and depositing his gloves in his hat, and his hat on the table. "Quite blooming, old fellow, thank ye," returned Frank, to whom all this familiarity was by no means displeasing. "But what will you take? Shall I ring for another cup and plate, or will you take a dram of the whisky?" "The poteen, my boy, the poteen for me," exclaimed the captain, grasping the bottle. "You'll find it rather good, I fancy," said Curtis. "My friend, the Russian ambassador, sent it round last night with his best respects." "And my respects to him and to you both," cried the captain. Then, having drained his glass, he drew a long breath and said, "Be Jesus, that's some of the right sort." "Help yourself then, old fellow," said Frank, in as free and easy a manner as if he had known his visitor all his life. "I can get plenty more where that came from. Old Brandziokowski, the Polish ambassador's butler, has had orders to give me the entire run of his master's cellar, for me and his Excellency are as thick as two thieves. He is pestering me from morning to night to dine with him." "No wonder, Mr. Curtis," interrupted the captain, "for you're the most agreeable gentleman I've the honour to be acquainted with." "And what's your name, old boy?" asked Frank, as he proceeded with his breakfast. "Captain O'Blunderbuss, at your service, my dear friend," was the answer, while the individual who gave it helped himself to another glass of whisky, which was certainly the best that the Stilton cheese round the corner could supply. "Delighted to form your acquaintance, Captain," exclaimed Curtis, suddenly becoming a trifle less familiar, for the name was well known to him, in connection too with the notoriety of a duellist. "And might I inquire what business—" "Oh, we'll talk about that presently," interrupted the captain. "Your uncle, Sir Christopher Blunt, recommended you to me in the strongest terms, the most flattering terms, I may say." "Indeed!" ejaculated Mr. Curtis with unfeigned surprise, for he had not seen nor spoken to the knight for some weeks. "By the powers, he gave you a splendid character, Mr. Curtis," cried Captain O'Blunderbuss, "and it was quite longing to know you, I was. But we'll talk on business presently, and I'm in no hurry, and we'll have a cosy chat first. Maybe my name is not altogether strange to you." "By no means," answered Curtis, now thoroughly convinced that the object of his new friend's visit was altogether of an amicable character. "I have heard of your renown, and I must say that I have envied it, but I've done a little in the same line myself, chiefly in France, though. I'll be bound the name of the Marquis of Soupmaigre is not unknown to you." "Yes, I've heard spake of it," returned the captain, helping himself to another glass of whisky. "Well, the Duke and me fought with small swords for 3 hours one morning," continued Frank, "and at length I managed to scratch the little finger of his left hand. In France, you know, a duel always ends when the first blood is drawn, and so the Count flung away his sword, acknowledged that I'd beat him, and we've been bosom friends ever since." "Give me your hand, my broth of a boy," exclaimed the captain. "I was not deceived in you. You're as fine-spirited as your poteen. Why, be the powers, you're a confirmed duellist." "To be sure, and I have killed my man too," responded Frank, delighted to perceive that he had made a deep impression on his companion. "There was the famous Spaniard, you know. What was his name again? Don Juan Stiletto del Guerilla. He was a dreadful fellow, the terror of all Paris, where he was staying when I was also there. Well, one evening, it was at the king's fancy ball, this Portuguese fellow gave himself such airs that there was no bearing him. He insulted all the gentlemen, and smirked at all the ladies. At length, the Archbishop of Paris, who was in full canonicals, appealed to me to put down the insolent Italian. I undertook the task, and picked a quarrel with him in no time. The ladies all looked upon me as one devoted to death, and though I say it who shouldn't, a great deal of tender sympathy was shown towards me. Well, next morning, me and the German met on the very top of Montmartre, and in a quarter of an hour my gentleman was weltering in his blood. That affair won for me the love of the beautiful Countess of Dunkirk. But she is gone down to the tomb, and I am left behind to mourn her loss." And Mr. Frank Curtis took a large bite of a muffin, doubtless to subdue the sigh which rose to his lips at this sad reminiscence. "Be the holy poker, it's a touching business," cried the captain, who had by this time fully seen through the mendacious braggadocio of Mr. Frank Curtis, and had come to the conclusion that he was as great a coward in reality as his uncle. But the gallant Captain O'Blunderbuss did not choose to suffer the young gentleman to perceive that he understood him, as the whisky was too much to his taste to allow him to lose the chance of emptying the bottle by a too precipitate rupture. Frank, firmly believing that all his fine stories were taken as gospel by his visitor, rattled away in his usual style, heaping lie upon lie at such a rate that had his falsehoods been mountains, the piling thereof would have outdone the feats of Titan with Ossa and Pelion. At length the captain began to thrust in a few words edgeways, as the contents of the bottle got lower and lower. "Your uncle, Mr. Curtis, seems a nice old gentleman. His face was rarely plastered this morning, as if he'd been in the wars a trifle or so." "Perhaps his wife had been giving him a taste of her claws," said Frank with a coarse giggle. "Be St. Patrick! And that's just what struck me," exclaimed the captain. "She's a very devil, I know," continued Frank. "But I say, old fellow, what little business was it that took you to old Sir Christopher's and made him refer you to me?" "Is it the little business?" cried the captain. "Och, and be Jesus, then it's just that affair of my friend Morthaunt, who manes to shoot Sir Christopher to-morrow morning before breakfast." "Shoot Sir Christopher!" ejaculated Frank, apparently more surprised than annoyed. "Or else just get shot himself, by the powers," added Captain Blunderbuss. "And because it's myself that's Morthaunt's friend, Sir Christopher has referred me to you as his friend." "Then it's a regular duel?" asked Frank, opening his eyes wider and wider. "The purtiest little affair I ever had a finger in, Mr. Curtis," responded the captain, now looking tremendously fierce, for although he had imbibed at least a pint of pure spirit, without experiencing the least inconvenience in respect to his brain, the effects were nevertheless apparent in an awful rubicundity of countenance. "The purtiest little affair, certainly," he continued, "and it now only remains for you and me just to settle the place, time being, of course, in the morning at 8. "And do you mean to say that my old uncle has agreed to fight this duel with Captain Mordaunt?" inquired Frank. "Be Jesus, it's for you to bring him to the scratch, Mr. Curtis, or else—" "Or else what?" demanded the young gentleman, oppressed by a vague presentiment of evil. "Or else, by the holy poker, you must fight me," returned Captain O'Blunderbuss, twirling his moustache in the coolest and calmest manner possible. "Fight you!" ejaculated Frank, turning ashy pale. "As a matter of course," answered the captain. "A famous duellist like Mr. Curtis can't be at a loss on a point of honour." "But why the devil should I fight you?" demanded the young gentleman, his heart palpitating audibly. "Why the devil shouldn't you?" vociferated Captain O'Blunderbuss. "Answer me that, my friend." "My dear sir, it's really, I mean, that is to say, I think, with all due deference," stammered Frank, growing every moment more and more alarmed. "Be Jesus, I've said nothing I don't mean to stick to," exclaimed the martial gentleman, now assuming an expression of countenance so fierce that Frank Curtis began to have serious misgivings that his visitor intended to assault him then and there. "But, my dear captain, "This proceeding," said Frank, assuming a tone of excruciating politeness, "is going on beautifully, Mr. Curtis, and so, as you seem to have a little delicacy in putting yourself too forward in the matter," continued the captain, "we'll just say Battersea Fields to-morrow morning at 8 o'clock. Good-bye, Mr. Curtis." With these words the captain took up his hat and stalked majestically out of the room, banging the door violently after him. Frank Curtis fell back in his bed and gave vent to his feelings in a deep groan. The door opened again with a crash, and the captain thrust in his inflamed visage, exclaiming, "You'll remember, Mr. Curtis, that I should be responsible in this matter, and that if you can't bring the uncle to the scratch, you must come yourself, or, be Jesus, I'll be after you to the ends of the earth." The head was withdrawn again, and the door once more slammed violently. Frank Curtis gave a hollow moan, thrust himself down in the bed, and drew the clothes over his face, as if to shut out some dreadful spectre from his sight. End of section 63.
Section 64 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit littleoxfordst. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 62. Frank's Embarrassments. Thus remained Mr. Frank Curtis for some minutes, each moment expecting that the bedroom door would again open, and that the voice of the terrible Irishman would once more convey some hideous menace to his ears. But Captain O'Blunderbuss had fairly departed this time, and at length the miserable young man slowly pushed down the clothes and glanced timidly round the room. It was no dream, as for an instant he had endeavoured to make himself believe that it was, for there was the chair in the very place where the captain had sat. There also was the bottle which the captain had condescended to empty. "A duel!" groaned Frank in a sepulchral voice. He who had fought so many in imagination. Then he remembered that there existed a means of averting all danger from himself, and elated by the sudden thought, he leapt nimbly from his bed with the affectionate intention of proceeding forthwith to his uncle, and compelling the old gentleman to go forth and be shot at, whether by Captain Mordaunt or Captain O'Blunderbuss, Frank did not care a fig. Having hastily dressed himself, the young gentleman hurried off to Jermyn Street, and on his arrival he was surprised to find the knight's travelling carriage at the door, while the servants were busily employed in piling up portmanteaus and hat-boxes and band-boxes and carpet-bags. "Hallo!" cried Frank to Jeffreys, the groom, who was in the act of hoisting one of the aforesaid articles of luggage to another servant, who stood upon the roof of the vehicle. "What does all this mean?" "Means travelling, Mr. Frank," responded the domestic. "The order was given in a violent hurry, and so I haven't a moment to spare. But here's master and her ladyship." And sure enough, Sir Christopher and Lady Blunt made their appearance at that instant, the former enveloped in his great-coat and with a silk handkerchief tied round all the lower part of his face, and Charlotte muffled in a splendid cloak. "I say, Sir Christopher," cried Frank, "this won't do at any price, you know." "What won't do, sir?" demanded the knight in a stern tone. "Now then, Jeffreys, down with the steps." "Yes, sir." And the steps were lowered accordingly. Frank stood aghast as he saw the knight hand his better half into the carriage, and the said better half pouted up her really pretty mouth in a disdainful manner as she passed the forlorn youth. Sir Christopher was about to follow her into the vehicle, when Frank suddenly seized him by the skirts of his great-coat, exclaiming, "You shan't sneak off in this manner. You shall stay to—" "To what?" growled Sir Christopher from the depths of the silk handkerchief which came up to his nose. "To be shot at," returned Frank, almost driven to desperation. The lady inside uttered a scream. Sir Christopher gave a desperate groan, and breaking away from his nephew, rushed into the carriage. Jeffreys put up the steps and banged the door, and the vehicle rolled away, leaving Curtis standing alone on the pavement, the very picture of the most ludicrous despair. What was to be done now? The formidable Captain O'Blunderbuss held him, yes, him, Frank Curtis, answerable for the appearance of Sir Christopher Blunt on the field of battle. Otherwise, but the alternative was too dreadful to think of. What then was to be done? Frank saw the impossibility of nerving himself so as to encounter the desperate fire-eater, and yet he knew that the captain would find him out, even if he removed his abode from the West End to West Smithfield. Yet something must be done, and that speedily, for it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and next morning at 8 the captain would expect him at the place of appointment. An idea struck Frank. He would go and consult Mr. Howard, the attorney. To that gentleman's offices he accordingly repaired, composing himself by the way as well as he could, so as not to express by his countenance the alarms which agitated within his breast. Mr. Howard was disengaged, and gave him an immediate audience. "Well, I hope you're satisfied now that you hanged that poor fellow yesterday morning," said Frank, as he took the chair to which the solicitor pointed. "It was a duty which I owed to society," returned Howard, laconically, as if the subject were not altogether a pleasant one. "What an idea!" ejaculated Frank. "But, however, it is done, and can't be undone. After all, he was a brave fellow, a man just such as I could have admired, barring the highway part of his calling. And now you, who are such a stickler about duties to society and so on, suppose you heard, for instance, that a duel was going to take place between some friends of yours and another party. Of course you'd do all you could to stop it. You'd go to Bow Street, and you'd give private information concerning the where and the when. Or perhaps you'd speak openly and get the persons bound over to keep the peace, eh?" "I should not do anything of the kind," answered Howard, who had already begun to suspect that Mr. Frank Curtis had some special reason of his own for speaking with so much earnestness, indeed with such an air of appeal as he now displayed. "You wouldn't, eh?" exclaimed Frank, grievously disappointed at the ill success of his little manoeuvre. "And why not?" "Because I should only lose my time for nothing," responded Mr. Howard. "The devil! Then did you get Tom Rain hanged because the prosecution put money in your pocket?" demanded Frank. "Did you merely come to chatter with me, or on business?" asked the lawyer evasively. "If the former, I am busy. If the latter, make haste and explain yourself." "Well, the fact is," continued Frank, now feeling certain that the entire affair of Tom Rain's prosecution was a very sore subject with the lawyer, "the fact is, I wanted to speak to you about a little matter in which my precious old uncle has placed me in a complete fix. Not that I care about a duel, you know. I'd see a duel damned first before I'd care for it. Still you would rather not fight it," observed Mr. Howard with a slight curl of the lip. "You see, my dear fellow," proceeded Curtis, "that I have so many affairs of my own to attend to, I really cannot undertake to conduct those of other people. There's my marriage with Mrs. Goldberry coming off in a few days, and now, bother to it, up starts this duel business." "Do explain yourself, Frank," exclaimed Howard impatiently. "Well, I will, and in a few words, too. It seems that Captain Mordaunt has taken a tiff at my uncle's conduct towards his sister, and so he sends Captain O'Blunderbuss—" "Captain O'Blunderbuss, eh?" ejaculated the attorney, now becoming suddenly interested in the narrative of Mr. Curtis. "Yes, a terrible-looking wild Irishman," returned this young gentleman. "But he didn't frighten me, though." "I should think not. Do you know him?" "Only by name," answered Mr. Howard coolly, as he glanced at a suspicious-looking slip of parchment that lay upon his desk. "But go on." "Well, this old blunderbuss, it appears, goes to my uncle, who refers him to me naturally enough, seeing that I am pretty well experienced in all matters of duelling," pursued Frank. "So the captain calls on me a couple of hours ago, and we discuss the business in a very friendly way. Everything is settled pleasantly enough, but before the captain takes his leave I catch hold of him by the button, and let him know that if he fails to produce his principal on the ground tomorrow morning, after all the trouble entailed on me, I shall hold him answerable accordingly. The captain looks rather glum at that, because I did tumble down upon him a little unexpectedly with my threat. However, he agrees, and we separate. But lo and behold, I go to Sir Christopher to tell him how comfortably I have settled the whole business for him, and he is gone. Fled, bolted, mizzled, cut his stick, baggage and all, including his wife. And therefore," observed Howard coolly, "you will have to fight Captain O'Blunderbuss, because you will not be able to produce your principal." "It's just this that bothers me," exclaimed Frank. "If the man had offended me, I shouldn't, of course, mind. In that case, one of us should never quit the ground alive, for I'm a desperate fellow when once I am in earnest. But here's a poor devil who has never done me any injury, but who seems to me to be a capital hand at the whiskey bottle. and my fire-eating temper places us both in that position which compels him almost, poor creature, to insist on our exchanging shots. I really feel for the captain." "And not at all for yourself, Frank," said the lawyer in his usual quiet manner. "Oh, not an atom," ejaculated Mr. Curtis. "But don't you admit that something ought to be done to prevent Captain O'Blunderbuss from becoming the victim of a display of temper so unjust and uncalled for on my own part? I wish to heaven my friend the Duke of the Tower Hamlets was in town. He would pretty soon put matters on a proper footing, and save me from the chance of killing a man that has never injured me. But his lordship the Marquis is not in town. Why, I must throw myself on your friendship." "Well, I will undertake to prevent the duel in this case," said Howard, speaking as quietly as if he believed every word of Mr. Frank Curtis's version of the affair. "Will you, though?" cried the young man, unable to conceal his joy. "I will indeed," returned Howard. "So make your mind perfectly at ease on that head. Where is the duel? Or rather, where ought it to take place?" "In Battersea Fields tomorrow morning at 8 precisely," answered Frank. "Very good," said the lawyer. "Now you must be with me at 7:15, here at my office, and I will have a chaise ready to take us there." "But need we go at all?" asked Frank, his countenance suddenly assuming a woeful expression again. "We must go to the field," replied the solicitor. "But trust me to settle the matter when we do get there. Again, I tell you not to make yourself uneasy. I will guarantee the complete settlement of the affair, and in a most peremptory manner, too." "Thank ye kindly," returned Frank, again reassured. "You have taken a load from my breast. Not that I care about fighting, you know, but it must be in a good cause." "That was just what I said when my best friend, the Prince of Scandinavia—" "There's enough of it for the present, Frank," interrupted the lawyer. "Leave the affair to me, and I shall manage it to your complete satisfaction. Be here at 7:15, not a minute later, tomorrow morning. And now you must permit me to attend to my own engagements." Frank Curtis took the hint and his leave accordingly, wondering how the lawyer would so manage matters as to subdue the terrible fire-eating propensities of the redoubtable Captain O'Blunderbuss. Nevertheless, the young man placed implicit reliance upon Mr. Howard's promise, and it was with a comparatively light heart that he sped towards the used dwelling of Mrs. Goldberry in Baker Street. End of section 64. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 65 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angela Ohlfest. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 65. Chapter 63. The Meeting in Battersea Fields. According to instructions given to his landlady, Mr. Frank Curtis was called at 5:45 on the morning following the incidents just related, and leaping from his warm bed, he proceeded, with quivering limbs and chattering teeth, to strike a light. Having, after a great deal of trouble, persuaded the short wick of his candle to catch the flame of the match which he held to it, he drew aside the window curtains and looked forth to ascertain the nature of the weather. The result of this survey was by no means reassuring, for a mizzling rain was falling, and a cheerless mist appeared to hang against the window. Frank closed the curtains again, and looked wistfully at the bed, as if he were more than half inclined to return to it, and leave Captain O'Blunderbuss to do his worst. But, on second thoughts, he knew that this was a hazardous venture, and accordingly he began to huddle on a portion of his garments. Then commenced the process of shaving, always an unpleasant one, but doubly so by candlelight, and when the hand is so nervous that the chances are equal whether you mow off the hirsute stubble or the tip of your nose. "Bother to this razor," cried Frank. "It won't cut at all this morning." The fault was not, however, in the razor, but with him who wielded it. At length, by dint of reiterated scraping, and steadying the right wrist with the left hand, Mr. Frank Curtis managed to achieve this portion of his toilette. When occupied with his ablutions, he thought that the water had never appeared so icy before, and his teeth chattered like a box of dominoes rattling. The fact was that the nearer the eventful moment approached, the more alarmed became this heroic young gentleman, lest the lawyer should disappoint him, or deceive himself, in the task of taming the formidable Captain O'Blunderbuss. It was 6:30 before Mr. Curtis quitted his bedroom, and he had just time to take a cup of coffee in his sitting apartment while the girl of the house ran to fetch a cab. She speedily returned with, or rather in, the vehicle. But when Mr. Curtis had taken her place, he perceived to his dismay that the horse had such an unpleasant knack of suddenly bolting round each corner he came to, and the driver was already so drunk, even at that early hour in the morning, that the chances were decidedly in favor of an upset. He, however, reached the lawyer's office in safety, though not before the clocks at the West End were striking 7. A hackney coach was already waiting at the door, and the moment Frank rang the office bell, Mr. Howard appeared. "Come, jump in, we have not a minute to lose," said the latter. Frank accordingly entered the coach, in which, to his surprise, he found 2 ill-looking, shabbily dressed fellows ensconced. Mr. Howard followed him. The door was closed hastily, and away rolled the vehicle in a westerly direction. Mr. Curtis was now enabled to examine at his ease, or rather at his leisure, for easy he was not, the 2 individuals just mentioned. One was a man of about 40, dressed in seedy black, and with a beard of at least 3 days' growth, and a shirt that seemed as if it had been worn and slept in too for a fortnight. His face was pale and cadaverous, and its expression sinister in the extreme. His companion was worse looking and dirtier still, but his countenance was red and bloated with intemperance. He carried a stout stick in his hand and smelt awfully of rum. "Got your pistols, Frank?" inquired Mr. Howard when the coach had moved off the pavement. "Pistols?" repeated the young gentleman, turning dreadfully pale. "I thought you... And his teeth chattered violently. "I know what I promised, and what I promised I will perform," responded the attorney. "But I thought you might like to make a show of an intention to fight before I interfered." "Oh, you know I never bully," exclaimed Frank. "If I made a show of fighting, as you call it, I would fight, and not pretend merely." "Well, just as you like," observed Howard. "We will settle the business the instant we get down there." "But is the gentleman certain the captain'll be there?" asked the man with the stout stick and the red face. "Hold your tongue, Proggs," growled his companion in the shabby black. "These gentlemen know what they're up to." Silence then prevailed in the vehicle, and Frank Curtis sate wondering who the strange-looking twain could be. At last he came to the conclusion that they must be constables whom Mr. Howard had called into requisition for the laudable purpose of putting a stop to the duel. Still, such seedy constables were seldom seen. But then, reasoned Frank within himself, they might perhaps be in a state of insolvency, a suspicion certainly warranted by their outward appearance. The mist-like rain continued, and, though the morning grew a trifle brighter, it was in a very sickly manner. Frank had seldom felt more dispirited in his life, the weather leaguing itself with his own vague apprehensions to render him utterly miserable. At length the coach reached the vicinity of the Battersea fields, and Mr. Howard pulled the check-string as a signal for the driver to stop. He then descended. Frank Curtis followed, and the two queer-looking gentlemen alighted also. "You will keep at a decent distance, Mr. McGrab," said Howard, addressing himself to the individual in seedy black. "Very good, Sir Proggs," continued Mr. McGrab, turning to his companion. "You make a circumbendibus like, so as to cut off the captain's retreat down yonder. I'll skirt the river a short way, and then drop down on him." "All right," growled Mr. Proggs, and off he set in the direction indicated by his master, Mr. McGrab. Howard then took Frank's arm, and they walked on together, the young gentleman shivering and trembling violently. "What is the matter with you?" demanded the lawyer. "You shake just like an aspen." "Oh, nothing, nothing," returned Frank in a faltering tone. "Only it's very cold this morning, and this cursed mist. But there's the captain already," he suddenly ejaculated, making a full stop. Howard glanced in the same direction toward which Frank's eyes were turned, and beheld two individuals at a short distance. One, who was wrapped in a cloak and standing still, the other was pacing rapidly up and down in the immediate vicinity of his companion, and tossing his arms about as if in a perfect fury of indignation. "Come on," said the lawyer, dragging forward the terrified Frank Curtis. "There, the person who was walking up and down like a maniac has caught sight of us." "That's the captain," almost whimpered the young man. "Oh, my stars, how fierce he does look." "Now then, ye shirkers, is it keeping us waiting, ye mane?" vociferated the terrible captain, sending his voice halfway across the field in a tone of awful indignation. "Be Jesus, it's a rale insult to me and my friend to be 7 minutes and a half behind time in this way." "We are coming, sir, as fast as we can," exclaimed Howard, "and may be a little faster than you will find to be agreeable." "My God, don't irritate him," implored Frank. "He's capable of shooting us both as we walk along. Don't be such a fool, Frank. You will see a rare bit of fun in a few minutes. Come along." And the lawyer dragged his shrinking companion forward. "Be the holy poker!" vociferated the captain, as Howard and Curtis now drew near enough for him plainly to recognize their countenances. "Be the holy poker!" he repeated, his eyes glaring furiously. "Sir Christopher is not here. Mortant, my dear friend, ye are swindled, robbed, plundered, cheated of the pleasure of a duel this cold morning. But I'll avenge ye, my boy, for I told that Mr. Curtis there that I'd hold him responsible." "Come, come, Captain," exclaimed Howard, as he and Frank now stopped at the distance of a few paces from the warlike officer and his friend Mordaunt. "Don't bluster or sputter in this fine fashion." "Is it bluster or putter to me, ye mane?" cried Captain O'Blunderbuss. "Be Jesus, sir, ye shall eat the words afore we're done, but I'll shoot Mr. Curtis first, and 'tis yourself I'll send headlong after him. Mordaunt, my friend, instead of being principal now, 'tis second ye must be, so give us the pistol case from under your cloak, man." "With all my heart, Captain," said Mordaunt, who was a tall, awkward gentleman, about 35 years of age, and as like Miss Julia as brother could be to sister. "Howard, my dear friend, my good fellow," gasped Frank Curtis in the ear of his companion, "is it possible that you've—" "Be Jesus, we're watched!" suddenly exclaimed the captain, whose quick eye now caught sight of a man approaching from the next field. "It is only my servant, sir, who is bringing my case of pistols," remarked Howard. "Not knowing whether you would be here, we kept them in the coach at a short distance." "Not be here!" repeated the captain. "Do ye take us for great cowards as old Sir Christopher Blunt? Be Jesus! But that man don't look like a servant anyhow," ejaculated the warlike gentleman, interrupting himself and fixing a ferocious look upon Mr. McGrab, who now came running up to the spot, completely out of breath. Howard glanced rapidly to the left and beheld Proggs approaching from that direction. "Here's another fellow!" exclaimed Mordaunt, who had marked and followed the lawyer's scrutinizing look. "Gentlemen, what does this mean?" "Yes, and be Jesus!" vociferated Captain O'Blunderbuss. "What does this mean? Have ye had recourse to the dirthy expedient of getting constables to come forward to spile the purtiest little affair that was ever to come off on a misty morning?" "I don't mean nothink of the kind, Captain," said Mr. McGrab gruffly. Then, as with a side glance he convinced himself that his follower Proggs was now only a few paces distant in the rear of the warlike Irishman, he continued thus: "The fact is, I'm a hofficer, and you're my prisoner." "An officer!" vociferated Captain O'Blunderbuss, his countenance becoming actually purple with rage, while Frank Curtis, suddenly assured that all prospects of a duel were at an end, began to enjoy the scene amazingly. "Yes, sir, this person is an officer," said Mr. Howard in the calmest manner possible, "and I am the attorney for the plaintiff, Mr. Spriggins, at whose suit you are now captured for £347, including costs." "Blood and thunder!" roared Captain O'Blunderbuss, swelling so tremendously with passion that he seemed as if about to burst through his military frock-coat with its frogs and braidings. "This is a rale insult, not only to me, but to also old Ireland. Mordaunt, my boy!" "It's a very awkward business, Captain," said the gentleman thus appealed to, "but I do not see why it should prevent the business on which we met. Pistols first, prison afterwards." "That won't do," said Mr. McGrab. "Not a bit," growled Proggs, who was now stationed close behind the captain. "Bastards of the earth!" roared O'Blunderbuss. "Do—" "Come now, enough of this gammon," interrupted McGrab. "If you won't walk quiet off with us, we must see what force will do." "It is no use to resist, my boy," whispered Mordaunt to his friend, who was literally foaming at the mouth. "But we will find another occasion to punish these cowardly fellows," he added aloud, casting fiery glances upon the lawyer and Frank Curtis. "Be Jesus, and I'll have some of it out of 'em now," ejaculated Captain O'Blunderbuss, and springing upon the unfortunate Frank, he administered to this young gentleman 3 or 4 hearty cuffs before a hand could be stretched out to withhold him. Curtis roared and wriggled about with the pain, but he was speedily released from the effects of this onslaught, McGrab, Proggs, and the lawyer hastening to his assistance. The warlike captain was then borne away to the hackney coach, in which he was safely deposited. Mordaunt, obtaining leave from Mr. Howard to accompany his friend in the same vehicle as far as the prison to which he was to be consigned, Frank Curtis declined forming one of the party, and while the coach proceeded in as direct a line as possible for Horsemonger Lane Jail, the young gentleman sped merrily along alone and on foot, delighted, in spite of the drubbing in which he had received, to think that the redoubtable Captain O'Blunderbuss was on his way to a place where his warlike propensities stood every chance of being cribbed, cabined, and confined, at least for a season. You may conceive, gentle reader, that Captain O'Blunderbuss was in a dreadful rage at being interrupted in the midst of his favourite pursuit, especially as the interruption was of so unpleasant a nature as that described. But his vapouring and blustering produced little effect upon Messrs. MacGrab and Proggs, who never spoke a word during the journey from Battersea Fields to Horsemonger Lane, save to answer in an affirmative when Mr. Howard proposed that they should stop at a public house for a few moments to partake of some refreshment, and then they each responded, "Yes, rum, please." The captain himself was accommodated with a glass of whiskey. Mordaunt and the lawyer took nothing. The vehicle then proceeded without stopping to the prison, where the gallant captain, oh, most ignominious fate, was handed over to the care of the turnkeys in the debtors' department of the establishment. End of section 65. Recording by Angela Ohlfest.
Section 66 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Old Death and his friend Tidmarsh. The incident which occupied the preceding chapter occurred, as will probably be recollected, on the morning of the Wednesday after the Monday on which Thomas Rainford was hanged and resuscitated. It was on the evening of this same Wednesday, and at about 8 o'clock, that we must again introduce the reader to the laboratory in Red Lion Street. A cheerful fire burnt in the grate, and before it sat Dr. Lascelles and the Earl of Ellingham, engaged in conversation, and also in the discussion of a very excellent bottle of claret, conveyed thither from the Earl's own cellar in Pall Mall. "I wish Jacob Smith would return," said the young nobleman, looking anxiously and nervously at his watch. "In the same manner you have renewed the conversation after every pause that has occurred during the last 2 hours," observed the physician. "My dear Arthur, there is nothing like patience in this world. You may depend upon it, all goes on well, or you would too soon have received the tidings of any evil that might have occurred. Bad news fly uncommonly fast." "I wish that I possessed a small amount of your calm and unexcitable temperament, doctor," returned the Earl. "But I am so fearful lest any untoward accident should mar the success, the complete success, of all our plans." "Do not meet evils halfway," said the doctor. "Everything has gone on well as yet. Mr. de Medina acted with the dispatch of a regular man of business. No one could possibly have managed better. He left on Monday evening for Dover, where he remained but just long enough yesterday morning to hire a cutter and arrange with the captain to have her in readiness to leave at a moment's warning. He was back in London again last night by 7, and fortunately your half-brother was so far recovered as to be able to depart in company with Jacob. The disguise you procured for him was impenetrable to even the eyes of the most experienced Bow Street runner. He and his young companion reached Dover early this morning, and I dare swear that long before this hour gallant Tom is safe in Kelley, where Mr. de Medina and his daughters will also be some time tomorrow. Then off they all go to Paris, where you are to rejoin them." "Yes, all has been well arranged by Mr. de Medina," said the Earl, "and I have no doubt that the results will be as you anticipate. But I charged Jacob to return post-haste to London. I begged him not to spare the gold with which I furnished him, so that he might be back here as soon as possible to assure us of my brother's safe embarkation for France. And yet the lad is not with us yet. You must admit, doctor, that I am not to be blamed for my apprehensions. For misadventures and obstacles, altogether unforeseen, never dreamt of indeed, do start up suddenly, that I confess I shall enjoy no peace of mind until I receive from Jacob's own lips the assurance that the object of my anxiety is beyond the reach of all danger." "How can it be otherwise than that he is already safe?" demanded the physician, somewhat impatiently. "Who can tell what may happen?" asked the Earl. "On Monday night, while Thomas was sleeping, and profound tranquillity as well as perfect security seemed to prevail in the house, was not the grand secret suddenly menaced by the appearance of one whom only a few hours previously I had been led to consider numbered with the dead? Yet doubtless you thought at the moment, while at your house in Grafton Street, that all was calm and unendangered in Red Lion Street." "The sudden turning up of that old scoundrel, whom Thomas Rainford supposed to be dead, and of whom you have since told me so much, was certainly very remarkable," observed the physician.
But you certainly managed the matter most cleverly. The more so, too, inasmuch as my patient knew nothing of the transaction until it was all over. Fortunately he slept, as I have already told you, said the Earl. That excellent lad Jacob was for a few minutes completely overcome, stunned, stupefied indeed, when he recognised the countenance of Benjamin Bones, and I myself was strangely excited when those terrible words, "'Tis old Death," fell upon my ears, for I knew to whom they applied. Moreover, Jacob let the lamp fall, and I dared not move to obtain another light, for Bones began to struggle furiously. I was sadly alarmed lest my half-brother should awake, but fortunately his slumber was profound. And then I believe Jacob Smith recovered himself and procured another light, said the physician interrogatively. You see, doctor, returned the Earl with a smile, that you did not listen very attentively to my narrative of the transaction when you came back to the house yesterday morning, because I remember you would persist in telling me the story at a time when I was thinking of the best restoratives for my patient, answered Lascelles, also with a good-natured laugh. But pray give me all the details now, and the occupation will while away the time until Jacob makes his appearance. God grant that he may soon come, exclaimed the Earl. But let me resume at the point where we interrupted ourselves. I asked you if Jacob did not procure another light the moment he had recovered his presence of mind, said the physician. But I remember now that you availed yourself of the opportunity afforded by the darkness to drag the old man back to the staircase leading into the subterranean, and that the terrible menaces you whispered in his ears reduced him to the passiveness of a lamb. He is a hideous-looking man, for after all you learnt from your brother concerning him, it is clear that he is the same whom I had seen in this house on 1 or 2 occasions, but whose name I did not then know. He is clearly the same person, said the Earl. Well, and so you got him down the breakneck stairs, added the doctor, and then it was you called to Jacob to procure another light. Rainford continued asleep the whole time, but after all that had taken place in the morning, his slumber would necessarily be heavy. I can assure you that a more dangerous task I had seldom undertaken than that of dragging the old villain down those stairs, said the Earl. And how it was that we both escaped broken necks, I am at a loss to divine. However, I did get him safely down to the bottom, and the great door being then bolted only on the same side as the stairs, I had no difficulty in opening it. Jacob came down with the light, and I compelled the old man to rise and enter the subterranean with me. I will be bound his hideous countenance was convulsed with rage and alarm, exclaimed the doctor. But I must get a cast of his head when he dies, which I dare say will be upon the scaffold. Yes, he was positively horrible with mingled wrath and fear, continued the Earl. But I had no pity for him, as I have none now. I made him walk a few paces in front of me, Jacob accompanying us with the light. Once he turned around and fixed on the lad a look so full of infernal spite, of demon-like malignity, that I was horrified to think that such hateful emotions could find an abode in the breast of any human being. Jacob Smith recoiled in affright, as if from the glare of a serpent's eyes. But I whispered a word to reassure him, and almost at the same moment I beheld, by the light of the lamp, a door in the side of the subterranean. You know the suspicions which had already filled my mind. They then returned with renewed vigour to my memory, and I felt convinced that I touched on the threshold of a discovery. I commanded the old man to stop, suffering him to believe that I had pistols about me, and should not hesitate to use them in case of need. The door was speedily opened, and it led into the very dungeon where you were confined for 4 weeks, said Dr. Lascelles. The villains, the scoundrels who perpetrated such an outrage. Yes, it was the very same dungeon, continued the Earl, and my blood ran cold as I glanced within. Jacob Smith understood the discovery that I had made, and uttered an ejaculation of horror. I now know at least one of the authors of my imprisonment, I said, turning to Old Death, whose eyes were again glaring fiercely upon the lad. But, I added, this is no time for question and answer on that head. Then, taking the lamp, I held it in such a manner as to be able to throw its light upon that part of the cell where I had opened to myself the means of escape, and I perceived that the masonry had not been replaced. I accordingly resolved not to imprison the old man there. And yet, what could I do with him? Turning round to examine more minutely the nature of the place, I beheld another door, on the opposite side of the subterranean. Old Death had marked the fact of my eyes lingering thereon, and he gave vent to something between a menace and a prayer. I seek not to harm you, was my reply, but as it once suited your purposes that I should become a captive here for a few weeks, it is now expedient, according to my views, that you should become a prisoner for a few days. In with you, old man, I added, having in the meantime opened the door of this second cell. And there the old reprobate is now cooped up, along with his friend Tidmarsh, exclaimed the physician, laughing at the idea of the 2 cronies being caught in one of their own snares. For that they were companions in iniquity, had now but little doubt. You must admit that the case was a desperate and an urgent one, continued the Earl. From all you had told me concerning this Tidmarsh, I felt well persuaded that he was likely to visit the subterranean, and I knew that, were such a casualty to ensue, Old Death had merely to raise his voice in order to obtain his release. And so you quit the subterranean and run round to Turnmill Street to tell old Tidmarsh that Dr. Lascelles wishes to see him immediately in his laboratory, exclaimed the doctor, again laughing heartily, for the entire affair seemed to have touched a long slumbering chord of merry humour in his breast. Precisely so, returned the young nobleman. Tidmarsh, however, eyed me very suspiciously, and muttered something to himself about the doctor being very indiscreet, but I affected not to notice his peculiarity of manner. He came round to the house, and you know the rest. Yes, you took him down to join his friend Old Death, as it seems the rascal is called, observed the doctor. And there they must remain until Jacob Smith shall have returned with the tidings of my brother's safe embarkation, continued the Earl. It is true that they are both utterly ignorant of his escape from death, his extraordinary resuscitation, thanks to your profound knowledge and generous aid, Doctor. But as we have every reason to believe at least one of them to be Thomas's enemy, they shall neither obtain a chance of discovering the secret of his new existence, as I may indeed term it. At all events, not until he shall be beyond the reach of danger. And do you know, it strikes me most forcibly that Tidmarsh was the jailer who attended upon me during my incarceration in the dungeon below, although the person who was my jailer invariably spoke in a feigned tone, and as laconically as possible. Yet I am almost certain that it was the voice of Tidmarsh. Moreover, he seemed for a moment so astounded, so struck, when I presented myself at the door of his dwelling in Turnmill Street to deliver the forged message which induced him to accompany me round to his house, that I am convinced he knew me. For though he never permitted me to catch a glimpse of his countenance when he used to visit me at the trap in the dungeon door, Still, he might have seen my face. However, when I presented myself at his abode in the way which I have described, my manner appeared so off-hand and sincere, that had any suspicions of treachery entered his mind, they were dispelled almost immediately. But, doctor, I abominate the necessity of having to use duplicity, even towards villains of that stamp. Your compunction is carried too far, my dear Arthur, returned Lascelles. It was necessary to get that scoundrel Tidmarsh into such a snare as to place him beyond the possibility of doing mischief, and though the narrative which you have now given me more in detail than you did yesterday morning, when you hastily sketched these incidents to your brother and myself, though I say it makes me laugh, a habit not frequent with me, I really commend your foresight in averting danger, as well as your bravery in carrying into effect the requisite precautions. I deserve and require no praise, doctor, answered the Earl. What would I not have done to ensure the safety of him who has behaved so generously to me? During the whole of Monday night I sat by his bedside, anxiously awaiting the moment when slumber should leave his heavy eyelids, for I knew that I had welcome, most welcome tidings for his ears. But he slept on until you came, and then, doctor, you were a witness of the joy which he experienced on learning that he had not been the cause of the death of Benjamin Bones, miscreant though the man be. Scarcely were these words uttered, when a low but hasty knock at the front door caused Lord Ellingham to spring from his seat, seize the lamp, and hasten to answer the summons. Dr. Lascelles could hear the Earl ejaculate the words, "Jacob Smith!" Then a hurried whisper took place in the hall, and in another moment the joyous exclamation, "Thank God! Thank God!" bursting from the young nobleman's lips, met the physician's ears. And Dr. Lascelles thereby knew that Rainford had succeeded in quitting the shores of England in safety. End of section 66.
Section 67 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 65. The Examination. The reader will remember that according to the arrangements originally chalked out, Lord Ellingham and Jacob Smith were to have accompanied Tom Rain to France. But this project was disturbed by the appearance of Old Death in the house in Red Lion Street, and the incidents to which it gave rise is narrated in the last chapter. For the Earl, having succeeded in making Old Death and Tidmarsh his prisoners, resolved to remain in the house not only that he might, by means of frequent visits to the subterranean, guard against their escape, but also to supply them with food and to liberate them when circumstances should render their farther confinement unnecessary. Thus it was that Tom Rain and Jacob had proceeded without the Earl to Dover, and that the lad had returned thence to London the moment he had seen Rainford safe on board the cutter, which Mr. de Medina had hired especially to convey him to France. Nay, Jacob was not content with merely witnessing the embarkation of the individual to whom he had become so deeply attached, but in spite of the instructions he had received alike from the Earl and Tom Rain himself, to return with the least possible delay to the metropolis, he had lingered on the pier at Dover until the white sails of the cutter were no longer in sight. He therefore arrived somewhat later in London than had been expected, although he travelled post and spared not the gold placed at his disposal to urge the postillions on. But when he frankly admitted to Lord Ellingham and the doctor the reason of his retarded appearance in Red Lion Street, they could not find it in their hearts to utter a word of reproach or blame. No, for Lord Ellingham's joy was now as exuberant as his apprehensions had a short time previously been strong and oppressive, and he wrung the hand of the humble Jacob as if that lad had been his own brother. "We will presently liberate our prisoner," said the Earl, when Jacob had related the particulars of his journey with Rainford to Dover, and of the latter's safe embarkation. But before I suffer them to go at large, it behooves me not only to adopt the means requisite to elicit certain explanations interesting to myself, but also to take those steps that will effectually prevent the mysterious subterraneans and dungeons of this establishment, or rather of the two houses, from being accessible or available to the miscreants whom we are about to set free. Conceiving that Jacob would be sure to come back this evening, and intending that his return should be followed by the examination and liberation of those two men, I have ordered the 3 faithful domestics who assisted us so materially on Monday morning, and on whose fidelity I can rely with so much confidence, to be here at 9:30 o'clock. For what purpose? Demanded the physician in astonishment. To increase our numbers so as to overawe the wretches who are to appear before us, replied the Earl. It is not that I fear to give them an inch of vantage ground, but were they to find themselves in the presence of only 2 men and this lad, they might attempt resistance, and use a violence that would alarm the neighbourhood. And I need hardly say, doctor, how necessary it is for all our sakes that we should not be placed in a position which would compel us to give to a magistrate any explanation of the modes in which we severally became acquainted with this establishment or those 2 vile men. Your precautions are most admirably forecast, my dear Earl, responded Dr. Lascelles. Hark! There is a single knock at the front door. Run, Jacob, my boy, said the Earl. My servants have arrived. The lad left the room without taking a light, but the young nobleman almost immediately rose and followed him, a second thought suggesting the prudence of assuring himself against the coming of any unwelcome intruder instead of his servants. By the time the Earl reached the middle of the stairs leading down into the hall, Jacob had opened the street door. "Mrs. Bunce!" exclaimed the lad, starting back half in affright as he recognized her wizen countenance by the feeble light that streamed from an adjacent window. "What? Jacob! You here?" cried the woman. "Why, how come you in this house? And what have you been doing with yourself lately? I began to think you was playing us false, but now that I find you here, I suppose you know all about the trick of Mr. Bones's pretended death, and have made everything right with him. But is he here?" "Yes," answered Jacob boldly, for he had by this time recovered his presence of mind. "Walk in. He wants very much to see you." "And so do I want to see him," added Mrs. Bunce as she entered the hall, while Jacob barred the door carefully. "I haven't seen him ever since Monday night, and he was to be sure and come up to the Dials last evening. So I got alarmed and come down to see. I went to Turnmill Street, but I could make no one hear there, for I suppose you know by this time all about Tidmarsh and the other crib." "Yes, and the subterranean too," added Jacob. "All the secrets so long kept from me are now revealed. But walk up, Mrs. Bunce, walk up." The woman, suspecting nothing wrong, and not altogether displeased to find, as she believed, that Jacob had risen so high in favour with Old Death as to become one of his confidants, the woman, we say, walked up the staircase, which was well known to her. But scarcely had she reached the first turn when she was suddenly grasped by a vigorous hand, and a voice exclaimed, "Make no noise, Mrs. Bunce, or it will be the worse for you." "Thank God you are there, my lord," cried Jacob, now hastily running up the stairs. "This woman is one of the gang which it has fallen to your lordship's lot to disperse." "Oh, Jacob!" ejaculated Mrs. Bunce, "you don't know what you are doing. But who is this lord, and what have I done to injure him?" "I am the Earl of Ellingham, woman," said Arthur, "and perhaps you are not ignorant of the long imprisonment which I endured in this place. But proceed. I will follow you, and remember that you are in the power of those who will not suffer you to escape." At that instant there was another knock at the door. "Remain here," said the nobleman to Mrs. Bunce. "Jacob, let me answer that summons." Arthur accordingly proceeded to the door and gave admittance to his 3 men-servants. They then all repaired to the laboratory together, where the Earl made Dr. Lascelles acquainted in a hasty whisper with the cause of Mrs. Bunce's appearance on the stage of their present proceedings. The moment the woman emerged from the darkness of the landing outside to the light of the laboratory, she cast a hasty and inquiring glance around on those present, but her eyes settled on Jacob Smith, and she was evidently much astonished to see him dressed in a plain but most respectable manner, and looking neat, clean, and even interesting in his appearance. For the lad possessed good features, very bright eyes, and a set of white, even teeth, and though his countenance was still somewhat indicative of a sickly constitution, it nevertheless showed a state of health considerably improved by the excitement of travelling, and by the happiness imparted to his soul by the successful escape of Thomas Rainford. Jacob saw that Mrs. Bunce surveyed him with interest, and at the moment he felt pity for the woman who had on many occasions shown him some kindness, and towards whom he had also experienced at times unaccountable heart-yearnings. But he could not blame himself for having just now entrapped her into the power of Lord Ellingham, because he knew how important it was to assemble in the presence of that nobleman as many of Old Death's accomplices as possible. Besides, he was well aware that no harm was intended her, and this assurance he conveyed to her in a hasty whisper, though not in such a way as to induce her to believe that he was any longer an accomplice also. "You will now accompany me below," said the Earl, addressing himself to his 3 servants. Jacob hastened to light another lamp, of which there were several in the laboratory, and the Earl, attended by his domestics, proceeded into the adjoining bedroom, whence they passed down into the subterranean. Dr. Lascelles, Mrs. Bunce, and Jacob were left together in the laboratory. "What does all this mean?" demanded the woman, accosting the lad in an imploring manner, for she was afraid, in spite of the whispered assurance she had received from him. "I cannot give you any explanation," answered Jacob aloud, "but I may go so far as to promise you, and this good gentleman," he added, turning towards the doctor, "will confirm my words, that no harm is intended to you, provided you give faithful replies to the questions that will be put to you presently." "The lad speaks quite properly, woman," said the physician, "and you had better hold your tongue until the prisoners make their appearance." "The prisoners!" muttered Mrs. Bunce, and it struck her that the allusion must be made to Old Death and Tidmarsh. Nor was she mistaken, for in a few minutes the Earl and his domestics reappeared, escorting into the laboratory those 2 individuals whose hands were fastened by strong cords. Benjamin Bones looked more hideous than ever. A white bristling beard of 3 or 4 days' growth gave an additional death-like aspect to his countenance, and his eyes glared from beneath their shaggy brows with mingled rage and alarm. Tidmarsh manifested less emotion, but on entering the laboratory he cast a rapid and scrutinizing glance around as if to ascertain who were present. Old Death did the same, and when his eyes caught sight of Jacob Smith, his forehead contracted into 1,000 wrinkles with the intense ferocity of his malignant hate. Then he exchanged a rapid glance with Mrs. Bunce, who gave him to understand by a peculiarly significant look that she was not there as a witness against him, but as a prisoner herself. Dr. Lascelles stood with his back to the fire, contemplating the various persons assembled in a manner which showed that he was far from being an uninterested spectator of the proceedings. Indeed, he not only prepared to listen with attention to all that was about to be said, on account of the friendly feelings which he experienced toward the Earl of Ellingham, but he likewise occupied himself in studying the physiognomies of Old Death, Tidmarsh, and Mrs. Bunce, a survey which led him to the comfortable conclusion that if they did not all 3 perish on the scaffold sooner or later, it would not be their own fault. Lord Ellingham ordered the 3 prisoners to be accommodated with chairs, and when they were seated he addressed them in the following manner. "You are now in the presence of one who has the power to punish you for your numerous misdeeds, and who, should you refuse to answer the questions to be put to you, will not hesitate to hand you all 3 over into the grasp of justice. The individual who possesses that power, and who is now about to question you, is myself. All your secrets are known or suspected, and even should you refuse to answer my queries, or if you reply to them falsely, I have the means of arriving at the truth. To you, Benjamin Bones, do I address myself first. Answer me, then, and say wherefore your agents or accomplices waylaid me, and bore me off to that dungeon opening from the subterranean. Speak, villain, and see that you speak truly."
"One word, my lord," said the arch miscreant, his sepulchral tones quivering and tremulous with mingled rage and alarm. "Let me say one word to you in private."
"Not a syllable. Speak openly, and cause not idle delay," exclaimed the young nobleman. "Do you know," asked Old Death, "that it is in my power to publish a secret which would not redound to your honour?" "I can well divine to what you would allude," returned Arthur, "and I despise your menace. Go and say, if thou wilt, that the Earl of Ellingham is the half-brother of him who was hanged on Monday morning," growled Old Death, and then he chuckled horribly in the depth of his malignity. "Ha, ha, ha! The proud and wealthy Earl of Ellingham, the brother of a highwayman who was hanged, and that brother too the elder one and born in lawful wedlock. Ah, this would be a pretty tale to circulate at the West End." "Scoundrel! You cannot provoke me to anger," said the Earl calmly, "but you may move me to invoke the aid of justice to punish you for daring to imprison me during 4 long weeks in a noisome dungeon. a crime for which the penalty would be transportation for the remainder of your miserable life. Moreover, that same justice would require of you full and ample explanations respecting those rooms filled with property of immense value, and of such a miscellaneous nature that the various articles could not have been honestly obtained. Ah! You shrink, you recoil from that menace. Think you that any ridiculous punctilio has prevented me from forcing the locks of those rooms and examining their contents? No. The day after you became my prisoner here, and when I ascertained beyond all doubt that you were the tenant of those rooms, I hesitated not to visit them, to glean evidence against you. Now, old man, you see that you are in my power, and you will do well not to push my patience beyond the sphere of indulgence. And what if I tell you all you want to know? Said Benjamin Bones, appalled by the unveiling of the fearful precipice on which he stood. Give me the fullest and completest explanation of many circumstances in the unravelling of which I feel a special interest. Spare me the trouble of adopting other means to obtain the solution of those mysteries to which I possess a clue, exclaimed the Earl, and I shall forthwith liberate you and your companions, having previously taken measures to prevent you from holding any farther interest in this house, or the tenement in Turnmill Street, with which the subterranean passage communicates. And my property? Gasped Old Death. To allow you to retain it were a sin, answered the Earl emphatically. To give it up to the magisterial authorities, or to dispose of it for the benefit of the poor, would be to court an inquiry which must inevitably lead to the mention of your name, and the consequent apprehension of your person, a result which would be an indirect forfeiture of the promise I have given and now repeat, namely, to permit yourself and companions to depart with impunity on condition that you make a full and complete confession in regard to all the points wherein I am interested. What then can be done with that property? Exclaimed the nobleman. There is but one course to pursue, and that is to destroy it. Destroy it! Destroy it! Groaned Old Death, writhing with mental anguish on his chair. What? Destroy all that hard-earned wealth, those treasures? Every article, interrupted the nobleman emphatically, and consider yourself fortunate in quitting this house to breathe the air of liberty rather than be consigned to a jail. Oh, my God! Cried Old Death, reduced to despair by the lamentable prospect now placed before him. Blaspheme not, villain, invoke not the sacred name of the Almighty, ejaculated Arthur, rather implore pardon for your manifold iniquities. It would take a long life of repentance to purge his soul of all the atrocity that harbours in it, observed the physician, who had intently watched all the variation of the old man's countenance during this colloquy. My dear doctor, said the Earl, there is hope for even those who are most deeply stained with sin. Yes, even for this miserable man who would sooner cling to his ill-gotten wealth than adopt the only means now open to him of avoiding the grasp of justice. But it is useless to prolong this discussion. Benjamin Bones, once for all, do you consent to make a full confession as the first atonement for a life of crime, and to surrender all your treasures as the second? Or shall I send forthwith to summon hither the officers of justice? But if you take mine all, you send me forth into the world a beggar, cried Old Death, in a tone which seemed to indicate that he was about to weep for very rage. On that night, said the Earl solemnly and almost sternly, when Thomas Rainford took from thy treasury the money which you conceived to be his due, did he not leave ample sums behind? And wilt thou tell me that thou hast not since disposed of those sums in other places of security? Thou seest, villain, that I can read all thy secrets, so prate no more about being reduced to beggary. Old Death's eyes fell beneath the fixed gaze of the Earl of Ellingham, who therefore perceived that the conjecture which he had just hazarded was indeed the right one. And will you let us go free if I answer all your questions? Said the arch miscreant after a brief pause, during which he consulted his companions in iniquity by means of a rapid interchange of glances. I will, replied the nobleman emphatically. But what if I should tell you more than you already seem to suspect through ignorance of the precise extent of your real knowledge? Said Old Death, and thus make you acquainted with things likely to render you vindictive. I scorn a mean and petty vengeance, exclaimed the young nobleman. My word is pledged to a certain condition, and that promise shall be redeemed whatever the nature of your revelations may be. Then I consent, exclaimed Old Death. Bear witness, Dr. Lascelles, for you are an honourable man. The Earl of Ellingham is too lenient, interrupted the physician. But as it is, I guarantee my word of honour that his lordship will faithfully fulfil his promise. In spite of anything that may transpire and for which he may not be prepared," added Old Death, determined to drive as sure a bargain as possible. "Because," he continued, "it is quite possible for me to foresee the nature of the questions you are going to put to me, my lord, and in answering them I may only commit myself. I am in your power, but pray use that power mercifully." "Mercifully!" cried the Earl in a tone of mingled scorn and disgust. "I have no sympathy with you of any kind, old man. You are loathsome to me. I merely make a compact with you, and that bargain shall be adhered to on my part if it be fulfilled on yours. I however warn you that should I detect you in aught at variance with the truth, our compact ceases, my promise is annulled, and you remain at my disposal as completely as if no pledge relative to your safety had ever issued from my lips. Weigh well, then, the position in which you stand," continued the young nobleman sternly, "for I am not to be trifled with. I will tell you all you require to know. All, responded Old Death, gasping convulsively. "Only let this scene end as soon as possible, for it does me harm." "We will proceed at once to business," said the Earl, then seating himself in front of the prisoners, he addressed his questions to Old Death, saying, "In the first place, why was I imprisoned in the subterranean dungeon?" "To prevent you from using your wealth to bribe the jail authorities to let Rainford escape, or your interest to save him if he was condemned," answered Old Death in a slow and measured tone. "Then, villain that you are," cried the Earl, scarcely able to subdue his resentment, "you had an interest in hurrying the son of your own half-sister Octavia to the scaffold." "Oh, I understand it all." Thomas felt assured that some profound, secret, and malign influence was at work against him, for those who were put forward as the prosecutors, the knight and his nephew, went as unwilling witnesses. "Then it was you," continued the nobleman in a tone of fearful excitement, "it was you whose gold doubtless bribed the attorney Howard to institute those fatal proceedings." "It was," ejaculated Old Death, trembling from head to foot. "But Rainford deserved it. He outraged me. I was good and kind to him. I threw excellent things in his way, but he made me bring him to this house. He learnt all my secrets. He robbed me of my treasures. He carried off my private papers." "Silence!" exclaimed the Earl in a tone which made the arch-villain and his fellow prisoners, all three, start convulsively. "Give not a false colouring to that transaction. Rainford learnt when in the country who you were and how nearly you were allied to his late mother. He knew also how you had plundered him of his inheritance, and he was justified in the conduct he pursued towards you. The money which he took was legitimately his own, allowing for the accumulation of interest and compound interest, and the papers were not yours, but rightfully his property." "Then why did he not tell me who he was? Why did he entrap me and compel me at the muzzle of the levelled pistol to conduct him to my secret places?" demanded Old Death impatiently. "Your villainy and your craft could only be met by stratagem and counterplot," returned the Earl emphatically, "and in that way did Rainford meet you. And yet, for the truth of my assertion you cannot deny, you have sent your own nephew to the scaffold." "It was his own fault," persisted Old Death doggedly. "He should not have crossed my path. He should not have proclaimed warfare against me. I would have been his friend." "His friend!" exclaimed the Earl in a tone of bitter scorn. "Yes, his friend after his own fashion, in the way he wanted a friend," continued Old Death, becoming garrulous with nervous excitement. "But he outraged me in a way I could not forgive nor forget. He penetrated into all my secrets. He might have returned and helped himself again and again from my stores. He knew too much for me to be safe. And moreover he bound me to a chair in such a way that I fell into a fit, and should have died had it not been for this man here," added the miscreant, indicating Tidmarsh. "All those things combined to render Rainford's death necessary, and he has paid the penalty of his conduct towards me." Lord Ellingham recoiled in horror from the fiend-like man who could thus seek to palliate the foul deed of having sent his own relative to the scaffold, through no moral motives, but merely to gratify his vengeance and remove one who seemed to be dangerous in his path. "Let us know more of the sham death business on your part, Mr. Bones, or whatever your name is," said Dr. Lascelles. "You remember that night I came round to the house here and met you, sir," hastily exclaimed Tidmarsh, thinking he should serve himself by exhibiting a readiness to volunteer any explanation that was required. Well, you recollect that it was the night you saw Rainford in your laboratory, and we knew that he had gone down into the subterranean. Then, if you please to remember, we went away together, and I took leave of you at the corner of Turnmill Street. But I suspected there was something wrong, although I did not dare offer to go into Mr. Bones's rooms while you were with me. As soon as you had left me, however, I returned to the house, not by the subterranean, be it well understood, and passing through your laboratory— "Then you possess counterpart keys, rascal!" exclaimed the physician angrily. "But go on." "Well, sir, I passed through your laboratory into the bedroom there, locking the door of communication after me. Then I entered the first storeroom, but I had scarcely put foot therein when I heard a violent noise, as if some one was trying to break through the trap-door in the bedchamber. I confess that I was frightened, because I knew it must be Rainford, and I suspected him to be a desperate man who meant no good in that house. I remained quite still, heard him break open the trap and come forth. I also heard him dash open the door of your laboratory, through which he passed. But as I had neglected to lock the other door there leading to the landing, he was not compelled to force that also. Well, I waited a few minutes till I thought he had left the house, then, having great misgivings on account of Mr. Bones, I went into the next storeroom. But there I caught a glimpse of Rainford standing over Mr. Bones, who was tied in his chair. I was about to retreat, I must confess, but Rainford bolted away like a ghost, and I ran up to my friend, who I thought was dead. I, however, saw enough at a second glance to convince me that he was only in a kind of trance-like fit, and in a short time I recovered him. That's my part of the story, sir, and I hope—" "Enough!" exclaimed Lord Ellingham abruptly. "I have now a question to ask you, Mr. Tidmarsh. Were you not my jailer when I was a prisoner in the subterranean?" "Well, my lord, it's no use denying it," answered the man, "but spare your comments. I cannot complain of the way in which you executed a task doubtless imposed on you by your master here. Moreover, you even showed me some indulgence by permitting me to write those letters to my friends." "Give my friend Bones his due, my lord," interrupted Tidmarsh, "for I showed 'em to him first, before I posted them." "And as they could do no harm, I let them go," hastily exclaimed Old Death, "for I did not want to punish you more than I could help. Besides, I was glad you wrote them, in the first place because they prevented any noise amongst your friends on account of your disappearance, and secondly because the one you wrote to Rainford was enough to convince him he had nothing more to hope from you. Even while you seek to conciliate me, you cannot prevent the manifestation of your fiendish hate against him who was the son of your sister Octavia," said the Earl, gazing upon Old Death in profound surprise that his heart could be so irredeemably black. "But now answer me another question," he continued after a few moments' pause. "How came you to know that I was likely to use my interest or my gold on behalf of Thomas Rainford?" "My spies were stationed about Horsemonger Lane Jail," answered Old Death, "and I had a lodging in the immediate neighbourhood. They came and told me that you had just gone into the prison to see Rainford, and I concluded that you must already be aware of the relationship which existed between you. To resolve and to act with me are the same thing, and I sent back my men to seize you and convey you to the subterranean." "And why had you stationed spies about the jail?" demanded the Earl. "Because I suspected that Rainford would send for you, or that you would go to him of your own accord," replied Old Death, "for he had taken from me the papers which proved who he was, and I suppose that his first act on possessing them must have been to communicate with you, and in that I cannot have been far wrong." By dint of questioning and cross-questioning, the following additional facts were elicited. When Tidmarsh recovered Old Death from the species of trance or fit into which he had fallen when bound to the chair, the latter determined to encompass at least the transportation, if not the execution, of Tom Rain. For 2 or 3 days he remained quiet at Tidmarsh's abode in Turnmill Street, brooding over his scheme of vengeance, and communicating with none of his friends elsewhere, not even with the Bunces. In planning the punishment of Tom Rain, Old Death knew that he had a most delicate and difficult game to play, for the highwayman was to be sacrificed to his hatred and his interests, and yet in such a manner that the victim should not know by whom the blow was struck nor the source whence his ruin came. The deed must be effected with so much dark mystery that Rainford should not even have any ground for supposing that Bones was the real prime mover of the prosecution, and in this case the arch-villain felt convinced that Rainford would not even mention his name nor allude to his establishments in Clerkenwell, when placed before the magistrate or on his trial. The affair of Sir Christopher Blunt's £3,000 seems the best point on which to set the whole of this complicated machinery in motion, and Old Death knew sufficient of Mr. Howard's cold, calculating, and money-making disposition to be well aware that his aid in the business could be readily secured. He communicated all his plans to Tidmarsh, and this latter individual suggested that Rainford should be led to believe that Old Death was no more. "For," said Tidmarsh, "when I entered your storeroom and saw Rainford gazing at you in your fit, I concluded you were really dead, and I am certain that such was the impression of the highwayman. Besides, he fled in horror, and Rainford is not the person thus to act save under extraordinary circumstances." This hint was adopted, and it was resolved that Rainford should be induced to suppose that Benjamin Bones was positively defunct, a belief that would of course preclude the possibility of any suspicion that the said Bones was the individual who set in motion the springs of that conspiracy which was to carry the victim to the scaffold. These projects being all settled between Old Death and his man Tidmarsh, the latter was dispatched to Mrs. Bunce, to whom the entire scheme was communicated. She was instructed to set spies to watch Tom Rain, and to convey to him, if possible, the information that Benjamin Bones was dead. It was also determined not to trust Jacob Smith with the plan of vengeance to be carried out, but as a precaution on the right side, to let even him also believe that Old Death was no more. At the same time, the lad was to be used as a spy on Rainford, his devotion to whom was not of course suspected. When Mrs. Bunce met, or rather overtook, Rainford in Gray's Inn Lane on the Saturday night previous to his arrest, it was really by accident, and she availed herself of that opportunity to inform him that Old Death had gone to his last account according to the instructions communicated to her in the morning of that very day. She endeavoured to watch whither Rainford went after she parted from him, but he disappeared, and she concluded that he had entered some house in that vicinity. That he had quitted Lock's Fields was known to her, and she therefore imagined that his new domicile must be in the lane. Jacob was accordingly set to watch that neighbourhood, but he misled her purposely, as will be remembered, by stating that he had knocked at every house in the street, and had ascertained that no such person as Rainford lived there. Tom was, however, seen by one of the spies in Piccadilly on the ensuing Sunday evening as he was returning from Lady Hatfield's house, and he was dogged over to his old abode in Lock's Fields. In the meantime, Tidmarsh had been to Mr. Howard, whom he bribed heavily with gold supplied by Old Death for the purpose, and the lawyer was induced to instruct Dykes, the Bow Street runner, to arrest Rainford on the charge of robbing Sir Christopher Blunt. This arrangement with the solicitor was effected on the Saturday afternoon. It was on the Sunday evening that Rainford was dogged to his own abode, and that very night, as soon as the spy could communicate with Mrs. Bunce and Dykes, the arrest of the victim was accomplished in the manner described in a previous chapter. Throughout all these and the subsequent proceedings, Jacob Smith's friendly disposition towards Rainford was not suspected, nor were his visits to Horsemonger Lane Jail known to the conspirators, inasmuch as the spies who had been placed in that neighbourhood to watch for Lord Ellingham had no farther business there once the Earl was captured and secured. Such was the substance of the confession, partly elicited fairly and partly extorted from the three worthies, Old Death, Mrs. Bunce, and Mr. Tidmarsh, who were now so completely in the power of the Earl of Ellingham. "Thus," said Arthur, who, as well as the physician and Jacob Smith, was appalled at the dreadful discoveries now brought to light, "thus was this tremendous conspiracy to take away the existence of a human being minutely, I might almost say scientifically planned in all its details, and carried on with a secrecy and a success that manifested the most infernal talent for wicked combinations. Monsters that ye are," he cried, unable to retain his feelings any longer, "what vengeance do ye not merit at my hands? But, no, vengeance is for cowards and grovelling miscreants like yourselves. Were I inclined, did I stoop to retaliate and repay ye in your own coin for this enormous misdeed, for you, old man," he added, turning his indignant glances upon Benjamin Bones, who shrank back in dismay, "you ere now alluded to that cause which makes me interested in all that regards, or rather regarded," he said, correcting himself, "your unfortunate victim, Thomas Rainford. But as I was observing, did I choose to wreak revenge on ye three, how easy were it done! I might imprison ye for the remainder of your lives in your own dungeons. I might gag and bind ye in such a way that no cry could escape your lips, and no avenue of escape be possible, and then either leave ye to starve, yes, to starve to death in this room, or I might set fire to the house and consign ye to the torture of flames." Mrs. Bunce uttered a faint shriek, and Old Death gave vent to a low moan as these awful words fell upon their ears. But Tidmarsh remained passive and silent. Jacob Smith and the domestics gazed upon the Earl in anxious suspense, not unmixed with awe, for as he spoke he seemed as if he were armed with an iron eloquence to reproach, and a vicarious power to punish fearfully. The physician surveyed the three prisoners with ineffable disgust. "But no," resumed the Earl, "I would not condescend. I would not degrade myself so low as to snatch from your hands the weapons with which you work, and then use them against you. I have yet another point on which I require information, and when your answers, old man," he continued, again addressing himself to Bones, "shall have been given, all that will remain for me to perform is the destruction of your ill-got property, and the adoption of a measure to deprive you of any future interest in these houses with their dark subterranean passage and their horrible dungeons." "Benjamin Bones," exclaimed Arthur, after a few moments' pause, "wherefore did you seek to possess yourself of that little boy whom Thomas Rainford had so kindly, so generously, so charitably adopted?" Old Death explained that as he hoped to be enabled to discover the maternal parent of the lad, and as he conceived that Charlie might afford him information calculated to assist him in that pursuit, he had endeavoured to get the child into his power. "The letter which was found on the person of the deceased Sarah Watts," said the Earl, "doubtless furnished you with ideas of enacting a scheme of extortion against the boy's mother, should you be enabled to find her out, and believing as you do that she is high-born and perhaps wealthy. That letter fell into the hands of Rainford, no matter how, and though I have not seen it, yet the nature of its contents have been communicated to me. Now answer me, and answer me truly, if thou canst. Have you any farther clue beyond that which your acquaintance with the nature of that letter furnishes?" "I have not, replied the old villain hastily. "If I had, I should not have wanted to get the boy into my power that I might glean from him as much as he could impart to me." "I now then warn you to think no more of that child, old man," said the Earl, "for he is already beyond the reach of your vile aims, and even were he not, I would protect him. You see that all your atrocity, all your intriguing, all your black wickedness does not invariably conduct you to the goal of success. But moral lessons are thrown away on such as you. We will therefore terminate this scene as speedily as possible." Then, turning to his domestics, he added, "You will repair into the storerooms of this house, and you will so destroy and ruin all the rich garments and the larger articles which are there piled up, that they will become comparatively valueless. The jewellery you will convey into the subterranean, and all those trinkets you will throw into the sewer, to which there is an opening from one of the dungeons. Jacob, you will guide my servants in this task." "No, Jacob, Jacob!" exclaimed Mrs. Bunce hysterically. "Have nothing to do with the business which—" "Silence! Silence, I command you!" growled Old Death, turning a savage glance upon the woman, and then fixing a look of demoniac hatred upon the lad who was already leading the servants into the adjoining rooms. Mrs. Bunce remained quiet in obedience to the order she received from Old Death. "And now relative to these houses, this and the one in Turnmill Street," said the nobleman. "Whose property are they?" "They are my own freehold," responded Bones, "bought with my money long, long ago. But you will not—" "I will not rob you," interrupted the Earl emphatically. "Where are the papers proving your title to the possession of this freehold?" "In the iron safe in one of the storerooms." The nobleman quitted the laboratory, but presently returned, saying in a tone of authority, "The key of that safe!" "It is here, in my pocket," muttered the arch-villain, "but my hands are bound." The Earl took the key from the pocket of Old Death, and again left the laboratory. In a few minutes he reappeared, holding a bundle of papers in his hand. "I see by this endorsement that these are the deeds which I require," he said. "Now set a value upon your property, and I will pay you the amount. But stay. I will release you, so that you may execute a document which my solicitor has already prepared, and which simply requires the necessary filling up to render it available." The nobleman drew a parchment deed from his pocket, and, aided by the papers which he had brought from the storeroom, inserted the requisite particulars in the blanks left for the purpose. He then removed the cords which confined Old Death, who named a large sum as the purchase money of the freehold, and for which the Earl wrote a cheque on his banker without hesitation. Then the deed of sale and transfer was duly signed by Old Death and witnessed by Dr. Lascelles. "This proceeding on my part," said the Earl, when the business was concluded, "may appear arbitrary and even vindictive, but it is necessary, and is not instigated by the spirit of revenge. I have paid you more than double the value of the property, and therefore you cannot complain. If you feel aggrieved, remember that it is in my power to transport you for life on account of the outrage you perpetrated upon me by making me your prisoner in the subterranean, which shall never be rendered available to you again. I have now performed the whole of the task which I had imposed upon myself, and you may all three depart." Thus speaking, the Earl unbound Tidmarsh, and having compelled this individual as well as Old Death to surrender their pass keys to the two houses, he followed those two villains and the equally vile Mrs. Bunce to the front door. The three passed out into the street, but before they sped away, Old Death raised his hand, and shaking it ominously, exclaimed, "Lord Ellingham, I will yet be avenged." The young nobleman did not condescend to offer a reply, but closed the door and retraced his way to the laboratory. "Well, my dear Arthur," said the physician, "I think you have had to deal with as pretty a sample of miscreants as ever underwent examination. None of those," he added, pointing towards the shelf on which the casts of the felons' heads were ranged, "could possibly have competed with them." "Do you approve, doctor, of all the steps which I have taken?" demanded the young nobleman. "You have acted admirably," replied Lascelles. "Indeed, you have behaved too well to the chief of those fiends by paying him double the value of his houses." "I would not allow even so vile a wretch as he to think that I had wronged him," returned the nobleman. "You can now remain in uninterrupted possession of your laboratory, doctor," he added with a smile. "But let us see how progresses the work of destruction in the other rooms." Thither the doctor and the Earl proceeded accordingly. It would have broken Old Death's heart outright to contemplate the rapid work which the nobleman's servants and Jacob Smith were making of the task allotted to them. In the room adjoining the bed-chambers, two of the domestics were employed in breaking the china, tearing the clothes, burning the silk handkerchiefs and the parcels of rich lace, ripping to pieces the muffs and boas, smashing the looking-glasses and pictures, and committing a havoc such as only the peculiar circumstances of the case could have justified. In the other storeroom, the third servant and Jacob Smith were unpacking boxes and cases of jewels, and crushing the various valuables with billets of wood. The fires were lighted in both rooms, and as much property was destroyed as it was safe to consume by those means. The jewellery was all conveyed to the subterranean and thrown into the common sewer through that aperture which the hands of the nobleman had so lately hollowed in the wall of the dungeon. The day dawned ere the work of destruction was completed, and then the storerooms exhibited an appearance forming a strange contrast with their late wealthy aspect. The physician returned to his house in Grafton Street, and Lord Ellingham hastened home to Pall Mall, leaving his servants and Jacob Smith to follow at their leisure. In the course of the day he called upon Lady Hatfield, to whom he had already written 2 or 3 notes, acquainting her with the outlines of the numerous incidents which had so rapidly occurred since the moment of his escape from the dungeon, and he now gave her a detailed and oral account of all those exciting occurrences. Their demeanour towards each other was that of an affectionate brother and a fond sister, and when the Earl bade her adieu, they embraced with feelings far different from those which once had filled their hearts. In the evening, Arthur, accompanied by Jacob Smith and attended by only a single valet, departed in his travelling carriage for Dover, whence on the ensuing morning he embarked for France. End of section 67. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 68 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Adele Pooley. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. Reynolds. Section 68. Chapter 66. Mrs. Slingsby and the Baronet again. A few days have elapsed since the events related in the preceding chapter. We must now again introduce our readers to the abode of Mrs. Slingsby in Old Burlington Street. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. The breakfast things had just been cleared away, and the pious lady was sitting in an abstracted, nay, positively mournful mood, holding in her hand the Morning Herald, on which, however, her looks were not fixed. There was something on her mind. She was the prey alike to a source of disquietude and to the embarrassment caused by a projected scheme, beset with difficulties which seemed insuperable. At length a double knock at the door interrupted her painful reverie, and in a few minutes Sir Henry Courtenay, whom she had been expecting, was announced. The baronet's countenance was lighted up with an expression of joy and triumph, and as soon as the servant had retired, he embraced his mistress with more than his wonted ardour. Still, that ardour seemed not to exist on account of her, but rather to arise from the feelings which required a vent. It was an embrace that appeared to say, "Congratulate me, for I have succeeded." "You are unusually gay this morning, my dear Henry," observed the lady, somewhat piqued at his manner, for her perception was quite keen enough to comprehend the real nature of the baronet's emotion, as we have just described them. "Martha, my love," responded Sir Henry, "I have just brought a well-laid plot to a successful issue, at least so far successful, that there can be no doubt as to the result." "I dare say the project has but little interest for me," exclaimed the lady. "You have become a general intriguant, I am convinced, Sir Henry, and your conduct is not fair or proper towards me." "My dear Martha, I have before told you that it is impossible for me to remain completely faithful to you," answered the baronet. "I would not bind myself to any one woman for all the world. If there be a woman to whom I could so bind myself, it is decidedly yourself." "Thank you, Sir Henry, for the compliment," said Mrs. Slingsby, a little softened. "But it is impossible, I repeat, moreover," continued the baronet. "You must not complain of me, for I do all I can to render you happy. My banker's book is at your service." "Well, well," interrupted Mrs. Slingsby, "we will not dispute. Indeed, I have matters of too great an importance upon my mind to permit me to devote attention to petty jealousies and idle frivolities, and I perceive that you have also much to occupy your thoughts. But the revelation shall commence with you. Come, Henry, tell me all you have to say, and when we have discoursed on your affairs, you shall listen to mine." "Be it so, Martha," said the baronet. Then, drawing his chair close to that of his mistress, he continued thus. "You are well aware how vexed and annoyed I was when you allowed the two girls to depart in so sudden a manner from the house. And you are also aware how cruelly I was discovered and reproached by my nephew Clarence," added Mrs. Slingsby. "I have not forgotten all you told me on that head, Martha," returned the baronet. "And perhaps what I am going to tell you may set your mind at ease relative to that same nephew of yours." "Poor Clarence!" exclaimed the lady, really touched as she thought of him. "He has been dreadfully ill ever since that shabby trick which Mr. Torrens played him. For 3 weeks he was confined to his bed, and was delirious." "I know all that, Martha," interrupted the baronet, somewhat impatiently. "But do listen to me, as I am going to tell you things which I have hitherto kept altogether to myself. Well, you must know that I was determined not to be discomfited by the abrupt return of Rosamond to her father's house, and I was well aware that, after all which had occurred between Villiers and yourself, you could not possibly give me any further assistance. So I acted for myself. I ascertained every requisite particular relative to this Mr. Torrens. I discovered that he is overwhelmed with difficulties, trembling on the verge of insolvency, and anxious to do anything that may save him from so ignominious a fate. I also learned that he is a man who will sacrifice his best feelings and principles for money. He has a mania for building speculations, and he conceives that if he be only assisted with adequate funds, he shall make a rapid and princely fortune. Love for his daughters he has not. He merely regards them as beautiful objects, to be sold to the highest bidder, and on what terms he scarcely cares, so that they become the means of producing him money. Such is the person on whom I have had to work, and I have not worked ineffectually." "Then you have formed an acquaintance with him?" exclaimed Mrs. Slingsby. "An acquaintance?" cried the baronet, chuckling. "I have formed an intimate friendship." "What? In 4 or 5 weeks?" said Mrs. Slingsby. "Exactly so. I obtained an introduction to him through his surveyor, who also happens to be mine, and under pretence of bargaining with him for the purchase of some of his houses, I wormed myself into his confidence. He at length informed me that there were heavy mortgages on all his buildings, and that he was anxious to sell some in order to be able to proceed with others. When I encountered the very ladies, I affected to be greatly surprised that they should prove to be the daughters of the very Mr. Torrens to whom my surveyor had recommended me. "You have worked systematically indeed," exclaimed Mrs. Slingsby with pouting lips. "But pray proceed." "Sometimes I was enabled, when I called," continued the baronet, "to obtain a few minutes' conversation with Rosamond alone, for Adele, the elder sister, usually remains in her own chamber, a prey to the deepest melancholy. But Rosamond never appeared to comprehend any of the significant, though well wrapped-up hints which I dropped relative to my feelings concerning her. It is evident that you proved either a bad tutoress, Martha, or she a dull pupil." "I presume you are coming to a crisis, Henry," said Mrs. Slingsby, "for your narrative is somewhat of the most tedious." "I will endeavour to render it a little more interesting," observed the baronet complacently. "A few days ago I called at the Torrens cottage, and found the house in the greatest confusion. An execution had been levied in the morning, and the broker was there, putting a value upon the property. Mr. Torrens was in a state of dark and sombre despair. The young ladies were in their own apartment. I had a long private conversation with the father. He made me acquainted with the entire position of his affairs, and I discovered that £5,000 would be required to redeem him from utter ruin. It was then that I gradually unveiled my purposes. It was then that I dropped mysterious hints of my objects and views. At first he was astounded when the light began to dawn upon him, and he caught a glimpse of my meaning. But as I carelessly displayed a roll of notes before him, he grew attentive, and appeared to reflect profoundly. "The man who deliberates is lost," said Mrs. Slingsby, quoting the hackneyed proverb, and shuddering, bad, criminal, worthless as she was, at the tremendous amount of guilt which she now more than half suspected to be already perpetrated, or at all events to be approaching its consummation. "While we were yet far from coming to an open explanation," continued the baronet, as calmly as if he were narrating a history of but little moment, "an event occurred which hastened the affair to the catastrophe that I contemplated. A sheriff's officer entered and arrested Mr. Torrens for a considerable amount, £700. The execution levied on the property in the house was for 340, and thus he required an immediate advance of upwards of £1,000 to save himself from a prison, and his furniture from a public sale in due course. I requested the officer to withdraw from the room for a few minutes, stating who I was, and pledging myself that Mr. Torrens should not attempt to escape. I will not tell you all that then took place between me and the father of those girls. Let it suffice for you to learn that at the expiration of nearly an hour's discourse, varied on his part by appeals, threats, prayers, and imprecations, he agreed to sell his daughter Rosamond." "As your wife?" exclaimed Mrs. Slingsby in a hoarse, hollow tone. "No, as my mistress, as anything I choose," returned Sir Henry Courtenay emphatically. Mrs. Slingsby shuddered from head to foot. "How silly of you to affect horror at such an event!" exclaimed the baronet. "Yes, it is silly on my part," cried Mrs. Slingsby bitterly. "Silly because I ought to have played a different part when first you touched upon the subject a few weeks ago. But my God, Henry, you cannot mean... You will not surely... "Martha, this passes all endurance," said the baronet sternly. "If you do not choose to listen to me, I can retire. If you will not assist me, there is an end to everything between you and me. And then, how will you live?" "What assistance do you require?" asked the widow, in a low and tremulous tone, for she was shocked at all she had heard, and she was terrified by the menace which the baronet had just uttered. "You shall learn," answered the latter. "I advance the sums necessary to save Mr. Torrens from a prison, and his furniture from the effects of the levy, taking his note of hand, payable on demand, for the amount, so that should he wish to retract from his bargain, he is completely in my power. I have agreed with him £5,000 in all as the price of his daughter." but he represented to me that the project can never be carried into execution until Adele and Rosamond shall have been separated. I was not unprepared for such an objection, and I accordingly proposed that he should permit Clarence Villiers to marry Adele without delay, her drooping health serving as the plea for this relenting disposition on his part. I moreover promised my special protection on behalf of Clarence, for whom I can speedily obtain a government situation of far greater emolument than the paltry clerkship which he now holds. Then, when the wedding is over, and the young couple have quitted London to pass the honeymoon somewhere in the country, you will request Rosamond to spend a few days at your house." And the baronet fixed a significant look upon his mistress, as he uttered these words, so pregnant with terrible meaning. "Impossible!" exclaimed Mrs. Slingsby. "If the deed were done here, beneath this roof, it would ruin me." "Ridiculous!" cried the baronet, and he proceeded to argue his hellish project in a manner which showed how fully he had considered it in all its details, and how artfully he had devised the means to render an exposure improbable. But we cannot place on record all that was urged by him or objected to by his mistress in this particular point. Suffice it to say, influenced by the menaces more than by the reasoning which came from his lips, the pious lady at last consented to become the pander to his damnable machinations. "Mr. Torrens shall this day write a letter to your nephew and invite him to the cottage," said the baronet, when the whole plan was fully agreed upon. "Clarence will not, of course, be suffered to know that any interference on my part has brought about a reconciliation between him and the father of his beloved. The marriage will be hurried on as much as possible, and then Rosamond will become mine. But is Clarence sufficiently recovered from his illness to leave his dwelling?" "He is much better than he was a few days ago," returned Mrs. Slingsby. "But when he first awoke to consciousness, after a month's duration of alarming illness and almost constant delirium, he received a severe shock, which produced a partial relapse. In a word, he inquired concerning the highwayman, Thomas Rainford, and on hearing that he had suffered the penalty of death, he exhibited the most painful and heart-rending emotions." "But can he leave his room? Is he well enough to move out again?" demanded the baronet impatiently. "Yes, he was here yesterday," answered Mrs. Slingsby. "Moreover, a letter conveying to him such joyful news as those which Mr. Torrens will have to impart cannot fail to restore him speedily to health and good spirits." "Thus far, all goes well," said Sir Henry Courtenay. "And now, Martha, my love, it is your turn to speak." "I have consented to serve you, Henry, in a most difficult and dangerous scheme," observed the lady after a few moments' reflection. "May I hope for aid and support from you in a plan which I have formed?" "Certainly. Proceed. My curiosity is already excited." "Henry," said Mrs. Slingsby, sinking her voice to a low and serious tone, "I am again—" The baronet started. "Yes, again with child," added the widow, "and on this occasion I intend to turn to a good account what would otherwise be deemed a terrible misfortune." "I cannot for the life of me understand you," exclaimed Sir Henry Courtenay. "I will explain myself," resumed Mrs. Slingsby. "You are well aware of the readiness which even well-informed persons in this country manifest to put faith in anything monstrous or preposterous that may be proclaimed or established under the cloak of religion. The greater the falsehood, the more greedily it is swallowed. There is that scoundrel and hypocrite, Sheepshanks, for instance, who was so completely exposed a few weeks ago. He has taken a chapel somewhere in the Tottenham Court Road, and preached for the first time last Sunday. He has now become a dissenter, and in his initial sermon he dwelt boldly and long on the errors of which he had been guilty. He declared that he had been sorely beset by Satan, to whom he had for a time succumbed, hence his disgraceful fall. But he proceeded to aver that he and Satan had since then had a long and desperate struggle together throughout an entire night in his bedchamber, and that he eventually succeeded in sending the evil one howling away just as the day broke. He therefore proclaimed that he had now emancipated himself from the thraldom of hell, and was a chosen vessel of heaven once again. This discourse produced such an effect that when he descended from the pulpit, many of the congregation pressed forward to shake him by the hand, and he is now in a more fragrant odour of sanctity than ever. "To what is all this to lead, Martha?" inquired Sir Henry, completely bewildered by the long tirade relative to Mr. Sheepshanks. "I merely mention the circumstances which I have related, for the purpose of convincing you how easily the world is duped by persons professing extreme sanctity," continued Mrs. Slingsby. "To be sure," ejaculated Sir Henry, "there are always plenty of fools to assemble at the beck and word of a knave." "And it is with these impressions," added the widow, "that I intend to convert my present misfortune into an honour and a source of immense profit." "May I be hanged if I understand one word of all you are saying," cried the baronet, completely bewildered. "You are in the family way again, it appears, and yet you glory in the circumstance." "Doubtless you have heard the story of Joanna Southcott," said the widow, with a glance full of meaning. "And you would imitate that imposture?" exclaimed Sir Henry. "'Tis madness, sheer madness. Your nephew, who knows how intimate you and I are together, would expose the miserable trick." "That is a principal difficulty which I should have to encounter," said Mrs. Slingsby in a calm tone, "and even that is not insurmountable. I require your aid, indeed, on that very point. The change which, to suit your views, has taken place, or will speedily take place, relative to the position of Clarence and Adele, already smooths down much of the difficulty alluded to. Clarence will receive the benefit of your interest. Exert that interest, then, to procure him a situation in some distant colony, or the East Indies, if you will, and his absence will alike render you more secure in the enjoyment of your Rosamond's person, and will remove to a distance the only individual who could possibly interfere with my project." "Martha, this scheme of yours is utter madness, I repeat," exclaimed the baronet. "I will have nothing to do with it. If you attempt to palm so ridiculous a deceit on the world, all sorts of prying inquiries will be made, and the real nature of our intimacy must in that case be inevitably discovered. No, it shall not be done. I will give you money to go abroad, if you choose, when your situation may render necessary a temporary disappearance from London. But to consent to this insane project—" "Well, well, Henry," interrupted the lady, terrified by the vehemence in the baronet's manner, "you shall have your own way." "Now you are reasonable," said Sir Henry, drawing his chair closer to that in which she was seated, and beginning to toy with her. But we need not prolong a description of this interview. Suffice to say that Mrs. Slingsby consented to abandon her atrocious scheme of representing herself as the second Joanna Southcott, and on the other hand promised to lend her aid to the no less infamous conspiracy formed against the honour of the unsuspecting Rosamond Torrens, for which concessions the pious and excellent lady received a cheque for a considerable sum on Sir Henry Courtenay's bankers. The plan which Mrs. Slingsby had conceived would never for one moment have obtained any degree of consistency in her imagination had she not been well aware that there were thousands and tens of thousands of credulous gulls, superstitious dolts and idiots, miserable and contemptible fanatics, who would have greedily swallowed the impious, blasphemous, and atrocious lie. In earnest belief of the Christian religion, and for profound veneration of all the sublime truths and doctrines taught by the Bible, we yield to no living being. But it is not with common patience that we contemplate that disgusting readiness which so many of our fellow countrymen exhibit to put faith in the false prophets and hypocrites, who start up on all sides, each with some saving system of his own. Not many years have elapsed since the Reverend Mr. Irving electrified all England with his unknown tongues, and there were impostors and fanatics, or fools and knaves, prompt to give an impulse to that memorable delusion by lending themselves to the cheat. In this civilized country, too, in the 19th century, in a land whose sons proclaim themselves to be farther advanced in knowledge and enlightenment principles than any other race on the surface of the earth, in one of the countries, moreover, where the refinement of intellect is supposed to prevail to a degree of brilliancy certainly not excelled in other parts of the kingdom, there, in the neighbourhood of the cathedral city of Canterbury, did a madman at no very remote date assemble a host of enthusiastic believers in his horrible assumption of the name and attributes of the Saviour of the worlds. Yes, in this vicinity of a town presumed to possess all the benefit which the knowledge and learning of innumerable clergymen can possibly impart, did Mad Tom successfully personate the Messiah for several days. But oh, how sad, how mournful is it to contemplate the course which the government of England is taking at the instant while we are penning these lines. A general fast to propitiate the Almighty and to induce him to avert his wrath from Ireland. Holy God, do thy thunders sleep when men thus blaspheme thy sacred name, thus actually reproach thee with the effects of their misdeeds? When misgovernment has brought Ireland to the verge of desperation, when landlords have drained the country of its resources to be expended in the British metropolis, when the agents and middlemen have exercised the full amount of petty tyranny and goading oppression upon the unhappy tenants, when the Irish pride has been insulted by the symbols of subjection until endurance is no longer possible, when the ambition of many gifted minds has been chafed and irritated at being excluded from a career of honour they would otherwise have pursued, when all the humanizing effects of civilization have been restricted to a perpetual collision between the triumphant Protestant religion on the one hand, domineering with insolence, and the defeated Catholic religion on the other, looking for a chance of regaining a lost ascendancy, when too an unprincipled system of agitation has fanned the flame of the worst feelings and extorted the few pence from the pockets of the half-starving peasantry, when all these influences, forming an aggregate powerful enough to crush the most flourishing country upon the face of the earth, have been brought to bear upon unhappy Ireland, and have reduced her population to a misery which with such fertile causes was inevitable, there are to be found men who are bold enough in their deplorable ignorance or their abominable impiety to accuse the Almighty of having purposely afflicted Ireland. People of the British Isles, be not deceived by this blasphemous proceeding, a proceeding that would shift an awful responsibility from the shoulders of incompetent statesmen and lay it to the account of heaven. Our blood runs cold as we write these lines. We shudder as we contemplate the wickedness of this impious subterfuge. A general fast to propitiate the Almighty, when the misgovernment and the misdeeds of men have worked all the horrible results complained of. Carlyle, Hone, Richard Taylor, Tom Paine, and the whole host of avowed infidels were never prosecuted by the Attorney General for blasphemy worse than that which attributes to the Almighty the effects of the errors, ignorance, despotism, and short-sightedness of human beings. God has given us a fair and beauteous world to dwell in. He has endowed us with intelligence to make the most of the produce of the soil, and his revealed laws and doctrines have supplied us with the precepts competent to maintain order and regularity in society. He manifests no caprice, no change. The seasons come in due course, each bringing its peculiar bounties, and it depends on ourselves to render our abiding places here scenes of comfort, happiness, and contentment. But if by our own ignorance, wickedness, or tyrannical behaviour we succeed in rendering any one spot of this fair and beauteous world a prey to famine, and its invariable attendant pestilence, if we undertake to govern a country which we have conquered, and instead of applying beneficial and suitable measures, heap insult, wrong, error, and oppression upon its people, how can we be surprised that the worst results would ensue? And how can we be so wickedly blind or so vilely hypocritical as to attempt to cast upon the dispensations of Providence those lamentable evils which we ourselves have engendered? Again, we say that a more abominable insult to the majesty of heaven was never perpetrated than that conveyed by the motives set forth as a reason for a general fast. The ministers who have advised Queen Victoria to assent to such a hideous mockery are unworthy the confidence of the nation. England will become the laughing-stock, the scorn, the derision of the whole world. Oh, we feel ashamed of belonging to a country in which such monstrous proceedings are set in motion under the solemn sanction of the sovereign and her ministers. End of section 68. Section 69 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Adele Pooley. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. Reynolds. Section 69. Chapter 67. The Marriage Rosamond. A fortnight had passed since the interview between Mrs. Slingsby and Sir Henry Courtenay, and the machinations of the latter had so successfully prevailed in accelerating the matters in which he was interested, that on the morning when we must request our readers to accompany us to Torrens Cottage, the marriage of Adele and Clarence Villiers was to take place. The young man was still pale from the effects of recent and severe indisposition, but the happiness which he had experienced during the last 14 days had worked a greater physical improvement in him than 6 months' sojourn in the south of France could possibly have done. Firmly believing that the declining health and drooping spirits of Adele had alone induced Mr. Torrens to revoke a decree which was to have separated them forever, and not over-anxious to revive past topics in connections with the subject, Clarence gave himself completely up to the happiness which now awaited him, and his Adele was equally ready to bury in oblivion any disagreeable reflections relative to the late conduct of her father. Mr. Torrens was cold, moody, and distant, but this was his manner, and as the young people knew not what fierce fires raged beneath that aspect of ice, they did not bestow any unusual attention on the subject. The only source of grief which the sisters knew was their approaching separation, for Mr. Torrens had arranged for the young couple to proceed into Devonshire and pass the honeymoon with some distant relations of his own, who were anxious to see their beautiful cousin Adele. Rosamond was to remain with her father, Mrs. Slingsby not having as yet sent her invitation to Old Burlington Street, for fear that Clarence might throw some obstacle in the way of its being accepted. Thus stood matters on the bridal morning, when Adele appeared preeminently beautiful in her garb of virgin white, emblematically of the innocence of her own heart, and when Clarence Villiers could scarcely persuade himself that he was actually touching on the threshold of complete felicity. Rosamond, poor Rosamond, smiled amidst the tears that flowed fast down her pale cheeks, for she felt as if she were losing her best, her only friend in the approaching departure of Adele. There was a young lady, a friend, who acted as joint bridesmaid with Rosamond, and there were 2 or 3 other acquaintances in the family, and of the persons thus enumerated consisted the bridal party. The sisters had naturally invited Mrs. Slingsby, but that lady, aware that her presence would not be agreeable to her nephew, had sent to plead indisposition as the excuse for her absence. And Mr. Torrens, what was the nature of his feelings now? Forced by necessities, or rather by that indomitable pride which urged him to take every sacrifice rather than boldly meet his embarrassments in the bankruptcy court, he had assented to bestow his elder daughter on a young man whom he disliked, and to sell his younger child to an atrocious villain, who had not even manifested the delicacy of hinting at marriage. Reader, think not that when we record the dreadful fact of a father consenting to sell his own daughter for gold, we are fabricating for a romance an incident which never occurred in real life. Such things have been done often, are done often, and will be done often, so long as the human species shall exist. The immense wealth of that corrupt and detestable monster, the late Marquis of Hertford, enabled him to purchase the favours of not only Lady S., but also induced that profligate woman to sell him every one of her daughters. And those daughters have since married titled men, and live splendidly upon the riches bequeathed to them by the horrible voluptuary. Again, but a few years have elapsed since a certain Lady H. sold her beautiful daughter Priscilla to a most ignoble lord, and the atrocious deed became the topic of numerous articles in the English and continental newspapers, the tribunals of France having taken cognizance of the scandal. We could mention of innumerable instances of this kind, the greater portion of which are, however, confined to the aristocratic circles. For it must necessarily occur that the upper classes, as they insolently denominate themselves, are the most profligate, unprincipled, and licentious of all the sections into which society is divided. Wealth and idleness, associated, must, as a general rule, give a fearful impulse of immorality. Rich viands and generous wines must heat the blood, and nights of dissipation, balls, routs, soirees, and card parties inflame the imagination. The voluptuous dances which prevail in those fashionable assemblies, the indecent manner in which the ladies of the upper class display so much of the bosom that but little scope is left for the exercise of fancy, the positive encouragement that is given in high life to men whose reputation as vile seducers is notorious, all these circumstances foster licentiousness and provide a constant aliment to sustain immorality. Again, the morals of the fashionable world have not recovered from the effects of that dangerous poison which was instilled into them by the evil examples of the family of George III, and the flagrant conduct of the beastly voluptuary George IV. The licentiousness of the princesses of that family became the public scandal of the day, and from the ladies of the court emanated the fashion of wearing hoops to their dresses, for a purpose which need not be particularly described. But fashion subsists by the artifice of constant change, and when hoops had enjoyed their day, those ladies who had found them so convenient actually devised the scheme of giving vogue to a padding in front to make the weavers appear in the family way. This is no fiction, and young unmarried girls as well as married ladies actually submitted to this disgraceful and immoral fashion through servile obedience to the example of the princesses. This was positively holding out a premium to licentiousness, because the fear of a false step indicating itself by its consequences was annihilated. Everyone knows that many titled ladies gloried in the reputation of being, as they really were, the mistresses of George IV. With all these frightful examples in view, how could the entire sphere of the fashionable world fail to become dreadfully demoralized? And how was it possible to prevent the contaminating influence from spreading to the inferior grades? Therefore is it that the fashionable world especially, being the first to experience that influence, and the most likely to perpetuate it, has not yet recovered from the effects of the evil example of the court. True is it, thank God, that Queen Victoria has not followed the same course which so many of her near relatives adopted. But still even her bright example can only gradually mitigate, and not in a moment destroy, the effects of the moral poison instilled into fashionable society by her royal predecessors. Previously to the first revolution in France, the aristocracy was steeped in licentiousness and profligacy. But a glorious nation rose in its might, hurled down a throne encrusted with the miseries of the people, annihilated the bloated and infamous nobility, and even gave the proud and arrogant clergy such a lesson as they have never since forgotten. The aristocracy of France have never recovered that blow, and thank heaven, never will. The hereditary peerage exists no longer in France, and titles of nobility are valueless. Thus, by virtually destroying the aristocracy of rank and birth, France has suppressed a sewer of filth and corruption, which distilled its abominations through every grade and phase of society. The aristocracy of talent has been substituted, and the mechanic may now rise to be a minister. The ploughman has his fair share of becoming a politician. The delver of the soil can aspire to the post of deputy. France is regenerated. England can become so only by the destruction of its hereditary aristocracy. From this long digression, we return to the bridal party assembled at Torrens cottage, and now about to repair to the adjacent church, where the nuptial bond was to be indissolubly tied. And to that church did the party proceed. The father, who looked upon his daughters as the means of filling his purse, the daughters who knew not the utter selfishness of their sire, the young man, who was so indescribably happy in at length accompanying to the altar her whom he loved so well, and the guests, who thought as much of the excellent breakfast which followed as of the solemn ceremony itself. The banquet passed, and the time came for the departure of the newly married couple. A post-chaise drove up to the door, the trunks were hastily conveyed to the vehicle, and Adele was torn away from the arms of her young sister Rosamond, who clung frantically to her. An hour afterwards the guests were gone, and Rosamond remained alone with her father. "God grant that my dearest sister may be happy," said the maiden, her voice almost completely lost in sobs. "If she is not, it will be her own fault," observed Mr. Torrens harshly, as he paced the room. "She would have the young man. She set her heart upon him, and I have yielded. I suppose you are now sorry that she is gone. And yet I dare swear you thought me a brutal tyrant for separating the lovesick pair a few weeks ago." "My dearest, dearest father!" exclaimed Rosamond, profoundly afflicted and even annoyed at the manner in which she was addressed. "Wherefore speak to me thus? Have I ever given you any reason to suppose that I was so undutiful as to run away from the house with your sister, eh?" interrupted Mr. Torrens in a biting, satirical tone. "A young lady who could take such a step would not be very particular in her observations on her father's conduct." "Heavens! How have I deserved these reproaches, at least to-day?" asked Rosamond, bursting into an agony of tears. "Shall not the past be forgotten? Will you ever continue, my dear father, to recall those events which are naturally so painful?" "Well, well, let us say no more about it, Rosamond," cried Mr. Torrens, ashamed of having vented his ill humour upon his daughter. And he paced the room in a manner denoting a strange and indomitable agitation. The fact was that the miserable father recoiled in horror from the atrocity he had agreed to perpetrate, and with an idiosyncrasy so common amongst men who tremble upon the verge of committing a fearful crime, he turned on the intended victim as if she were the wilful and conscious cause of those black feelings that raged within his breast. He had not moral courage sufficient to retreat while it was yet time. He dared not make the comparatively small sacrifice of himself to avoid the immeasurably greater one which involved the immolation of his daughter. Rosamond was already deeply afflicted at parting with her sister, that sister from whom she had never been separated until now. But she was doomed to experience additional sources of grief in the harsh manner and alarming agitation of her father. At length, unable any longer to endure the state of suspense and uncertainty in which she was suddenly plunged concerning him, she rose from her seat, advanced timidly toward him, and throwing one of her snowy arms over his shoulder, murmured in a plaintive tone, "Father, dearest father, what dreadful cause of sorrow oppresses you now? Are you fearful that Adele will not be happy? That Clarence will not always be good and kind to her? Oh yes, dearest father, I am sure he will." "I am not thinking of the daughter who is gone," exclaimed Mr. Torrens, suddenly interrupting the maiden, and speaking in a tone no longer harsh, but positively wild with despair. "My thoughts are intent on the daughter who is left behind." "Am I a source of affliction to you, father?" asked Rosamond, contemplating her sire in so plaintive, melancholy, and yet tender a manner that his vile heart was for a moment touched, and he felt ready to throw himself at her feet and implore her pardon for the ill he meditated towards her. "Tell me, my beloved parent," she said, "have I given you offence in any way, by word or deed? Oh, if I have, bitter will be the tears that I shall shed, and sincerely, most sincerely, shall I beseech your forgiveness." "No, Rosamond," said Mr. Torrens, crushing the better feelings of his soul as he thought of the ruin that would envelop him were he to retract his engagements with the Baronet. "You have not offended me, and I believe I spoke harshly to you just now without a cause. But let us talk no more on that subject. Compose yourself. Wipe away those tears. I shall now retire to my study, for I have letters of importance to write." But at that moment the well-known knock of the postman resounded through the house, and almost immediately afterwards a servant entered the room, handed a letter to Rosamond, and then withdrew. "A note for me!" exclaimed the young lady in surprise, while Mr. Torrens' blood ran cold and his brain whirled. "Oh, it is from dear Mrs. Slingsby. I recognise the handwriting." And hastily opening it, she glanced over the contents. Mr. Torrens was about to leave the room, as if the arrival of the letter were a matter of perfect indifference to him. "One moment, dear father," said Rosamond, detaining him by the arm. "You must read this beautiful letter which Mrs. Slingsby has written to me, and though I cannot think of accepting the kind invitation which it conveys—" "What does Mrs. Slingsby say in her letter, then?" demanded Mr. Torrens, all his ill humour returning, as his further step in the hideous plot reawakened his most poignant reflections. "What does she say that you speak in such enthusiastic terms of a mere letter?" Rosamond placed the note in his hand, and Mr. Torrens, turning aside toward the window, read the contents as follow. "It has greatly distressed me, my beloved young friend, to have been unable to attend at the solemnization of the holy and yet deeply affecting ceremony which, by the time this reaches you, will have united my excellent nephew and your sweet sister. But it has pleased the Almighty, in his inscrutable wisdom, to afflict me with a severe rheumatism at this time, as I assured you in a previous note. And although I sincerely hope that, by the blessing of that all-wise being and the aid of the lotion which Dr. Wagtail has sent me, I shall be well in a few days, yet I am compelled for the present to remain within the house. It is my most sincere and heartfelt hope that your dear sister and my beloved nephew may experience all that happiness which the Omnipotent may deign to bestow upon his elect. One circumstance must essentially tend to smooth down those mundane asperities which, alas, they will have to encounter in the rough path of life. And that is the religious faith, with which they are both imbued. For myself, I can safely declare that if it were not for the consolations which the Holy Bible imparts to all who study its divine doctrines, and for the solace afforded me by a few kind friends, amongst whom I must include that most choice vessel of the Lord, Sir Henry Courtenay, I know not how I should bear up against the grievous pains wherewith it has pleased the Most High to afflict me, and which have just passed from the right foot into the left. Doubtless it is more my eternal welfare in a better world that I am thus chastened in this. Although Dr. Wagtail, with a levity unbecoming a professional man of his age and standing, declares that if I keep my feet well swathed in flannel, and take mustard baths on going to bed, I shall triumph over the ailment. But oh, my dearest friend, what is flannel without the blessing of heaven? What is mustard without the aid of the Most High? I am very lonely, sweet Rosamond, and I am fearful that you must miss your dear sister much. I know that Mr. Torrens' occupations take him much from home, and thus you cannot always enjoy the presence and the consolations of your excellent father, whom, I regret to say, I only as yet know by good report, but whose hand I hope to press some day in friendship. Will you, my love, come and pass a week or two with me? It will be a perfect charity on your part, and I am convinced also that change of scene will cheer your spirits. Come to me, my dearest Rosamond, early tomorrow morning, God willing, if your good kind father can spare you. Ever your sincere and attached friend, Martha Slingsby. The vile hypocrisy which characterized this letter enhanced, if possible, the blackness of that crime toward the consummation of which it was so material a step. And Mr. Torrens stood gazing upon the document until all its characters seemed to move and agitate on the surface of the paper like a legion of hideous reptiles swarming together. But at length, mastering his horribly painful emotions, he turned towards his daughter, saying, "And wherefore, Rosamond, should you not accept an invitation as kind as it is considerate?" "Oh, my dear father," exclaimed the maiden, "I could not think of leaving you at a time when you have just lost the society of one of your children. Moreover, I perceive that you are not entirely happy. I fear that those recent embarrassments—" "Speak not of them, Rosamond," interrupted Mr. Torrens sternly, for so great was his pride that he could not endure the idea of his own daughters being acquainted with his late pecuniary difficulties. "To return to the subject of that letter," he added, after a few moments' pause, "I think you cannot do better than accept the invitation. Indeed, it would appear unkind were you to refuse it. Mrs. Slingsby is suffering from indisposition, and she is evidently anxious to have a companion. Therefore, Rosamond, I must beg you to commence your preparations for the visit." The young lady urged various remonstrances against this resolution, but her father overruled them all, and it was accordingly determined at length that she should repair to Old Burlington Street on the following morning. But when the morning came, and the vehicle which was to convey her to London drove up to the door, how appalling were the feelings which agitated, nay, absolutely enraged in the breast of Mr. Torrens. Acute, intensely acute, was the pain which he endured in endeavouring to subdue those emotions, or rather by composing his features in such a way that his countenance might not indicate the awful warring that disturbed his soul. With streaming eyes did Rosamond take leave of her father, and as she stepped into the chaise, a presentiment of evil flashed across her imagination. But she was young, naturally inclined to look upon the bright side of things, and too inexperienced to know much of the dreadful pitfalls which the artifice of man has hollowed in the pathways of the moral world. Her misgiving was therefore forgotten almost as soon as it was entertained, and she was in comparatively good spirits, though still affected by her recent separation from her sister, when she alighted at the door of Mrs. Slingsby's residence in Old Burlington Street. End of section 69.
Section 70 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 70. Dr. Wagtail, Rosamond Torrens. Rosamond Torrens found the pious lady reclining on a sofa, and so profoundly absorbed, at all events apparently so, in the perusal of a chapter in the New Testament, that she did not immediately look up when the drawing-room door opened to give the young maiden admission. "Ah, my dearest girl, is it indeed you?" at length said Mrs. Slingsby, in a dolorous tone of voice, as she laid aside the sacred volume. "Come and embrace me, sweet Rosamond." "I hope you are better to-day, my dear madam," was a sincere observation made by the intended victim of a damnable plot, as she pressed her pure lips to Mrs. Slingsby's polluted brow. "Heaven blessed me with a good night's rest, my love," returned the pious lady, "and Dr. Wagtail would insist upon my taking a little warm brandy and water, although, as you well know, I loathe alcoholic liquor, which I do not consider to be a good creature of God, nor fitted for our use. But as a medicine, Rosamond, and when accompanied by urgent prayer, it is beneficial. And now tell me, sweet girl, how passed off the bridal ceremony? Was the conduct of my nephew becoming and proper? I could scarcely suppose otherwise, seeing that for years he has been benefited by the advice and example which it has been my happy lot to afford him. And Adele, was she much affected, my love?" Rosamond described the particulars of the wedding, and Mrs. Slingsby was in the midst of some very comforting remarks thereon, when the door opened and Dr. Wagtail made his appearance. This gentleman was a short, fat, important-looking personage, with a powdered head and a pigtail, delighting too in small clothes and black gaiters, and carrying a thick bamboo cane, the gold head of which he invariably applied to his nose when he wanted to appear more than usually solemn. He enjoyed a large practice, and was yet miserably ignorant of the medical art. What then was the secret of his success? We will explain the mystery. His father was a very wealthy man, and paid a premium of £800 to apprentice the subject of this sketch to the house surgeon of one of the great metropolitan hospitals. But young Wagtail, though cunning and crafty enough, was a wretched dolt, and only succeeded in passing his examination by dint of the most extraordinary cramming. By these means, however, he became a member of the Royal College of Surgeons, and set up in business for himself. The house surgeon of the hospital soon after hinted to him that he intended to resign, and Mr. Wagtail senior, on hearing this private communication made to his son, immediately sent the house surgeon a £500 note in a gold snuff-box, as a token of esteem for his high character and of admiration for his splendid talents. This was intelligible enough. The house surgeon immediately began to canvass his friends on behalf of young Wagtail as his successor, and when the resignation of the said house surgeon was publicly announced, the majority of the persons who had a right to vote were already enlisted in the cause of Mr. Wagtail. Several of the most eminent surgeons became candidates for the vacancy, but their abilities stood no chance when weighed against Mr. Wagtail's interest, and Mr. Wagtail was accordingly elected. He thus jumped into renown and handsome emolument almost as soon as he entered the profession, and things went on smoothly enough for 3 or 4 years, until he one morning took it into his head to cut off a man's leg, when amputation was positively unnecessary. A disturbance ensued, the thing got into the newspapers, and Mr. Wagtail employed 3 poor authors constantly for 6 months at half a crown a day each, to get up the pamphlets which he issued in his defence. He so inundated the British public with his printed statements that he literally bullied or persuaded the majority into a belief that he was right after all, and then, with becoming indignation, he threw up his berth at the hospital, took a magnificent house at the West End, got his doctor's diploma at the same time, and announced through the medium of the Morning Post, Morning Herald, and St. James's Chronicle, that Dr. Wagtail might be consulted daily at his residence from 2 till 7. His father died soon afterwards, leaving him a handsome fortune, and as the doctor, when the time of mourning, which he cut as short as possible, had expired, began to give splendid entertainments, his dinners procured him friends, and his friends procured him patients. In fact, he eventually rose so high in public estimation at the West End that he was quoted as the rival of the celebrated Dr. Lascelles. But wise men shook their heads, as much as to intimate that Dr. Lascelles had more medical knowledge in his little finger than Dr. Wagtail possessed in his entire form. But then Dr. Wagtail was so important-looking, and had such a knowing and mysterious way with him, and he never insulted his patients, as Dr. Lascelles sometimes did, by telling them that they had nothing the matter with them, but were mere hypochondriacs. On the contrary, he would gratify their fancies by prescribing pills and draughts till he made them ill in reality, and then he had some little trouble in curing them again. But as he administered plenty of medicine, shook his head a great many times, even when ordering a foot bath or a bread poultice, and dropped mysterious hints about its being very fortunate that he was called in just at that precise moment, or else there would have been no answering for the consequences. As he did all this, and was particularly liberal to nurses, valets, and ladies' maids, he had worked his way up to a degree of eminence which real talent, legitimately exercised, struggled fruitlessly in 99 cases out of 100 to arrive at. Such was the physician who now entered the drawing-room, where Mrs. Slingsby was reclining on the sofa, with Rosamond seated near her. Bowing with important condescension to Miss Torrens, the doctor quietly took the chair which she vacated, because it was close to his patient. Rosamond was about to quit the room, when Mrs. Slingsby desired her to remain, adding, "Dr. Wagtail does not require your absence, my love. There is nothing so very important in my case, is there, doctor?" "Important, my dear madam, is not precisely the word," returned the physician, with his gold-headed cane to his nose, "inasmuch as your ailment is important, as all ailments are, when, though trivial in themselves, they may lead to dangerous consequences. But how are we to-day, my dear madam? How is the pain in our legs? Did we suffer much last night, or did we feel a little easier?" "Yes, doctor, thank you," replied the sufferer, who had nothing at all the matter with her, but who had merely simulated indisposition as an excuse for absenting herself from the bridal. "I passed a better night, by the blessing of heaven."
"Well, come, and so we are getting on nicely, eh?" observed the doctor. "And what did we take for supper last evening?" "A little gruel, doctor, as you ordered," answered Mrs. Slingsby, in a lachrymose tone, which was really natural enough, seeing that she could have eaten a roast fowl instead of the farinaceous slop. "And did we take a very little brandy and water, hot?" asked Dr. Wagtail, in a most insinuating voice, as much as to say that he knew very well how revolting such a beverage must have been to Mrs. Slingsby, although, in his heart, he had recommended it simply because experience had taught him that ladies of a certain age did not object to a small dose of cognac. "Did we take a little brandy and water?" "I did so far follow your advice, doctor," replied Mrs. Slingsby, "but I hope I am not to continue it." "Indeed, but we must, though, my dear madam," exclaimed the physician, shaking his head most solemnly, and with all the air of a man enforcing the necessity of swallowing a nauseous draught. "Indeed, but we must, though, and a trifle stronger too, a mere trifle, but stronger it must be, or I really cannot answer for the consequences." And here he looked at Miss Torrens, as much as to imply that Mrs. Slingsby's life would perhaps be endangered if his advice were not punctually and accurately followed. "Well, doctor," said the suffering lady, in a more doleful tone than ever, "if it must be stronger, it shall be. But pray make a cure of me, God willing, as soon as possible, so that I may renounce that vile alcoholic beverage." "We must have patience, my dear madam, great patience," said Dr. Wagtail, with increasing solemnity, as he rubbed his nose against the gold-headed cane. "Indeed, so long as this nasty rheumatism hangs about us, we must keep to the brandy and water." The physician knew very well that his words would cause the rheumatism to hang about the excellent lady for a considerable time; indeed, that she would be in no hurry to get rid of it, so long as he proscribed the vile alcoholic beverage, and he foresaw a goodly number of fees resulting from the judicious mode which he thus adopted of treating an ailment that did not exist. "And now, my dear madam," he continued, "how is our tongue? Ah, not quite right yet. And how are our pulse?" Then, as the case was pronounced to be important, the doctor lugged out an enormous gold stop-watch, and bent over it with a mysterious and even ominous expression of countenance as he felt the patient's pulse. "Well, doctor, what do you think?" asked Mrs. Slingsby, looking as anxious and miserable as if she had been in the dock at the Old Bailey, about to hear the verdict of the jury. "We must take care of ourselves, my dear madam, we must take care of ourselves," said the physician, shaking his head. "Our pulse is not quite as it ought to be. How's our appetite? Do we think we could manage a little slice of boiled fowl to-day? But we must try, my dear madam, we must try. And we must take a glass or two of wine, port wine of a good body. We must not reduce ourselves too low. And this evening for supper we must take gruel again, and the brandy and water as an indispensable medicine afterwards." "I will endeavour to follow your advice, my dear sir," said Mrs. Slingsby, "though heaven knows that the idea of the old port wine at dinner—" "Well, my dear madam, I know it is repugnant to you, very repugnant," interrupted the physician in a calmly remonstrative tone. "But the world cannot afford to lose so excellent a member of society as yourself. Consider your friends, my dear madam. Exert yourself on their account. Triumph over these little aversions to wine and brandy, and take them as medicines, in which sense do I offer them. And now, my dear madam, I will write you out a little prescription. You had better get it made up as usual at Timmins and Jake's in Bond Street. I have no interest in recommending them, you know, not the slightest, but I am sure their drugs are good, my dear madam." Which was as much as to imply that the drugs of other chemists were not good. And we may here observe that the disinterested physician merely received 1,000 a year from Messrs. Timmins and Jake's for recommending all his patients to send his prescriptions to their shop. The doctor wrote some professional hieroglyphics upon a slip of paper, and scrawled at the bottom something which would have represented the name of Snooks, or Brown, or Thompson, quite as well as it did Wagtail. He then rose, received from Mrs. Slingsby his fee, neatly wrapped up in a piece of tissue paper, and took his departure, holding his stick to his nose all the way downstairs. The afternoon passed away somewhat tediously for Rosamond, and when dinner was placed on the table, Mrs. Slingsby contrived to do honour to the boiled fowls, and though she held forth at considerable length upon her abhorrence for port wine, she managed to swallow 4 glasses of the generous juice, in a manner which Rosamond considered highly creditable to her moral courage, seeing how much she detested it. Shortly after dinner, which was served in the drawing-room, Sir Henry Courtenay made his appearance. The Baronet's eyes sparkled with delight when he beheld his intended victim at the pious lady's abode, and looking more sweetly beautiful, more divinely interesting than she had ever yet appeared to him. The blood boiled in his veins, as his glances rapidly swept her slight but symmetrical form, and as he thought within the recesses of his own iniquitous heart, "This night thou shalt become mine." It will be remembered that during the last few days of her previous sojourn at Mrs. Slingsby's abode, Rosamond had been taught to form a very high opinion of the Baronet, but the pious lady had not gone so far as to instil any voluptuous sentiment into the mind of the young maiden. Thus, when the Baronet, on the occasion of his visits to Torrens Cottage, had addressed her in a somewhat equivocal manner, she did not comprehend him, and hence Sir Henry's reproach against Mrs. Slingsby, that she was but an indifferent tutoress. Still, Rosamond was predisposed to admire the Baronet's character, as it had been represented to her by Mrs. Slingsby, and she was by no means sorry that he had arrived to vary the monotony of the evening. He exerted all his conversational powers to please her, and she could not conceal from herself the delight which she experienced in listening to those outpourings of a well-informed mind and a richly cultivated intellect. The supper hour arrived while she thought the evening was still young, so rapidly had the time passed away. Mrs. Slingsby partook of her gruel with as good a grace as she could possibly assume, but she ever and anon cast a longing glance towards the more substantial and succulent viands spread upon the board. The brandy and water was, however, a consolation, and this the Baronet, who mixed for her, made as strong as she could wish, and much stronger than Dr. Wagtail, were he really sincere in his advice, could have possibly intended her to take it. Shortly before 11, the Baronet rose and took his departure, Mrs. Slingsby ringing the drawing-room bell for the servant to open the front door for him, with a ceremony the object of which was to let every one in the house know that he had departed, and the hour at which he went, in case of any exposure following the dread plot now in progress. Mrs. Slingsby and Rosamond then remained in conversation for a few minutes, the topic being the excellent qualities of Sir Henry Courtenay. "Rosamond, my love," at length said Mrs. Slingsby, "before you retire to your own chamber, have the kindness to lock the sideboard in the drawing-room, and bring me the keys, for really servants are so neglectful." The beautiful girl departed with the alacrity of an obliging disposition to execute this little commission. But the moment she had quitted the drawing-room, Mrs. Slingsby emptied the dark contents of a very small phial into the only half-finished glass of port wine which Rosamond had left. The infamous woman then resumed her recumbent position upon the sofa, and, oh, the abominable mockery, appeared to be occupied with her Bible, when the artless, innocent, and unsuspecting maiden returned to the room. "Here are the keys, my dear madam," said Rosamond, "and everything is safe downstairs. I shall now wish you a good night's rest." "Finish your wine, my love, before you retire," observed Mrs. Slingsby, in a softly persuasive tone. "I am not mean, but you know that I am averse to waste in any shape." Rosamond blushed at having merited the species of reproach thus conveyed, and drank the contents of her wine-glass. Then, as it struck her that the flavour of the wine was somewhat less pleasant than it should be, but without attaching the least importance to the idea, and forgetting it altogether a moment afterwards, she ate a small piece of bread to take away the disagreeable taste. "Good night, my dear madam," said the maiden, bending over the pious lady and kissing her cheek. "Good night, Rosamond, my love," returned Mrs. Slingsby. I shall remain here for a quarter of an hour to perform my usual devotional exercises, and then I shall retire to my own chamber." Rosamond withdrew and sped to the room prepared for her. She felt wearied, and made haste to lay aside her garments and arrange her hair, but in the midst of her occupation a sensation of deep drowsiness came over her, and she was glad to step into bed as speedily as possible, omitting for perhaps the first time since her childhood to kneel down first in prayer. A minute afterwards, and she was sound asleep. 3 persons at that precise period had their minds filled with the image of Rosamond. In the solitude of his chamber, at his lonely cottage, Mr. Torrens endured the torments of the damned, mental torments indescribably more severe than the most agonizing of physical pain could possibly be. Mercenary, selfish, cold, callous as he was, he could not stifle the still small voice of conscience, which told him he had done a flagrant, a vile, an awful deed, which would fill his cup with a bitterness that no earthly pleasure, no mundane reward, could possibly counteract or change. He felt that he was a monster in human shape. He was afraid to catch a glimpse of his own countenance in the glass, for when he once surveyed it rapidly, its workings were horrible to behold. To sell his daughter for the filthy lucre which had tempted him, it was horrible, atrocious. And then at that very moment, while he was pacing his chamber, the fell deed might be in consummation. He walked to the window. How black was the night! How menacing were those clouds that seemed laden with storm! He started back with a look of horrified amazement. Was there not some dreadful shape in the air? Assumed not those clouds the form of a tremendous being, with a countenance of lowering vengeance and awful threatenings? No, it was fancy, and yet the temporary creation of that fancy was dreadful to behold, as cloud piled on cloud for an instant wore the semblance of a supernal, moving phantom, black and menacing with impending storm. The guilty, wretched father clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth, knit his brows, and compressed his lips together to prevent his voice from suddenly shrieking forth in accents of heartfelt agony. Having remained for about 20 minutes in the drawing-room, Mrs. Slingsby summoned her maid, by whose assistance she gained her own chamber, although she in reality no more required such aid than did the servant who afforded it. The maid helped her mistress to divest herself of her clothing, and then retired. And now Mrs. Slingsby, instead of seeking her couch, that couch which had been the scene of guilty pleasure when Jacob Smith had lain concealed beneath it, seated herself in a large armchair to wait until the house was quiet. "I could wish that anything rather than this was to take place," she murmured 2 or 3 times. "Heaven only knows what will be the end of it. But Hendrie appears so confident of being able to appease her, so certain of reducing her even to the position of one who beseeches instead of menacing, that I am inclined to suppose he has well weighed all the difficulties of his task. At all events, he has promised to spare me, to make me appear innocent. But will Rosamond be so deceived? No, no, she will view me with suspicion, her eyes will gradually open. And yet, thought Mrs. Slingsby, suddenly interrupting the current of her reflections, she will be so completely in my power, at my mercy. Her honour will be in my hands. Her reputation will depend on my secrecy. Oh, how I wish this night was past!" she cried passionately, "for the deed which is to mark it is horrible to contemplate." And the third person whose mind was so full of the image of Rosamond Torrens at the time when she lay down, beauteous and chaste virgin as she was, to rest beneath the roof of one whom, in her ingenuous confidence, she believed to be a pattern of female excellence and virtue, that third person was Sir Henry Courtenay. The Baronet, on quitting Mrs. Slingsby's house, had returned home in his carriage, which was at the door ready to convey him thither, and, on entering his abode, he had immediately repaired to his own chamber. Dispensing with the services of his valet, he sat down to pass away in voluptuous reflections the hour that must elapse before he could set forth again
to return to the dwelling of his mistress in Old Burlington Street. He was of that age when the physical powers somewhat require the stimulus of an ardent and excited imagination, and he now began to gloat in anticipation of the joys which he promised himself to experience in the ruin of the hapless Rosamond. Remorse and compunction touched him not. If he thought of the grief that was to ensue, it was merely because he rearranged in his head all the details of the eloquent representations he must make to soothe that woe. Besides, his licentious imagination represented to him the beauteous Rosamond, more beauteous in her tears, and he had worked himself up to a pitch of such maddening desire, by the time it was necessary for him to sally forth, that he would not have resigned his expected prize. No, not if the ruin and disgrace of 10,000 families were to ensue. Leaving his house stealthily, by a means of egress at the back, Sir Henry Courtenay hastened back to Old Burlington Street. A few moments after he had reached the immediate vicinity of Mrs. Slingsby's residence, the clocks of the West End churches proclaimed the hour of 1. That was the appointed time for his admission into the house. Nor had he long to wait, for the front door was soon opened noiselessly and cautiously, and by a person bearing no light, but the voice which whispered, "Is it you, Henry?" was that of Mrs. Slingsby. And noiselessly and cautiously too she led the way upstairs, he having previously put off his shoes, which he carried in his hand. At the door of her own bedroom, Mrs. Slingsby made the baronet pause for an instant while she procured a taper, and as she handed it to him, and the light revealed their countenances to each other, they shrank from each other's gaze, for human nature at that instant asserted its rightful empire, and while the woman recoiled with horror from the man who was about to commit an awful outrage on a member of her own sex, the man felt a momentary loathing for the woman who was aiding and abetting in the work of this foul night. Mrs. Slingsby hurriedly pointed towards a door at the bottom of the passage, in the most retired part of the house, and she then retreated into her own room, a prey to feelings which a convict in Newgate need not have envied. Meantime, Sir Henry Courtenay had passed on to the extremity of the passage, and now his hand is upon the door. He opens that door. He enters. He closes and fastens it behind him. Advancing towards the bed, he holds the taper so that its light falls upon the pillow, and the soft, mellow lustre of the wax candle reveals a charming countenance, with flushed cheeks and with rosy lips apart. For Rosamond's slumber is uneasy though profound, doubtless the effect of laudanum upon the nerves of one so entirely unaccustomed to its use, and who has imbibed so large a dose. And one of those flushed cheeks reposed on a round, full, and naked arm, like a red rose-leaf upon Parian marble, and the other arm was thrown over the bedclothes, which had been somewhat disturbed by the uneasiness of the maiden's sleep, and left exposed the polished shoulders of dazzling whiteness, and the bosom of virgin rotundity and plumpness. Oh, what a charming picture was thus revealed to the eyes of the lustful miscreant, whose desires were increased to almost raging madness by the spectacle. He placed the taper on the mantel, and hastened to lay aside, nay, almost to tear off his garments, and in less than 3 minutes he was lying by the side of the young virgin. But scarcely had his rude hand invaded the treasures of her bosom when she awoke with a faint scream and a sudden start, the result of some disagreeable dream, and then the baronet clasped her with all the fury of licentiousness in his arms. A few moments elapsed ere she was aroused sufficiently to comprehend the dreadful, the horrible truth, but when the torpor produced by the laudanum had somewhat subsided, she became a prey to the most frightful alarms, produced by the conviction that someone had invaded the sanctity of her couch, and a glance showed her the features of Sir Henry Courtenay. She would have given vent to her anguish and her horror in appalling screams, but he placed his hand over her mouth. He muttered fearful menaces in her ears. He called God to witness his resolution to possess her, and though she became bewildered and dismayed, though her brain whirled and her reason seemed to be deserting her, yet she battled with the ravisher.
she maintained a desperate, an awful struggle, and so unrelenting was the violence which he used to restrain and overpower her, that murder would have perhaps been done, had not the poor victim become insensible in his arms. And then her ruin was accomplished. O ye clouds, laden with storm, why gave ye not forth your forked lightnings? Why sent ye not abroad your thunders, to smite the hero of that foul night? For oh, while the father was still pacing his chamber in his own dwelling, the hell that raged in his breast defying all hope of slumber, while too the no less infamous woman who had pandered to this work of ruin was trembling rather for what might be the consequences than for the deed itself, there, in that room to which Rosamond had retired in the pride of innocence and chastity, there was she despoiled, there became she the victim of the miscreant ravisher.
"Release me! Let me depart! Let me fly!" implored the wretched Rosamond, in a tone so subdued with anguish and with weakness that there was no fear of its alarming the house. "Rosamond, hear me, I beseech you!" exclaimed the baronet, as he held her by the arms in such a manner that she could not escape from the bed. "Hear reason if you can. What would you do? Whither can you fly? The past cannot be recalled, but there is much to think of for the future. The occurrence of this night is a secret known only to yourself and to me. Your dishonour need never transpire to the world." "Oh, my God, murmured Rosamond in a tone of ineffable anguish. "My dishonour, my dishonour!" And she repeated the word, the terrible word, in so thrilling, penetrating, and yet subdued a voice that even the remorseless baronet was for a moment touched. "Oh, Rosamond," he said, in a hurried and excited manner, "do not repine so bitterly for what cannot be recalled. Think how I love you, dearest one. Remember that my passion for thee amounted to a frenzy, and it was in frenzy that I acted thus. Instead of loathing me—" "No, I do not loathe you. My God, no," said Rosamond, becoming the least degree calmer. "I now perceive how dependent I am upon you, how necessary it is that your love should console me. But my dear father, should he learn his daughter's disgrace, oh, heaven have mercy upon me!" And she once more burst into an agony of weeping. "Rosamond, compose yourself," said Sir Henry Courtenay, with that tenderness of tone which he so well knew how to assume, and on which he had so much relied as an emollient means to be applied to soothe the grief of the victim of his desires. "Shall I repeat how deeply I love thee, how ardently I adore thee? Oh, my best beloved, do not thus abandon yourself to the wildness of a vain and useless despair." "But have I not been made the victim of a dreadful conspiracy?" said Rosamond. "Was I not inveigled hither to be ruined? Oh, I will fly! I will hasten home to my father. I will throw myself at his feet and tell him all, and he will pardon and avenge me." Again she endeavoured to spring from the bed, but Sir Henry Courtenay held her back, and, through sheer exhaustion, she fell weeping on his breast. Then the task of consoling her, or rather of somewhat moderating the excess of her anguish, became more easy, and the baronet reasoned and vowed, argued and protested, and pleaded for pardon so touchingly and with so much apparent contrition, that Rosamond began to believe there was indeed some extenuation for one who loved her so passionately, and who had been led away by the frenzy of those feelings of which she was the object. "Oh, why, my adored girl, are you so beautiful?" murmured the baronet. "Rather attribute my crime to the influence, the irresistible influence of thine own charms, than to any deeply seated wickedness on my part. I should have become raving mad for love of thee, had not the fury of my passion hurried me on to that point when, reckless of all consequences, I had recourse to this stratagem. I know that my conduct is horrible, that it is vile and base in the extreme, but I sue to thee for pardon. I, so proud and haughty, yes, I implore thee, my darling Rosamond, to forgive me. And oh, if all the remainder of my life, devoted to thine happiness, can atone for my turpitude of this night, if the most unwearied affection,
the most tender love, can impart consolation to thee, my angel, then wilt thou yet smile upon me, and the past shall be forgotten." "Then you will make me your wife?" murmured Rosamond. "Yes, sweet girl, thou shalt become mine, mine in the sight of heaven," said the baronet, who would have made any pledge at that moment, in order to solace and reassure his victim. "But wherefore not have told me that you loved me? Why not have demanded my hand of my father, and have married me, as Clarence did my sister?" asked Rosamond, a doubt striking to her heart's core. "I said many things to make you understand how dear you were to me," answered the baronet, "and you did not comprehend my meaning. Remember you not that one day, when I called at your father's house, I met you alone in the parlour, and as you offered me your hand, I said, 'Happy will the man be on whom this fair hand shall be bestowed.' And on another occasion, when you and I were again alone together, the conversation happened to turn upon death, and I remarked that it was dreadful to contemplate the idea of dying, but that I could lay down my life to serve you." "Oh, yes, I remember now," murmured Rosamond, "and I even thought of those observations after you were gone, and they seemed to afford me pleasure to ponder upon them." "Do you not now understand, then, dearest angel, how disappointment at finding that I was not at once comprehended drove me to despair?" said the wily baronet. "Can you not pardon me if, thus driven to desperation, I vowed to possess you, to make you mine, so that you would be compelled to accept my hand, as you already reigned undisputed mistress over my heart?" "If you will fulfil your solemn promise to make me your wife, I shall yet be happy, and this dreadful night may be forgotten." "No, not forgotten," continued Rosamond hastily, "because the memory is immortal for such hours of anguish as these. But you will at least make all the atonement that lies in your power, and I may yet look the world in the face." "Rosamond, my sweet Rosamond, within a month from this time thou shalt be my wife," said the baronet. "With that assurance I must console myself," returned the still weeping girl. "And now I adjure you, by the solemnity of the pledge which you have made me, and which I believe, I implore you, by that love which you declare you entertain for me, to leave me this moment." The baronet was fearful of reviving the storm of grief which his perfidious language had succeeded in quelling, and he accordingly rose and resumed his apparel. Not a word was spoken during the 2 or 3 minutes which thus passed, and when Sir Henry was once more dressed, he approached the ruined girl, saying, "One embrace, Rosamond, and I leave thee till the morrow." "One word ere we part," she said, in a hurried and almost hollow tone. "Does Mrs. Slingsby know? But surely, surely she could not have lent herself, and yet," added the bewildered Rosamond, a second time interrupting herself abruptly, "how could you have gained admittance into the house, and in the middle of the night? Oh heavens, the most fearful suspicions—" "Calm yourself. Compose your feelings, dearest," said the baronet. "Mrs. Slingsby knows that I adore you, is aware that I love you, because the long acquaintance, indeed the sincere friendship which exists between us, prevents me from having any secrets unrevealed to her. But wrong not that amiable, that excellent, that pure-minded woman by unjust suspicions. I entered her house like a thief, by means of a window accidentally left unfastened, and in the same manner must I escape now. Not for worlds would I have her suspect the occurrences of this night. Therefore, my angel, compose yourself, so that your appearance may not engender any suspicion in her mind when you meet at the breakfast table in the morning. For remember, my Rosamond, you will shortly become my wife, and then, as you yourself observed, you will be enabled to look the world in the face." "And until that moment comes," said Rosamond with a deep sob, "I shall blush, and be compelled to cast down my eyes in the presence of every one who knows me. Oh my God, what cruel fears, what dread thoughts oppress me! And my sister is doubtless so happy. Heaven grant that she may never know the anguish which wrings my heart at this moment." "By everything sacred, I conjure you to compose yourself, Rosamond," exclaimed Sir Henry Courtenay, now afraid to leave her, lest, in the dread excitement which was reanimating her, she might lay violent hands upon herself. For by the light of the taper he could perceive that her countenance was ashy pale, and that while she was uttering those last words relative to her sister, her features were suddenly distorted by an expression of intense mental agony. "Compose myself! Oh, how can I compose myself?" she exclaimed, and then she burst into a torrent of tears. The baronet knew the female heart too well not to allow her to give full vent to the pearly tide of anguish, and 3 or 4 minutes elapsed, he standing by the bed, contemplating with but little emotion, unless indeed it were of lust, the beauteous being whom he had so ruthlessly ruined, and she burying her face in her hands, the tears trickling between her fingers, and her agonizing sobs alone breaking the solemn stillness of the night. Sir Henry Courtenay waited until the violence of this renewed outburst of ineffable woe had somewhat abated, and then he again endeavoured to console the unhappy victim of his foul desires, the ruined sufferer by his hellish turpitude. And Rosamond had so much need of solace, and was so dependent on hope for the future to enable her to sustain the almost crushing misery of the present, that she threw herself upon his honour, his mercy, his deceitful promises. And she even smiled, but faintly, oh, very faintly, when he again employed his infernal sophistry to prove the deed of that dread night to be the surest testimony to his ardent love. At length she was sufficiently composed to induce him to take his departure, and like a vile snake as he was in heart, he crept away from the chamber of the deflowered, the ravished girl. As he stole thus stealthily along the passage, he observed a light streaming from Mrs. Slingsby's room, the door of which had been purposely left ajar. He entered, and found his accomplice still up, nor had the abandoned woman felt the least inclination to retire to rest, for her mind had been a prey to the most terrible alarms from the moment when the baronet had first set foot in Rosamond's chamber. "I have succeeded, and she will not proclaim the outrage to the world," said Sir Henry Courtenay in a low tone. "I have, moreover, kept my word with you, and have made her believe that you are innocent of any share in the proceeding." Mrs. Slingsby gave no answer, but bit her underlip forcibly, for, vile as she herself was, she could hardly prevent herself from exclaiming to her companion, "You are a black-hearted monster." Sir Henry did not, however, notice that she was influenced by any emotion hostile to him, or if he did, he cared not to show that he perceived it, but wishing his mistress good night, he quitted the room and stole out of the house. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3 by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 69. Misery and Vice. A week had elapsed since the perpetration of the atrocity described in the preceding chapter. The scene changes to a miserable garret in one of the foul courts leading out of King Street, St. Giles's. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and the rain pattered on the roof and against the little window of the wretched room, which, small as it was scarcely lighted by the candle that flickered with the draught gushing in from beneath the door. On a mean and sordid mattress stretched upon the floor, and with but a thin and torn blanket to cover him, lay a man who was not in reality above 25, but who seemed nearly double that age, so ghastly was his countenance, and so attenuated was his form with sickness and want. Near him a young female, almost a mere girl, was seated on a broken chair. Her apparel was mean and so scanty that she shivered with the cold, and though the traces of famine and care were plainly visible upon her features, yet they had not carried their ravages so far as to efface the prettiness which naturally characterized the composition of that countenance. Beautiful she was not, nor ever had been, but good-looking she decidedly was, and though attired almost in rags and with an expression of profound misery upon her face, there was something interesting in the appearance of that poor creature. The reader will remember that in the earlier chapters of this tale we introduced him to one of those dens of iniquity called low lodging-houses in Castle Street, Longacre, and he will also recollect that a mock marriage took place in that Paddington between a thief, called Josh Pedler, and a poor labourer's daughter named Matilda Briggs. The man lying on the mattress in the garret was Josh Pedler, and the girl sitting near him was Matilda Briggs. "Well, now," suddenly exclaimed Pedler, as he raised himself with difficulty to a sitting posture, "what do you say in answer to my last question? Are we to die of starvation, or are we to have bread by some means or another?" Matilda burst into tears and wrung her hands bitterly. "Don't sit whimpering there, damn your eyes!" cried the ruffian. "Blubbering won't do no good, and you know that as well as me. Here I have been on my beam ends, as one might say, for the last 3 weeks, and unable to go about to pick up a single farthing. The landlord swears he will have some money to-morrow morning, all the things is pawned. And here am I, only wanting a little proper nourishment to set me on my legs again, but that I can't get. God knows I have starved myself to give you all I could, Josh," said Matilda, her voice broken with frequent and agonizing sobs. "When you have asked me if I had kept enough meat or bread for myself, I always answered yes, and I turned my back towards you that you mightn't see how much, or rather how little, I had kept back. But what can I do? My father and mother are gone back into the country to throw themselves on their parish. I have no friends to apply to, and yours seem unable to assist you at present." "Something must be done, Tilda," said the man. "We can't starve, we must do anything rather than that. I am as hungry as the very devil now, and I know that if I had a good steak and some porter it would put me all right again." "But, my God, we have not even the means to buy a penny roll!" almost shrieked the young woman. "There isn't a thing left to pawn. I have nothing but this old gown on my back. Everything else has gone. Gone," she added hysterically, as she threw a wild glance around the naked and dismantled garret. "How cold it is, too! What can we do? What can we do?" And she rocked herself to and fro in a manner denoting an utter despair. "You keep asking what can be done," said Josh Pedler brutally, "and yet you know all the time there's only one thing to be done, and that it must come to that at last." Matilda started, and turned a glance of horrified amazement upon her companion. "Well, so I suppose you understand what I mean," continued the ruffian, "and therefore there's no use in gammoning about it no longer. We're starving, and there's the rent to pay. That's one side of the question. You're a good-looking young woman, and can do as other women do. That's t'other side of the question." "Oh, Josh! And would you have me become a prostitute?" shrieked Matilda, in a tone of mingled horror and reproach. "Come, none of your nonsense, my lady," said Josh Pedler, "or I shall precious soon know how to settle your hash. Either go and earn some tin, or cut your luck altogether. If I starve, I'll starve by myself." "My God, I will not abandon you," murmured the unhappy young creature, terrified by this menace of separation from one to whom she had grown greatly attached. "No, I cannot. I will not leave you, Josh. And yet—" "Let's have no more of this humbug, Tilda," exclaimed the man brutally. "Leave off whimpering, or, ill as I am, I'll give you something worth crying for. Come, put on your bonnet and tramp, or by hell— Oh, you could not! You would not do me a mischief," she cried, clasping her hands together. "And if I obey you now in what you have ordered me to do, shall you not hate and detest me ever afterwards?" "Not a bit of it," returned Josh Pedler, softening a little as he perceived that his point was already well nigh gained. For the poor young woman found powerful incentives to yield to the commands of the ruffian, she herself being almost famished. "Not a bit of it," he repeated. "You ought to have turned out when I was first taken ill, and then if I'd had common necessaries, I should have got well by this time. So be a good girl, and see if you can't bring back something good to eat and drink, and a trifle to pay the landlord." With a bursting heart, Matilda rose from her seat and put on her bonnet and her scanty shawl, poor rag which the pawnbroker had refused to advance a single penny upon.
"Give us a kiss afore you go, old gal," said Josh Pedler, by way of affording her some encouragement to begin the frightful course of prostitution to which he strove to urge her. She bent down and pressed her lips upon his forehead, murmuring, "Are you sure that you will not loathe me afterwards?" "Don't have any more of that gammon, Tilda," he cried, "but cut along, or I shall be tempted to bite a piece out of your face. I'm so thundering hungry." Matilda shuddered from head to foot and rushed from the room. As she was about to quit the house, a door in the passage opened, and a stout, ill-looking fellow without a coat and smoking a short pipe came forth, exclaiming, "Ah, I knowed it was you by your sneaking step. Now I tell you what it is, Mrs. Pedler. If so be I don't have my rent or a good part on't to-night, you and your man must tramp before I shuts up. I've got people as will be glad to have an airy and comfortable room like yourn, and as will pay. Leastways, I'll get rid of you." Matilda stayed to hear no more, but rushed wildly from the house, the threat of the landlord ringing like the knell of hope in her ears. She observed not which direction she was pursuing. She saw not the passengers who jostled her on either side. Her eyes were open, and yet the surrounding and the passing objects formed only one vast void, one tremendous blank to her. Her pace was hurried, like that of a person intent on some important mission, and having some defined and positive end in view. And yet she had even forgotten the motive that had sent her forth into the streets that evening to dare the cold wind and face the pattering rain, she who had but so scanty a clothing to protect her. There was a humming noise in her ears, but she could not discriminate the sounds of voices from the roll of carriages, and even when she crossed a street it was through no caution exercised on her part that she was not ran over. At last her ideas began to assume a more settled shape, and her thoughts, rescuing themselves as it were from utter confusion, settled gradually down into their proper cells in the brain, the racking brain which held them. She walked slower and with more apparent uncertainty of aim. Objects assumed a defined shape to her eyes, and her ears recognized the various sounds which raised the echoes of the streets. At length she stood still in the midst of Holborn, and tears burst from her eyes, for now she remembered that she was there in the wide and open thoroughfare, to commence the dread avocation of a prostitute. She shuddered from head to foot, but with no ordinary tremor. It was a convulsion which began at the very heart and vibrated with electric rapidity and spasmodic violence throughout the entire form. "Now then, young woman, out of the way!" cried a porter, carrying a huge load upon his head. And like a startled deer, Matilda hurried along. She glanced to the left and to the right, and beheld magnificent shops teeming with merchandise and crowded with purchasers. She lingered in front of the pastry cooks' establishments, and she stopped to devour with her eyes the smoking joints, the piles of vegetables, and the large tins full of pudding in the windows of the eating-houses. But she knew it was useless to implore a meal, and moreover it was something beyond food that she required, for money to pay her heartless landlord she must have. She resumed her mournful, melancholy walk, now slow in pace and drooping in gait. Time was wearing on. 9 o'clock would soon strike, and if she were ever to take the first step in a loathsome trade, now was the moment. Think not, reader, that because this young woman had become the mistress of a thief, and had passed through all the training of a low lodging-house and several weeks of misery and want, think not that she was prepared to rush at once and in a moment on a career of public prostitution. No, she was attached to her lover in the first place, and secondly, she was no brazen-faced slut whose mind had derived coarseness from intemperance, or callousness from ill-treatment. She shrank from the path which alone seemed open to her. She recoiled from the ways into which a stern necessity commanded her to enter. While she was endeavouring to subdue the bitterness of the reflections which crowded upon her soul, a young woman scarcely a year older than herself accosted her and said, "My dear, are you come on this beat to be one of us?" Matilda saw by a glance that the female was one of the lowest class of prostitutes, and she burst into tears. "Oh, then you are come out for that purpose," exclaimed the other. "Well, you must pay your footing at all events," and making a signal to several of her friends who stood at a short distance, she cried, "Here's a precious lark, a gal which wants to be one of us and is blubbering at it." Matilda was now surrounded by loose women who vowed she should treat them or they would tear her eyes out. Vainly did she protest that she had no money. Tears and remonstrances were of no avail, and the prostitutes were growing more clamorous, for it must be remembered there were no new police in those days, when an old man decently dressed but horribly ugly stopped near the group and asked what was the matter. "Here's a young gal which wants to go upon the town and can't pay her footing," explained one of the loose women, "and so she shan't come on our beat." "Come, come," said the old man, "don't tease the poor thing. Which is she?" "Oh, rather good looking." "Well, my dears, here's half a crown for you to get something to drink, and I'll get the young woman to take a little walk along with me." Thus speaking, the old man handed the coin to the girl who had given him the above recorded explanation, and she and her friends were too much rejoiced at the receipt of this unexpected donation to trouble themselves further concerning Matilda Briggs. When the loose women had disappeared, the old man turned towards Matilda and said, "Take my arm, my dear, and I'll conduct you to a nice place where we can have a chat together for half an hour or so, and I'll make you a present of half a guinea before we part." The unfortunate girl obeyed in silence, but not quite mechanically. Gratitude for the seasonable assistance she had received from the old man, and the idea of obtaining enough money not only to buy food, but also liquidate the greater portion of the arrears of rent due to the merciless landlord, were powerful motives to stifle compunctious feelings in her breast. The old man was one of those sexagenarian voluptuaries who dishonour grey hairs, one of those hoary sinners who prowl about the streets after dusk to pick up girls of tender age, and who seldom choose females of ripe years. Under ordinary circumstances this old man would not have bestowed the slightest notice upon Matilda, because she was between 15 and 16, and he affected children of 11 and 12. But the incident which had brought them together had given him a sudden zest for novelty, and thus the grey-headed reprobate, who was old enough to be Matilda's great-grandfather, tucked her under his arm and led her off to the nearest brothel, with which he was acquainted. It was 11 o'clock when the door of the garret in which Josh Pedler was lying opened abruptly, and Matilda made her appearance. "Well, what news?" demanded the man anxiously. "You've left me long enough." "I could not return sooner," answered the young woman in a hoarse and strangely altered tone. "But sit up and eat your fill, Josh, for here is a good plate of meat." "And the landlord," interrupted the thief joyfully, "is paid every farthing. I have earned a sovereign by yielding to the hideous embraces of an old man," she added in a tone expressive of deep and concentrated emotion, "an old man whose touch was horrible as the pawings of an imp or some filthy monster. But he gave me double what he first promised, and now you may eat, if you can," she exclaimed, with a hysterical laugh. "And you will sit down and eat with me, Tilda," said the thief in a coaxing tone, for now he saw that his mistress might become serviceable to him, and he was anxious to conciliate her. "No, not a morsel," she replied impatiently. "I am not hungry now. Besides, even if I was, it would seem to me that I was eating my own flesh and blood. But I have got some spirits in a bottle, Josh, and I can drink a drop with you." "I thought you didn't like spirits, Tilda," observed the man, contemplating with some degree of alarm her pale countenance, on which there appeared an expression of settled despair. "Oh, I dare say I shall like spirits well enough now," she said. "At all events, I feel an inclination for them tonight. But come, sit up and eat." Thus speaking, she spread open a large brown paper parcel before the thief, whose eyes sparkled when he beheld a quantity of slices of recently cooked meat, a loaf of bread, and some cheese. Forgetting how the viands were procured, Josh Pedler began to devour them with the voracity of one who had fasted a long time, and Matilda hastened to fetch him some beer. When she returned, she sat down and drank 2 glasses of raw gin, with but a few moments' interval between the drams, and then bursting out into a hysterical laugh, she said, "Blue ruin is capital stuff. I feel myself fit for anything now." "That's right, old gal, cheer up," exclaimed Josh Pedler. "Take another glass, and then you'll be able to eat a bit of this meat." "Well, perhaps I may," cried Matilda. "I was tipsy when you and me were married by the old parson in the padding-ken, and I'll be tipsy tonight, as it's the first of a new period of my life." "Damn it, you are coming out strong, Tilda," ejaculated Josh Pedler. "Blue ruin, padding-ken, why, I never heard you patter flash before." "Oh, you don't know what you may see me do yet," said the young woman in a voice indicative of unnatural excitement. "And what does it matter? Perhaps you'll hear me cursing and swearing tomorrow. Anything, anything," she added, her voice changing to a tone of deep, intense feeling. "Anything, so long as one can only grow hardened." And having tossed off a third glass of liquor, she accepted and ate the portion of food that Josh Pedler handed to her, although but a few minutes before she recoiled from it as if it were her own flesh and blood. "Now you are acting like a sensible woman," said Josh, "and you make me feel more comfortable. But when you first come in I couldn't make out what the devil possessed you. You looked all queer-like, just as if you was going to commit suicide." "Suicide? Ha ha!" laughed Matilda strangely. "Well, I did think of it as I was coming home, but I remembered that you was here, hungry, starving, and too ill to get up and shift for yourself. So I came back, Josh. But won't you have some gin? You don't know what good it does one. If I had only taken some before I went out just now, that is, if I had had the money to buy it, I shouldn't have gone whimpering along the street as I did. No wonder all the poor girls who walk the pavement drink so much gin. I am already quite another person. I do declare that I could sing. But here comes someone up the stairs. It can't be for us." "Yes, it is, though," said Josh Pedler, as the heavy steps of a man halted at the door, to which a fist was applied by no means lightly. "Come in." The visitor obeyed this invitation without farther ceremony, and the moment Josh caught sight of his countenance he cried joyfully, "Tim the Snammer!" End of section 71. Recording by DrPGould.
Section 72 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit littleoxfordst.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Tim the Snammer. The individual who rejoiced in the name of Tim the Snammer was a tall, athletic, well-built man of about 32, and tolerably good-looking. His attire consisted of a shabby bottle-green surtout, a dark waistcoat, and drab trousers, and he wore his hat very far down on his head, probably because it was too large for him. His hair being particularly short, all his superfluous curls having fallen beneath the unsparing scissors of a jail barber. "Holla, Josh, my boy!" cried Tim, as he closed the door behind him. "Why, you are taking it cozy there in bed." "I have been desperate bad, Tim," was the answer, "or I shouldn't lie quite in such a damn empty garret as this here. You may take your davy. But when did you get out?" "My time was up today at 11 o'clock, returned Tim. "I called at the old crib in Castle Street, Thompson's 23, and stayed with Mutton Face till now. She told me you'd been ill, and also where I should find you. So I've come around to see you, old feller, and maybe arrange a little job that I've got in my head. But since you are unable to get up—" "Tim, my boy," interrupted Josh, "I've just had a deuced good supper, and I'm sure of a breakfast and dinner too, and maybe a supper also tomorrow. And if I ain't well with all that in 2 days' time, my name isn't Pedler. So if you've got anything that'll keep so long, do let me be in it. Matilda, my dear, this is my friend Mr. Timothy Splint, generally known as Tim the Snammer. And Tim, this young woman is my German. We was regularly spliced at the padding can by old Barlow, and she's staunch to the backbone. So now you are acquainted with each other, and you needn't be afraid, Tim, of talking secrets. But how goes the gin, Tilda?" "There is plenty left, and I borrowed 2 glasses of the landlord as I came up," answered the young woman. "So here's one for Mr. Splint." "Call me Tim, my dear," said that individual. We have no Misters and Missuses among us. Here's your health, Tilda, then, since that's your name. Here's tea, Josh. Thank ye, but what plan is that you got in your head? Asked Pedlar. I'll tell you in a brace of shakes, returned Splint, smacking his lips in approval of the dram which he had just imbibed. You may very well suppose that I've no great reason to be pleased with the conduct of that scoundrel, Old Death. The damned thief, cried Josh. He sucked the 16 pounds and then never made a move to help you when you was head up again afore the big. No thanks to him that I wasn't transported, said Tim Splint, with a fierce expression of countenance. The prigging wasn't proved very clearly, and so I got up with 2 months at the mill as a roach and vagabond. But by hell, I'll have my revenge on the bilking old scoundrel that humbugged you and Mutton-faced Sal. And what's more, I know how to go to work too. What do you mean, Tim? Demanded Josh Pedlar. Why, I mean this, that Mutton-faced knows where Old Death is hanging out, responded the Snammer. She saw him last night in the Borough, and she dogged him into some crib. This was about 8 o'clock. Well, she was determined to see whether he lived there or not, and she was afraid of raising suspicion and alarming him by making any inquiries. So she watched near the place for a matter of 3 hours, and he didn't come out. So it's pretty clear he does live there. But to make all sure, Mutton-face has gone over there again tonight, and she'll watch to see when he comes in, if he does at all, and then she'll stay to see whether he comes out again. If it's all right, you and me will just pay a visit to Old Death, and I'll be bound we shall find something worth the trouble of going for. Old Death always has money about him, observed Josh, and I should think that there is no one wants blunt more than you and me, Tim, at this moment. I haven't a blessed mag, returned Splint. If it wasn't for Mutton-faced Sal, I shouldn't have had a dinner to eat when I got out of quad this morning, till I'd pricked the money to pay for one. And after all I've spent in Thompson's padding cans, I couldn't get a lodging there for love, I know, but Sal has managed to keep herself while I've been lumbered, and now I must begin to keep her again. She's got just enough to carry us on till either this business of Old Death or something else turns up, and that's all I care about. Well, said Josh Pedlar, I hope I shall be able to get up in 2 or 3 days, and then I'm your man for anything you like. But I say, Tim, what a life this is of ourn, to be sure. You don't mean to say you are tired on it, do you? Cried Splint, with a species of anxiety and almost convulsive shudder, proving that the truth of an unwelcome nature, and to which he never liked to be awakened, was suddenly recalled to his contemplation. By God, I wish I could turn honest man, Tim, exclaimed Pedlar, with unmistakable sincerity. It's all very well while the excitement of drinking or business goes on, but it's when one is lumbered in bed, as I've been for some weeks, that one feels queer and qualmish, Tim. That's why I always hate to have the least thing the matter with me. I can't bear to have time to brew and mope over things. I wish there wasn't no such thing as thought, Tim. Blessed if I didn't often say so to myself when I was cooped up in that cursed prison, Josh, exclaimed the Snammer. I tell you what it is. People say we are regularly depraved. That's the word, Josh. And so they invent treadmills and all them kind of things. But it's quite enough for chaps like us to be left alone with our own thoughts. And there's no denying it. Now my idea is just this. Put a man like us into a jail, if you will, and don't torture him with hard labor, but let him have time to think. Then, when he comes out, say to him, here's the work for you, and a chance to get an honest living. My opinion is that 9 out of 10 would avail themselves of the offer. But suppose only 1 or 2 did it, why, it must be a blessing to society to reduce the number of them as preys upon it. What do you think, Josh? I can't bear to think about it, Tim, returned the invalid thief. Now then, Tilda, what the hell are you piping your eyes for? I suppose you think my friend Splint is a Methodist parson, but he ain't though, and don't mean to be. Damnation. Tilda, leave off blubbering like that and hand round the gin. There, that's a good girl. Blue ruin is the mortal enemy of unpleasant thinking, and that's why we all take to it as naturally as one does to opium when he is accustomed to it. I've often thought, Josh, said Tim Splint after draining the glass which Matilda handed him, that I should like to go over to America and bury myself in the backwoods that you hear talked of or read about. I wish I had a chance, and really, if we do get a good haul from Old Death, I think I shall try the game, for after all, and you and me may say it between ourselves in this here room, 'cause Matilda, being a woman, goes for no one. But after all, there is few on us that wouldn't give up prigging if we could. I wonder why they don't establish societies to reclaim and provide for men thieves as they do for unfortunate women. Blowed if I wouldn't go into such a place in a minute. And do you mean to say, exclaimed Matilda, wiping her eyes and speaking with strange energy, that if you choose to live off this kind of life, you can't? Why, you'd be happier, Josh, as a laborer with only 12 or 15 shillings a week than you are now, for I never heard so much from your lips as I have tonight. Who the devil will employ people without characters? Demanded Josh Pedler. Do you think that if you tried to get a place even as a scullion in a gentleman's family, you could obtain it? No such a thing. Lord bless your dear heart. Them as talks most about the depravity of the lower classes is always the last to give us a chance. Yes, and yet we wasn't all naturally wicked, said Tim the Snammer. Some of us was made so by circumstances, and that was the case with me. How came that about? Asked Josh Pedler, who, being in no humor to sleep, was well disposed for conversation. Yes, how came that about? Inquired Matilda, feeling interested in the present topic. You don't mean to say you would like to hear me tell my story, do you? Exclaimed Tim. I should by all means, answered Josh Pedler. And I too, oh, above all things, cried Matilda, particularly if you can show what you said, she added hesitatingly. You mean to say, if I can prove that I didn't become what I am through my own fault? Observed the Snammer. Well, I think I can prove it, but you shall judge for yourselves. So here goes. And with this free and easy kind of preface, the thief commenced his narrative, which we have expurgated of those grammatical solecisms and characteristic redundancies, which, if preserved, would only mar the interest and obscure the sense. At the same time, we have kept as nearly to the original mode of delivery as possible. End of section 72.
Section 73 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Chapter 71. History of Tim the Snammer, Part 1. My father was a small farmer in Hampshire. He had about 36 acres of his own, all well cultivated and well stocked, and free of all mortgage and encumbrance of that kind. The farm was small enough, God knows, but it yielded a decent living, for my father was as industrious as a bee, always out by sunrise, and my mother was as saving, thrifty, and prudent a housewife as any in the county. They were not, however, mean. No, very far from that. The beggar was never turned away unassisted from their door, and if a neighbor got a little behindhand with his rent and deserved aid, it was 10 to 1 if the china teapot in my mother's cupboard did not contain a few pounds, which were speedily placed at his disposal. Farmer Splint, as my father was called, was always regular in his attendance at the village church on Sunday, and the only person who looked upon him as a mean-spirited fellow was the landlord of the alehouse. Because my father so seldom entered the George and Dragon even to take a glass of beer at the bar, and never stopped there to pass an evening. My mother was a very handsome woman, and had been the village belle before her marriage with Farmer Splint. This marriage was one of affection on both sides, for though my mother's parents were very poor and unable to give their daughter anything, yet Farmer Splint preferred her to the wealthier young women of the neighborhood. On her side, though my father was nearly 10 years older than herself, she refused the offer of a rich young farmer, and became the spouse of a man whom she could respect and esteem as well as love. The fruits of this marriage were 2 children, a daughter named Marian and myself. Our mother found time, even amongst the numerous duties and cares of the household, to teach us to read and write. The village schoolmaster then taught us a little arithmetic, history, and geography, and we were as well instructed as the children of poor parents were likely to be, and much better than those of even many richer people living in our neighborhood. Now, from all I have just told you, you will see plain enough that our mother and father were good, honest, moral, and well-intentioned people. Their only care was to toil with all possible diligence to make both ends meet, put by a little savings when the harvest was very plentiful, and bring up their children in a respectable and decent manner. My father was particularly anxious to prevent his boy from resembling the young blackguards of the village. He would never let me play about in the high road at marbles, nor yet go bird's nesting, which he said encouraged cruelty, and was also the first step to poaching. But he did all he could to render me hardy, and promoted innocent sports of an athletic nature. Altogether, Farmer Splint's family was considered to be the best behaved and the happiest in all the county. It was in the year 1807 that my history now dates from. I was then 13 years old. My sister Marian was 18, and a sweet, beautiful girl she was, with fine blue eyes, flaxen hair, and a figure that couldn't have been made more graceful if clothed in silk or satin. She was at that time engaged to be married to the only son of a farmer in the neighborhood, and who was well-to-do in the world. A finer fellow than young George Dalton you would never wish to see, and when he and Marian walked to church arm in arm on a Sunday, everyone noticed them, as much as to express a conviction of the fitness of the intended union of such a handsome, manly youth and such a modest, pretty girl. Well, it was the summer of 1807, and the marriage was to take place in October, when all the harvest was got in, and the good ale was brewed for the ensuing year. Everything appeared gay and smiling for the young people, for George's father had promised to give up his farm to his son, but to continue to live in the house as soon as Marian should have become his daughter-in-law. About 3 miles from our farm stood the beautiful seat of Squire Bulkeley. This gentleman had been left an orphan when young, and his estates were managed by his guardians until he came of age, he living with one of them in London. But when he attained his majority, he soon showed himself to be tired of a London life, and he came down to take possession of Bulkeley Hall, and settle there. This was in the beginning of 1807, but for 2 or 3 months the squire kept himself pretty quiet. All of a sudden, however, he became as gay as he was before, tranquil and retired, and this change, we learnt, arose in consequence of his guardians leaving him, they having accompanied him to the hall and remained there until all the papers and deeds connected with his accession to his property were signed. The moment they were gone, a number of fashionable gentlemen from London arrived as guests at the old mansion, and the long silent rooms echoed to the sounds of their late revellings. Then there were steeple-chases and horse-races and cock-fighting and badger-baiting and all kinds of sports of that nature, and sometimes the young squire was more than half tipsy when he lounged into church in the middle of the Sunday evening service. His residence at the hall did no good to the village tradespeople, because he had everything sent down from London, and thus no one was rejoiced at his settling in that neighbourhood. My parents particularly had no good opinion of Squire Bulkeley, but as the farm was their own, they had no positive fear of him, although our land joined his estates. This was not so, however, with the Daltons, who were only tenant farmers and rented their 50 or 60 acres of the squire. The farm had been in old Dalton's family for many, many years, and was one of the best tilled and best stocked in the county. And as Mr. Dalton was always regular with his rent, it did not seem probable that the lease, which was shortly to expire, would be refused renewal. One morning, it was in the month of June, I remember, Marion and myself happened to be alone together in the house when the squire, attended by his groom, rode up to the door. Marion sent me out to learn the cause of his visit. "This is Farmer Splint's, my boy, I believe," said the squire, who, I should observe, was a handsome young man in spite of his dissipated appearance. I replied in the affirmative, adding that my father was not at home. "Who is at home, then?" asked the squire, for I caught a glimpse of a face so pretty just now at the window that I should not mind beholding it again. "That was my sister Marion, sir," I answered, not seeing anything insolent in his remark, but perhaps rather pleased by it, as it flattered a sister of whom I was very fond. "Well, my boy," said the squire, leaping from his horse, "here is a crown for you, and now be off and try and find your father, as I want to speak to him. In the meantime I will walk in and rest myself." Catching the coin which he threw me, I hurried away, delighted with the handsome present, and naturally thinking that the visit of so liberal a gentleman must be with a motive beneficial to my father. But after hunting everywhere for him about the farm, I remembered that he and my mother had gone to the village to make some purchases. The village was 1.5 miles distant from our house, and as I knew that they would be back to dinner at 1, I returned straight home, expecting to find them already arrived. The groom was walking the horses up and down at a little distance, and therefore I was convinced that the squire was still waiting within. My hand was just upon the latch of the door when a scream burst upon my ears, and immediately afterwards I heard Marion's voice reproaching the squire bitterly for some insult which he had offered her. I hastened into the house, and my presence appeared to disconcert Mr. Bulkeley completely. He was standing in the middle of the room as if uncertain what course to adopt in a case of embarrassment, and he turned as red as scarlet when he saw me. Marion was at the further end of the apartment, near a door opening into the kitchen, and she was arranging her hair, which had been disordered, while her cheeks were also crimsoned, but as I thought, with the glow of indignation, whereas the face of the squire was flushed with shame. I advanced towards Marion, asking, "What is the matter? Why did you scream out? And what has he been doing to you?" "Nothing, Tim," she replied, but with a profound sob. "Have you met father?" "No. I forgot that he'd gone to the village, but he will be home in a minute or two, as it's close on 1. "I shall call another day, then, miss," said the squire, and he hurried abruptly away. For some minutes neither Marion nor myself spoke a word. I suppose she was endeavouring to compose herself, and also deliberating what course she should pursue, while on my side I did not like to question her. At length she approached me and said, "Tim, you are a good boy, and always do what sister tells you. Now mind, and don't mention a word about that gentleman having been rude to me. I have reasons of my own for it, and don't say either that you were so long away when he was here." I promised to follow Marion's injunctions, for I was very fond of her, as I have before said. Accordingly, when my father and mother had come back and we were all seated at dinner, Marion remarked in an indifferent manner that the squire had called to see our father, and that he had given me a 5-shilling piece. "I wonder what he can want with me," said my father. "It was certainly very kind of him to make Tim such a handsome present. but after all I have heard of him, I would rather that he should honour us with his visits as rarely as possible. However, he can do us no harm, nor any good that I know of, for he has no land to let at present, and I am not disposed to hire any even if he had." There the subject was dismissed, at least so far as remarks thereon were concerned. But I saw that Marion was thoughtful, and even melancholy, during the remainder of the day. About a week had elapsed, and my father and I were one afternoon proceeding along the borders of our land just where it was separated by a quickset hedge from the squire's estate, when Mr. Bulkeley himself, alone and on foot, suddenly appeared at a stile. My father and I touched our hats with the usual respect shown by country people to great folks, and the squire, who had for a moment shrunk back on seeing us, exclaimed, "Farmer Splint, you are the very man I wanted to fall in with, and that very field in which you are standing is the object of my business with you." "How so, sir?" asked my father. "Why," returned the squire, "you see it cuts awkwardly into my estate, and breaks in on the very best preserves I have in this quarter." "Begging pardon, sir," said my father, "I could wish it broke a little more on your preserves, for your hares and pheasants do a world of harm to my fields when the corn is just springing up. I lost more than an acre by them last year, sir." "So much the greater folly on your part, Farmer Splint," exclaimed the squire, "to persist in remaining a landowner. You never can get a good living out of so small a farm as yours." "I get enough for all our wants, sir, and am able to assist a friend now and then," said my father. "Well, if you sell your land and become a tenant farmer, you will be much better off," observed the squire. "Suppose, for instance, I bought the land. Why, you would have received compensation for the injury done to your crop by the game in my preserves." "But I should lose my independence, sir," said my father in a firm, though perfectly respectful manner. "Your independence!" ejaculated Mr. Bulkeley with a sneer. "Then I am to imagine that you consider yourself a regular landowner, one of the lords of the soil. Maybe you will dub yourself Squire next, Squire Splint, eh?" "I am plain Farmer Splint, sir, and so I hope to remain," was the answer. "Then you will not sell me that field?" "I had rather not, sir." "But you may have an equivalent portion of my 7-acre field over by the mill yonder, and your property will be much more compact." "But the land is not equally serviceable, sir," answered my father, "and therefore I must decline the bargain. Besides, it may be fancy on my part, but it is true notwithstanding, that I am rather superstitious in making boundary changes in a farm that has been so long in my family, unless it was to extend it by a purchase of land, and that I can't afford. So, good day, sir." And my father, touching his hat, walked on. I saw the squire's lips quivering with rage as he stood looking after us, and young as I was, yet I thought my father had made an enemy of him, for the conversation which I have just detailed produced a deep impression upon me. 6 or 7 weeks had passed away since this little incident, when I one day met the squire as I was going on an errand for my mother to the village. He was on horseback, and his groom was in attendance. I was thinking whether I ought to touch my hat to him or not after his insolence to my father, when he pulled up, exclaiming, "Hello, youngster! Your name is Splint, I believe." "Yes, sir." "Ah, I remember. You are a very good lad, and I should wish to become a friend to you. I think I gave you a crown once. Well, here's another. And now answer me a question or two. Did your sister ever say a word to her father or mother about that visit of mine some weeks past, you know?" I was so bewildered by the apparent liberality of the squire, and boy-like was so rejoiced at the possession of the coin which I was rolling over and over in my hand, that I suffered myself to be sifted by him at will, and I acquainted him with the injunctions that my sister Marion had given me on the occasion to which he had alluded. He seemed much pleased, but not particularly astonished. In fact, it is of course easy to understand what was passing in his mind, although I could not then fathom his thoughts. The respect which my father had shown him when they met in the fields evidently induced him to believe that Marion had not acquainted her parents with his rudeness to her, and now he was pleased to receive from my lips a confirmation of his conjecture on that point. It was also natural for him to imagine that Marion was not in reality so much offended with him as she had appeared to be, and it was doubtless with this impression upon his mind that he proceeded to address me in the following manner. "To tell you the truth, my boy, I behaved rather rudely to your charming sister, and I have repented of it ever since. I do not like to call and offer an apology, because your father or mother or both might be present. But if you will deliver a note to her privately, I will write one, for I shall not feel happy till I have convinced her that I am sorry for the past." I am sure, sir, I replied, I shall be most happy to deliver such a letter to my sister, and she will be most pleased to receive it, because she has often told me that we always ought to forgive those who show repentance for their errors. An excellent maxim, my boy, cried the squire. He then desired me to wait for him in a particular shop which he named in the village, and turning back he rode thitherward, followed by his groom. I walked on thinking that the squire was a much better man than he had at first seemed, wondering too how he could have been so harsh and unjust in his observations towards my father, and yet so ready to acknowledge the impropriety of his conduct towards my sister. Arrived in the village, I performed the commission entrusted to me by my mother, and then repaired to the shop of Mr. Snowdon, chemist and druggist, as directed by the young squire. This gentleman was leaning on the counter, writing on the sheet of paper with which the obsequious Mr. Snowdon had provided him, and when it was terminated, the squire folded it, sealed it, and addressed it to Miss Marion Splint. Mr. Snowdon caught a glimpse of the superscription, although he pretended to be looking quite another way. The letter was then handed to me by the squire, accompanied by a whispered injunction to be sure and give it privately to Marion, while another crown piece anointed my hand at the same time. I promised compliance with the instructions given, and hurried back home. George Dalton was there, and he stayed to dinner, but he departed soon afterwards, taking an affectionate leave of Marion as usual. My father also went out to his work, my mother repaired to the dairy, and I was now alone with my sister. "Marion, dear," said I have got a surprise for you." "A surprise for me, Tim?" she exclaimed. "Yes, a letter from Squire Bulkeley." "Tim," she cried, "you surely—" "Pray read it, Marion, dear," I interrupted her. "Its contents are a most respectful apology for his conduct some weeks ago. In fact, he spoke quite like a gentleman about it, and said how sorry he was." Marion no longer hesitated to open the letter, but I saw that her countenance suddenly became crimson, and she hastened up to her own chamber without uttering another word. An hour passed away, and she came down again. Having assured herself that our mother was still occupied in the dairy, she said to me, "Tim, dear, you must do me a kindness this very evening." "That I will, Marion," I answered. "What is it?" "Here is a letter for Squire Bulkeley," she said, and it struck me that there was something singular and not altogether natural in her voice and manner. "If you meet father on the way, say that you are going to inquire after neighbour Jones's little daughter, and never tell any one, Tim, that you did this for me. You are not old enough yet to understand my motives, but when you are, you shall know them." I was never accustomed to question my sister, nor even to deliberate on anything she did, and away I sped to Bulkeley Hall. The squire was not at home, and so I left the letter. On my return to the farmhouse, I told Marion what I had done. She said I was a good boy, and repeated her injunctions of the strictest secrecy. About a week after this incident, George Dalton took me out for a ramble with him. I never saw him so happy and in such excellent spirits. He spoke of the prospects of a good harvest, and observed that everything seemed to hold out a promise of happiness for Marion and himself. Then he told me how glad he would always be to see me at his farm when my sister should have become his wife. In this way he was talking, and I was listening very attentively, when, as we were crossing a field on Squire Bulkeley's estate, that gentleman suddenly appeared on the other side of the hedge. "Hello, you fellows!" he cried. "Don't you know you're trespassing?" "I wasn't aware of it, sir," replied George, touching his hat. "The field has always been used as a short-cut by the people of the village, and there have been a footpath and a stile at each end ever since I can remember. And if my guardians chose to permit the village people to use this short-cut, it is no reason why I should," exclaimed the squire, purpling with rage. "And so I order you off it at once, both of you." "Well, sir," said George, still respectfully but firmly, "we shall never trespass again, now that we know it is trespassing." "Go back, then," cried Mr. Bulkeley. "As we are nearer the other end of the field, we may as well continue our walk in that direction, sir," returned George. "It can't possibly make any difference to you." "Yes, but it does, though," shouted the squire. "I order you off, and you shan't advance another step." Thus speaking, he sprang through the hedge and came towards us in a menacing manner. "Look you, Squire Bulkeley," said George Dalton, without retreating a single pace, "you warn me off your grounds, and I am prepared to obey, but you shall not bully me for all that." "Bully you!" cried the great man, now turning perfectly white. "Do you think a gentleman like me knows what it is to bully?" "I think it seems very much as if you did, sir," answered George coolly. "Low-bred scoundrel, insolent clodhopper!" exclaimed the squire. "You are not fit to stand in the presence of a gentleman. Go back to your Marion, and console yourself with my leavings in that quarter." "Villain! "What do you mean?" cried George, rushing forward to grasp the squire by the throat. "Wait one moment," exclaimed the latter, raising his arm, and stepping back a few paces. "I tell you that Marian knows how to prefer a gentleman to a swineherd, and that boy there can prove it," he added, pointing to me. George Dalton turned a hasty and angry glance upon me, and I saw him become deadly pale and tremble violently, I suppose because he saw that my manner was embarrassed and confused. "Tim," he said in a hoarse and thick voice, "do you know what this person means?" And he pointed disdainfully towards the squire, who seemed to feel a diabolical delight at the evident pain which he was inflicting upon my sister's lover. "If that boy tells the truth," said Mr. Bulkeley, "he will admit—" "The children of Farmer Splint were never known to tell a falsehood," interrupted George Dalton, "and though you, sir, have made most cowardly and insulting allusions to Marian, you are well aware that there breathes not a purer being than she is, nor a greater scoundrel and liar than you are. And if I restrain my hands from touching you, it is only because you are too contemptible for serious notice. Come, Tim, let us move on." "One word, George Dalton," cried the squire, his lips quivering with rage. "Ask that boy whether he knows of anything that has ever taken place between me and Marian. Remember, I am your landlord, and your father's lease expires next Christmas. We don't care for the threats of a man like you, who endeavours to cause a breach between me and a young lass that never did you any harm." "Oh, not at all, but a great deal of good, on the contrary," said the squire, with a chuckle of triumph. "Why, it was but a week ago since that boy was the bearer of the last notes which passed between us." "Liar!" thundered George Dalton, and he was again on the point of rushing on the squire, when he checked himself, and turning to me said, "Now, Tim, you are no story-teller, and indeed I ought scarcely to insult Marian so far as to ask such a question. But can you not tell this man to his face that he is what I just now called him, namely, a liar?" "Not if he tells the truth," observed Mr. Bulkeley coolly. I hung down my head and wished at the moment that the earth would open and swallow me up. "Tim," said George Dalton, again speaking in a hoarse tone, as dark suspicions were revived in his mind, "does this person who calls himself a gentleman utter facts? Did you ever convey letters between him and your sister? Come, answer me, boy, I cannot be angry with you." I faltered out a faint "Yes." "Then God have mercy upon me!" exclaimed George Dalton in a voice of piercing anguish, as he clasped his hands convulsively together. The squire stood gazing upon him with fiend-like malignity. I cannot describe the dreadful picture of despair which George at that moment seemed to be. At length he turned again towards me, and grasping my shoulder so tight that I nearly screamed out with pain, he said, "Tim, tell me all, or I shall do you a mischief. Does Marian receive letters from Mr. Bulkeley?" "She did one," I stammered in reply, "because I took it to her. The squire wrote it at Mr. Snowdon's." "And did Marian answer it?" he demanded. "She did," I answered, "but—" "Have you seen the squire and Marian together?" he asked in a hurried and now dreadfully excited tone. "Yes, once," I said, "but—" And again I was about to give certain explanations relative to what the squire himself had represented to me to be the nature and object of his letter to my sister, namely, to apologize to her for some insult which he had offered her. But George Dalton had not patience to hear me. Rushing upon the squire, he struck him to the ground, exclaiming, "Vile seducer, you glory in the ruin you have accomplished." And then he darted away, clearing the hedge with a bound, and was almost immediately out of sight. The squire rose slowly and with pain from the ground, muttering the most dreadful threats of vengeance, and I, afraid that he might do me a mischief, hurried off as quick as possible. I was old enough to comprehend that George Dalton believed my sister to have been faithless to him, and the same impression rapidly forced itself on my own mind. Still, I was sorry that George had not waited to hear all the additional circumstances which I was about to relate, and it somehow or another struck me that he would call on Mr. Snowdon, the chemist. I cannot now account for this idea which I entertained, but I suppose it must have been because that person's name was mentioned in the conversation, and because I must have thought it probable that George would seek the fullest confirmation of his cause of unhappiness. It is, however, very certain that I hastened off to the village as quick as my legs would carry me. But just as I entered Mr. Snowdon's shop, I caught sight of George Dalton standing at the corner talking to that individual. He had his back towards me, and the chemist was so occupied with the subject of conversation that he also did not notice my entrance. I knew not whether to advance or retreat, and while I stood hesitating, I overheard Dalton say, "And are you sure that the letter was addressed to Marian?" "I happened to catch a glimpse of the direction," answered the chemist, "and I saw the squire give the lad Timothy some money." "Then am I indeed a wretched, miserable being," exclaimed George Dalton, and he rushed wildly from the shop, not noticing me as he hurried by. I was so alarmed by his haggard looks and excited manner that I was nailed, as it were, to the spot, and it was not until Mr. Snowdon had asked me 2 or 3 times what I wanted that I recollected where I was. Then, without giving any reply, I quitted the shop and repaired homewards. I was afraid to enter the house, for I felt convinced that poor Marian's happiness was menaced, and that even if she was not already aware of the presence of the storm, not many hours would elapse ere it would burst upon her head. And when I did reach the farm, my worst fears were confirmed. The place was in confusion. Marian was in a state bordering on distraction, and my father and mother were vainly endeavouring to comfort her. An open letter lay upon the table. Without reading its contents, I could too well divine their nature and whence the missive came. For some minutes my entrance was unperceived, but when at last the intensity of Marian's grief was somewhat subdued, and her eyes fell upon me, she exclaimed, "Oh, Tim, what have you done? What have you been telling George, that he has written to say he will abandon me forever, and that you can explain the cause?" "Reveal the whole truth, boy," said my father sternly, "as some atonement for the misery which you have been instrumental in producing." I then related all that had occurred with the squire and at the apothecary's shop. My father and mother showed by their lowering countenances and searching glances towards my sister that they were a prey to harrowing suspicions, but they did not interrupt the current of my story. Then, when I had concluded, Marian, without waiting to be asked for an explanation, gave it in the following manner: "You cannot, my dear parents, think for a moment that I have acted unworthily. Imprudent I may have been, but guilty, oh no, no. One day the squire called here, as you are well aware, and he sent Tim to search after you, father. This was most probably a mere vile subterfuge on his part, for when Tim had departed the bad man began to speak to me in a disparaging way of George, and when I begged him to desist, as he was wronging an excellent being, his language took a bolder turn. He paid me some compliments which I affected not to hear, and at last his language grew so insulting that I was about to quit the room, when he caught me round the waist. Oh, how can I tell you his insulting language? But he proposed to me, your daughter, and beloved by George Dalton as I then was. The detestable man implored me to fly with him to his mansion, to become his mistress." Here my father and mother made a movement indicative of deep indignation, and Marian then continued thus: "I started away from him. I was rushing towards that inner room when Tim returned. I was now no longer alarmed, though still boiling with anger. Nevertheless, I had presence of mind sufficient to command my emotions so far as to not utter a word of reproach or complaint in the presence of my brother. For in a moment did I perceive how necessary it was to retain in my own breast the secret of the gross insult which I had received. I reasoned to myself that the squire was the landlord of the Daltons, that their lease would expire at the end of the year, that it would break the old man's heart to be compelled to quit a farm which had been in his family for so many years, and that George possessed a fiery spirit which would render him blind to the consequences of avenging on the squire the insults offered to me. Of all this I thought. Those ideas flashed rapidly through my brain, and I therefore not only resolved to remain silent in respect to the insolence of Mr. Bulkeley, but also tutored Tim to be so reserved, that you, my dear father and mother, should not notice anything unusual having occurred. When Tim brought me the squire's note a week ago, I scarcely hesitated to read it, thinking it might indeed contain an apology. But, oh, you may conceive my feelings when I discovered that it repeated the insulting proposals made to me on the first occasion. I knew not how to act, and prudence struggled with wounded pride. But I reflected that Mr. Bulkeley was wealthy and powerful enough to crush us all, for we have seen instances, my dear parents, of the rich landowners ruining the small farmers who to all appearance were independent of them. And again I resolved to adopt a cautious line of conduct. I accordingly answered the squire's note. I implored him, as he was a gentleman and a Christian, not to molest me more with importunities from which my very heart revolted. I besought him not to ruin for ever the happy prospects of 2 families by any means of vengeance with which circumstances or accident might supply him, and I conjured him to believe that in keeping secret all that had hitherto passed between us, I was actuated only by the best of motives. That letter was the one which Tim conveyed to the squire, and now, my dear parents, you know all. I remember perfectly well that my father and mother were greatly affected by the narrative which my pure-minded sister thus related to them, and which was frequently interrupted by bursts of bitter anguish on her part. She moreover added that she possessed the squire's letter to her and a copy of the one which she had written to him. "Give me those papers, my dear child," said my father, "and I will at once proceed to neighbour Dalton's house. If I find George at home, I will undertake to bring him back with me to pass the remainder of the day, and to implore your forgiveness for his unjust suspicions. And if he is not there, I am sure to see my old friend, to whom I will give all the necessary explanations." Marian was somewhat soothed by the hopes thus held out, and our father departed to the Daltons' farm, which was about a mile off. 2 hours elapsed before he came back, and when at last we perceived him returning through the fields, he was alone. Marian burst into tears. A presentiment of evil struck a chill to her heart, and as our father approached, the serious expression of his countenance filled us all with alarm. He entered and seated himself without uttering a word. Marian threw herself into his arms, saying in a broken voice, "Father, tell me the worst. I can bear everything save suspense." "My dearest child," answered the old man, tears trickling down his cheeks, "it has pleased Heaven to afflict thee and all of us likewise through thee. George has quitted his home, and—" "And what?" demanded Marian hastily. "And his father knows not whither he has gone. But when the first fever of excitement is over, there can be no doubt that he will return. Old Mr. Dalton is perfectly satisfied." But Marian heard not the words last addressed to her. She had fainted in her father's arms, and when she was restored to consciousness, she was so unwell that she was immediately removed to her own chamber. For 3 weeks her life was despaired of, and she was constantly raving of George Dalton. But at last youth, a good constitution, and the care taken of her, triumphed over the rage of fever, and she was pronounced out of danger. Alas! what replies could be given to her anxious, earnest questions concerning George? Old Dalton had not heard of him since the fatal day when he disappeared. Was he no more? Had he in a moment of frenzy laid violent hands upon himself? There was too much reason to suppose that such was the case. Otherwise would he not have written, or returned? As gently as possible was the fatal truth, that no tidings had been received of him broken to Marian, and a partial relapse was the consequence. But in another week she rallied again, and then the first time she spoke of him, she said, in as excited a tone as her feebleness would allow, "Had he ceased to love me, had he loved another, I could have borne it. But that he should think me lost, faithless, degraded, oh, that is worse even than the bitterness of death." Slowly, slowly did Marian recover sufficiently to rise from her bed. But how altered was she! The gay, cheerful, ruddy girl, blooming with health and rustic beauty, was changed into a pale, moping, mournful creature, whose very presence seemed to render joy a crime and smiles a sacrilege. The autumn came. The corn was cut. The harvest, as plentiful as had been expected, was gathered in. Had George been there then, that was the period settled for the wedding. And strange as it may seem, it was precisely on the day originally resolved upon as the one to render the young couple happy, that old Dalton did receive tidings of his son. George was alive, and had enlisted in a regiment then stationed at Chatham, but shortly to embark for India. The young man wrote a letter communicating these facts, and referring to a former letter which he had written to his father a few days after he had quitted home, but the miscarriage of which had produced so much uncertainty and painful suspense. The colour came back to Marian's cheeks when she heard that her lover was alive, and she said, "Even though I may never see him more, I can yet be happy, for he will now learn that I am still, as I have ever been, his faithful and devoted Marian." Meantime old Dalton and my father were deliberating together what course to pursue, and it was determined that the discharge of George should be immediately purchased. The proper steps were taken under the advice of an attorney in the nearest market town, and in the meantime his father wrote to him a full account of the squire's treachery and Marian's complete innocence. The return of post brought the tenderest and most pathetic letter to Marian, imploring her forgiveness and assuring her that his extreme love had driven him to such a state of desperation as to render his native district hateful to him, and had induced him to enlist. I need scarcely say that Marion now enjoyed hopes of happiness again. Her cheeks recovered their lost bloom, her step grew light as formerly, and her musical voice once more awoke the echoes of the homestead. In 6 weeks' time we heard that George was free and on his way home. He came. It is impossible to describe the unbounded joy of the meeting. And now there was no longer any obstacle to the union of the lovers, nor any wish in any quarter to delay it. The marriage was accordingly celebrated, and a happier pair never issued from the village church, nor ever did the bells appear to ring so merrily before. There were grand doings at our farmhouse, for my mother was determined to give a treat to all her neighbours, and the feast was such a one as I never can forget. Long after George had borne away his bride to his father's house, which is already long before arranged was to be the young couple's home, the dancing was kept up on the green in front of our dwelling, though the cold weather had already begun to show itself. But all hearts were gay and happy and warm with good feelings, and the old ale and the punch flowed bountifully, for it was one of those days in people's lives which are a reward for whole ages of care. Ah! When I look back at those times and think of what I was, and now reflect for a moment on what I am. But, no, I must not reflect at all. Let me continue this history without pausing for meditation. The happiness of both families was now complete, for even old Dalton declared that he had so much reason for joy in the turn which circumstances had lately taken, that he could even make up his mind to receive a refusal when he should apply for the renewal of his lease. But just at this time fortune seemed determined to be propitious for Squire Bulkeley, who was in London when the return of George and the marriage took place, sent down a legal gentleman to make arrangements with his steward for the sale of part of his estate in Hampshire, as he wanted to make up the money to purchase a small property in Kent. He was a wild and reckless fellow, and full of whims and fancies, and he cared not which portion of his land was sold, so long as his preserves and park were left. Well, it happened that old Dalton, hearing of this, went straight to the lawyer and proposed to purchase the farm which had been rented by his family for so many years. The offer was accepted. By the aid of my father the money was made up and paid. Dalton was now a landowner, but he did not remain so long, for he made over all his newly acquired property to his son George, who laboured hard to improve it. Shortly after this transaction it was rumoured in the neighbourhood that the squire had flown into a tremendous passion when he received the news that the Daltons had purchased the farm. He had no doubt intended to turn them out at Christmas, but he had omitted to accept their farm from the part of the estate to be sold. The Daltons cared nothing for his anger, and George even said that he now considered himself sufficiently avenged upon the perfidious gentleman. Shortly after Christmas the squire came down to Bulkeley Hall with a party of friends, and the mansion once again rang with the din of revellers. And now I come to a very important incident in my narrative. One day George Dalton had occasion to visit the neighbouring market town to buy a horse, and he stayed to dine in company with the other farmers at the principal inn. The landlord of the inn dined at the same table with his guests, and during the meal he informed the company that a poor discharged gamekeeper had died at the house on the preceding evening, leaving behind him his only possession, the only thing that he had been able to retain from the wreck of his former prosperity, namely, a beautiful greyhound. The farmers were interested in the tale, and instantly made a subscription to defray the expenses of the poor man's funeral, and remunerate the good landlord for the care and attention which he had bestowed on the deceased during his last illness. The hound was brought in, and every one admired it greatly. The landlord observed that his wife had such an aversion to dogs that he did not dare keep it on the premises, and he proposed that the farmers should raffle amongst them to decide to whom the hound should belong. This was assented to, and the lot fell on George Dalton. He accordingly took the dog home with him, and related all that had occurred to his father and his wife, both of whom were much pleased by the acquisition of such a fine animal, and under such interesting circumstances. The poor gamekeeper's dog accordingly became an immediate favourite. About a week or 10 days afterwards, and in the month of February, George went out early accompanied by the hound. The morning was fine and frosty, but excessively cold, and George whistled cheerily as he went along, Ponto trotting close at his heels. Suddenly a hare started from her form, and away dashed the greyhound after her. George knew that he had no right to pursue game even on his own land, and he ran after the dog as hard as he could, calling him back. But he might as well have whistled against the thunder. Ponto was too eager in the chase to mind the invocations of his master. Well, after a short but exciting run, the hound caught and killed the hare in the very last field belonging to George's farm, the adjoining land being the squire's. And sure enough, at that very instant Mr. Bulkeley appeared, accompanied by 2 gamekeepers on the other side of the boundary palings. "George Dalton, by God!" cried the squire, with a malignant sneer on his countenance. But George took no notice of his enemy, for he had promised Marian in the most solemn manner to avoid all possibility of quarrelling with so dangerous an individual. "I did not know that you took out a certificate, Mr. Dalton," observed the squire after a pause. "Neither do I, sir," replied George in a cold but respectful manner, "and I have done nothing that I am ashamed of, for if you have been here many minutes you must have heard me trying to call the dog off." "We know what we heard, Mr. Dalton," said the squire with a significant grin at his gamekeepers. And away the gentlemen and keepers went, chuckling audibly. The very next day an information was laid by the squire against George Dalton, who accordingly attended before the magistrates. Squire Bulkeley was himself a justice of the peace, and he sat on the bench along with his brother magistrates, acting as both judge and prosecutor. The 2 gamekeepers swore that they saw George encourage the dog to pursue the hare, and it was in vain that the defendant represented the whole circumstances of the case. He was condemned in the full penalty and costs, and abused shamefully into the bargain. Smarting under the iron scourge of oppression, and acting by the advice of an attorney whom he had employed in the case, George Dalton gave notice of appeal to the quarter sessions. His wife, my father, and old Mr. Dalton implored him to settle the matter at once, and have done with it. But he declared that he should be unworthy of the name of an Englishman if he suffered himself to be thus trampled under the feet of the despotic magistracy. The attorney, who was hungry after a job, nagged him on too, and thus every preparation was made to carry the affair before the sessions. The event made a great stir in that part of the country, and the liberal papers took George's part. They said how utterly worthless as an engine of justice was the entire system of the unpaid magistracy, and they denounced that system as a monstrous oppression, instituted against the people. Well, the case came on before the assembled magistrates, but on the bench sat not only the justice who had condemned George Dalton, but likewise Squire Bulkeley, the prosecutor himself. Judgment was given against my brother-in-law, and he suddenly found himself called upon to pay about £60, the amount of all the aggregate expenses which the original case and the appeal occasioned. The money was made up with great difficulty, and not without my father's aid. And though George Dalton was thus relieved from any fears of the consequences, yet he became an altered man. He went to work with a heavy heart because he could not prevent himself from brooding over his wrongs. He also found frequent excuses for visiting the village, and on those occasions he never failed to step into the alehouse for a few minutes. There he found sympathizers, and his generous nature prompted him to treat those who took his part. One pot led to another, and every time he entered the alehouse his stay was prolonged. Care now entered both the farmhouses. In one, old Dalton and Marian deplored the change which had taken place in George, and in the other my parents could not close their ears to the rumours which reached them, nor shut their eyes against the altered manner of their son-in-law. The great proof of dogged obstinacy which George gave was in his conduct respecting the hound. Those who wished him well implored him to dispose of it, but he declared that he considered himself bound by reason of the manner in which he had acquired the dog, to maintain and treat the animal kindly. He, however, kept Ponto chained up in the farmyard. End of section 73. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 74 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. The History of Tim the Snammer, Part 2. Time wore on. The summer arrived and passed, and the autumn yielded so good a harvest that the produce was a complete set-off against the heavy expenses entailed on the 2 families by the unlucky appeal. The circumstance somewhat cheered George's spirits, and the birth of a fine boy restored him almost completely to his former gaiety. In the evening, instead of finding some pretence to repair to the village, he sat with his beloved Marian, and happiness once more entered the homestead. But misfortune was again impending over the head of George Dalton. It was one morning in the month of November,
that he was repairing to his work, with a spade and a hoe over his shoulder, whistling as he was wont to do ere oppression had wronged him, and wondering also how he could ever have been so foolish as to pay such frequent visits to the public house in the village. His mind was occupied too with the image of his Marion, whom he had left nourishing her babe, and perhaps his heart was never lighter than at that moment. But suddenly he heard a slight noise behind him, and turning round he beheld Ponto, who, having succeeded in slipping his collar, had scampered after his master. George's first impulse was to secure the dog, but, as the devil would have it, at that very instant a hare jumped from her form close by. Ponto escaped from George's grasp, and the chase ensued. My brother-in-law was bewildered. He knew not how to act, but at last he pursued the hound, taking care, however, not to call him. Away went Ponto. The hare doubled and turned, George managing to keep them in sight. At length, to his horror, the hare swept towards a hedge, which in that point separated the Daltons' property from the squire's preserves. The hedge was passed by the pursued and the pursuing animals, and the chase was now maintained on Mr. Bulkeley's estate. But the run soon terminated by the death of the hare, and George, after casting a rapid glance around to assure himself that the coast was clear, sprang through the hedge to secure Ponto. He was, however, doomed to misfortune on this as on the former occasion. The gamekeepers were up before he could retrace his steps into his own property, and he was immediately seized as a poacher and a trespasser. In dogged silence he accompanied the keepers to the house of the same magistrate who had before convicted him. But that worthy gentleman was absent in London, and the prisoner was accordingly taken before the rector of the parish, who was also in the commission of the peace. The squire was sent for, and the case was entered into under all the unfavourable circumstances of a previous conviction, a fruitless appeal, the exaggerated or positively false representations of the gamekeepers, the malignity of the squire, and the readiness of his reverence to believe everything that was set forth to the prejudice of the prisoner. The parson justice determined to send the case to the sessions, and George was ordered to find bail. This was easily done, and he was accordingly liberated. This second misfortune of the same kind plunged the two families into the deepest affliction, and made Marion very ill. George said but little on the subject. He refused this time to employ any legal advice in getting up his defence, both on account of the expense, and because it was notorious that the unpaid magistrates always dealt more harshly with those persons who dared to show fight with the weapons of the law. Again there was a great sensation in the neighbourhood, and everyone waited anxiously for the day of trial. That day came, and George left his Marion on a bed of sickness to repair to the market town. The squire, the parson justice, and the magistrate who had convicted the defendant on the previous occasion, and who had by this time returned from London, were all on the bench. The two gamekeepers swore that George Dalton had coursed with the same hound which had led him into trouble before, that he had persisted in keeping the dog, in spite of the remonstrances of his friends, that in the case then under the cognizance of the court he had encouraged the dog to chase the hare, that he had followed into the squire's land, and that he was in the act of concealing the hare about his person when he was stopped by the keepers. George told the entire truth in defence, and implored the magistrates not to allow him to be crushed and ruined by the malignity of Squire Bulkeley. He was then about to enter into explanations to show wherefore the squire persecuted him, but the chairman stopped him abruptly, saying that he had no right to impute improper motives to any member of the court. The squire, moreover, indignantly, or at least with seeming indignation, denied any such selfish purposes as those sought to be imputed to him, and it was very evident that even if the magistrates were not already prejudiced against Dalton, this attempt at explanation on his part fully succeeded in rendering them so. George was sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment in the county house of correction, and he was forthwith removed thither without being allowed to go home first and embrace his sick wife. You may suppose that Marion was distracted when she received this intelligence, although my mother went and broke it to her as gently as possible. Old Dalton was so overwhelmed with grief that he became dreadfully ill, took to his bed, and died 3 weeks after his beloved son's condemnation. My mother went to stay altogether with Marion until George's return, which took place at the expiration of his sentence. But how he was altered! Altered in mind as well as in personal appearance. He was jail-tainted. His honourable feelings were impaired. His generous sympathies were ruined. He was still kind and tender to Marion and his child, but his visits to the alehouse soon recommenced, and he neglected his work more and more. One night, about 6 weeks after his release from prison, a tremendous conflagration was seen in the immediate neighbourhood of the squire's mansion. All the outhouses and farms were on fire, and, despite of the assistance rendered by Mr. Bulkeley's people, those premises were reduced to ashes. That it was the work of an incendiary was clearly ascertained, and suspicion instantly pointed to George Dalton. He was taken before a magistrate and examined, but nothing could be proved against him. The magistrate, however, observed that he felt convinced of George's guilt, and deeply regretted the necessity there was to discharge him. I well remember that my father and mother evinced by their manner their fears that George was indeed the incendiary. From that moment a dreadful change came over my sister Marion. She grew profoundly melancholy, but not a murmur nor a complaint escaped her lips. There can be no doubt that she was aware who the incendiary was, and that knowledge was the death-blow to her happiness. The child, deprived of its proper nutriment, for Marion wasted to a mere shadow, drooped and died, and the poor mother declared hysterically that its loss was the greatest blessing which could have happened to her. This was the only allusion she was ever heard to make, direct or indirect, to the unhappy state of her mind and of her home. George continued kind to her, but kind rather in the shape of forbearance than in tokens of affection. That is to say, he never said a harsh word to her, nor beat her, nor slighted her, but he gave her little of his society, and was usually silent and thoughtful when in her presence. One day the parson justice, whom I have before mentioned, called on the Daltons, and remonstrated with George on his conduct in absenting himself from church. "I shall never go again, sir," was the dogged answer. "And why not?" demanded the clergyman. "Because I got no good by it," replied Dalton. "The more I strove to be respectable, the more I was persecuted. The hound I liked, almost as if it was a human being, and which got me into 2 dreadful scrapes, was obliged to be given away. My father was killed by grief for my wrongs, and my wife's sorrow has led to the death of my child. My character is gone, and I know that sooner or later I must be ruined, as I have no heart for work. Everything that one prays for, and that I have so often prayed for, has been swept away. I mean an honest reputation, the bread of industry, a cheerful disposition, and the health and long life of those who are near and dear to us." "Then you refuse to go to church any more?" said the parson justice. "I do," was the answer, "and the law can't compel me." "We shall see," observed the rector, and away he went. A few days afterwards the squire issued a summons for George Dalton to attend before him. George went, and found that the rector had laid an information against him under an obsolete Act of Parliament for having absented himself from divine service during a period of 6 months. George was astounded at the charge, but could not deny its truth. The squire accordingly sentenced him to a month's imprisonment in the House of Correction, and George was taken back to his old quarters, to the farther contamination of a jail. This was another dreadful blow for Marion, and it produced such an effect upon our father that, like old Dalton, he fell ill and soon died. When George was liberated once more, he was compelled to part with his farm at a great loss, for his misfortunes and his absence on 2 occasions had left it but indifferently cultivated, and moreover, as my father was now gone, it was thought better that we should all live together. Dalton's farm was accordingly put up for sale, and the squire became the possessor of the land once more. George was now almost constantly at the alehouse. Instead of expending the money realized by the sale of the farm, after paying the debts due, in increasing the stock and improving the tillage of our land, he squandered it away on worthless companions.
His wife never remonstrated when he came home late, but would sit up for him patiently and resignedly. And if ever my mother said anything, she would observe, "Poor George feels his wrongs too acutely to be able to bear up against them. There are great allowances to be made for him." Thus did about 2 years pass away, and though I and the 2 labourers whom we kept worked hard on the farm, yet it wanted the master hand to superintend, and we found that its produce now scarcely yielded a bare maintenance when everything was paid. Marion gradually got worse, but her endurance was inexhaustible. It often gave me pain to look at that poor, pale, wasted young woman and think of her blooming charms when she first loved George Dalton. Her heart was breaking slowly, slowly, slowly. Had she been passionate or liable to the influence of strong emotions, she would have gone rapidly down to the tomb, but she was so meek, so amiable, so resigned, so patient, so enduring, that her very weakness was her strength. Upwards of 2 years had passed since George's second liberation from confinement, when it was found necessary to raise money to increase the stock of the farm and buy seed for sowing. George applied to the same attorney who had got up his defence on the occasion of his appeal, and this man offered to induce one of his clients to lend a certain sum on George's and my mother's joint bill of exchange, which he said would save all the expense of a mortgage. My mother objected strongly, but George promised so faithfully to amend his conduct if she would consent, that she did agree. The money was raised, but a considerable portion found its way to the public house before any purchases were made. Even then George forgot his pledges, and became, if possible, more idle and dissipated than before. The bill became due, and there were no assets to meet it. The lawyer, however, undertook to manage the affair, and he induced George and my mother to sign some parchment deed, which he previously read over in a hasty, mumbling way, and in which blanks were left for the names of another person who appeared to be interested in it, and also blanks for certain dates, fixing the particular conditions as to time. My mother inquired why the name of the other party was not filled in, and the lawyer replied with a chuckle, "Oh, that is for the name of my client, and as he has only lent the money to serve you, and not as a mere lender, motives of delicacy induce this suppression for the time being." My mother did not like it, but George urged her to sign, and she did so. 3 months after that, an execution was levied upon the farm, at the suite of Squire Bulkeley, the lawyer's accommodating client, who had hitherto kept his name secret. George Dalton was at first a prey to the most terrific rage, but he mastered his feelings at the intercession of Marion and our mother. We were compelled to quit the farm, which now became the property of the squire, by virtue of the roguish deed which had been drawn up by the unprincipled attorney, and we retired to a humble lodging in the village. Need I say how we all felt this sad reverse, this dreadful degradation? My mother and Marion strove hard to subdue their anguish, in order not to irritate the already much excited George, but there were moments when his outbursts of rage were furious in the extreme. He invoked curses upon the head of the squire, whom he denounced as the murderer of his father and of mine, and also of his child, and he vowed to wreak a deadly vengeance upon him. At the alehouse, it seems, these threats were repeated, accompanied with the bitterest imprecations. On the following day George was arrested and conveyed before the parson justice on a charge of threatening the life of Squire Bulkeley. He was ordered to find good bail for keeping the peace, but security was impossible in respect to one so fallen, lost, and characterless as he. To prison then, again, he was sent, and for 3 months he languished there, doubtless brooding over the awful wrongs which the squire had heaped upon him. And all this time the squire held up his head high, and no one in his sphere of life seemed to think that he had acted at all unjustly or tyrannically. On the contrary, the gentry and the influential farmers in the neighbourhood looked upon George Dalton as an irreclaimable scamp, who had only got what he well deserved. Even those persons of the poorer class, who were formerly our friends, looked coldly on us,
and shook their heads when the name of George Dalton was mentioned. So sure is it that if you give a dog a bad name, you may hang him. We lived as sparingly as possible on the wreck of our little property during the 3 months that George's third imprisonment lasted, but I found it very difficult to get work, as the farmers said that I was as bad as my brother-in-law, and yet there was not a steadier lad in the whole county than myself, and, though invited, I never set foot in the alehouse. I was moreover regular in attendance at church, along with my mother and sister, but I got a bad name without deserving it, and even when I could procure a little employment, I was subjected to 1,000 annoyances. Unpleasant hints would be dropped about the burning down of the squire's outhouses, and the name of George Dalton was darkly alluded to in connection with that business. Or, if I refused, on a Saturday night, to accompany my fellow labourers to the alehouse, I was taunted with knowing something that I was afraid of confessing in my cups. At that time I often thought of running away, and seeking my fortune elsewhere. But when I looked at my poor mother, now deprived of almost necessaries, and my sister pining away, I had not the heart to do it. Besides, I was greatly attached to George Dalton, and was anxious to see in what state of mind he would come out of prison. 3 times during his incarceration was Marion allowed to visit him, and on each occasion she returned home to our humble lodging, weeping bitterly. Neither my mother nor myself ever questioned her much, for we knew her extreme devotion to George, and that she would not only always endeavour to conceal his failings as much as possible, but that she likewise strove to hold out hopes of his complete reformation. But when he was emancipated once more, he had become sullen, dogged, and morose, forbearing only in respect to Marion, to whom he could no longer be said to be positively kind. He did not mention the name of the squire, nor in any way allude to him. Neither did he visit the alehouse, and thus my mother and I began to hope that Marion's fond hopes were likely to be fulfilled. Having recruited his strength by a few days' rest after his half-famished sojourn in the jail, George one morning said to me, "Now, Tim, you and me will go out and look for work." We accordingly set off, but applied fruitlessly at all the farmhouses in the neighbourhood. Some did not want hands, others positively refused to have anything to do with George Dalton, or anyone connected with him. We were returning homeward, mournful enough, when we passed a large lime kiln, the owner of which had been very intimate with George's father and mine. He happened to be coming up from the pit at the moment when we were passing, and stopping us, he entered into conversation. Finding that we were in search of work, he offered to employ us in the chalk pit, and we readily accepted the proposal. Next day we went to work, and when the Saturday night came round, we were paid liberally. Thus several weeks elapsed, and we earned enough to keep the home comfortably. Our master was good and kind to us, and the spirits of my brother-in-law appeared to revive, but he never mentioned the squire, nor alluded to the past, oftener than he could help. We had been employed in this manner for about 3 months, when one evening George and I stayed later than the other labourers in the chalk pit to finish a job which we knew the owner wanted to be completed as soon as possible. It was 10 o'clock before we made an end of our toil, and we were just on the point of retiring, when we saw 2 persons walking slowly along the brink of the chalk pit. The moon was bright, the night was beautifully clear, and we obtained a full view of the 2 figures. But as we were at the bottom of the precipice, they could not have seen us, even if they had looked attentively downward. "Tim," said George, in a low, hoarse whisper, "one of those men is the squire. I recognised his infernal countenance just now when the moonlight fell full upon it." We remained perfectly quiet at the foot of the chalky side of the pit, although I do not believe that George had any bad intention in view, and I only stayed because he did. The squire and his companion began to talk together, and by the name in which Mr. Bulkeley addressed the other, George and I immediately knew that he was one of the very gamekeepers who had twice perjured themselves in misstating the circumstances connected with the exploits of Ponto. "And so you say that the scoundrel Dalton works in this pit now, eh?" observed the squire. "Yes, sir," replied the other. "He's come down to that at last." "By God! I never shall be contented till I send him to Botany Bay, or to the scaffold," exclaimed the squire. But sooner or later, you see, I obtain vengeance on those who offend me. Old Splint refused to sell me his field, and spoke insolently to me. He died of grief through all that has happened, and the entire farm is now mine. Old Dalton contrived to buy his land, through my cursed neglect in forgetting to tell my agent to accept his property from any part that might be sold. But he also died of grief, and the land has come back to me. I bought that in again too, no doubt to the vexation of young Dalton. Then, next we have the insolent Jade Marion. She refused my overtures, and persisted in marrying Dalton. And what has she gained? Nothing but misery. As for George Dalton himself, he insulted and struck me, besides carrying off Marion, as it were before my very eyes, and making her his wife when she was much more fitted to become my mistress. And what has he got for his pains? I have crushed and ruined him, and I will never stop till I have shown him what it is to dare to offend an English landowner. But you say that this is the pit where he works? Yes, sir, answered the gamekeeper. Well, I shall see his master tomorrow, continued the squire, and I'll be bound to say George Dalton will not do another week's work in this place. You may go now and join your men in the preserves, and I shall return to the hall by the short cut through the fields. The night is uncommonly fine, however, and is really tempting enough to make one stay out an hour or two. It is very fine, sir, answered the gamekeeper. Good night, sir. And the man walked rapidly away, the squire remaining on the edge of the pit, about 30 feet above the spot where George and I were crouched up. Tim, said George at last, and his voice was deep and hollow, although he spoke in a low whisper. Do you remain here quite quiet. I must have a word or two with that man. For God's sake, George, I said, do not seek a quarrel. No, I won't seek a quarrel exactly, returned my brother-in-law, but I cannot resist the opportunity to tell my mind to this miscreant who is now seeking to deprive us of our bread. And before I had time to utter another word, George was gliding rapidly, but almost noiselessly, up the craggy side of the chalk pit, holding by the firs that grew in thick, strong bunches. I confess that a strong presentiment of evil struck terror to my soul, and I remained breathless and trembling where he had left me, but gazing upwards with intense anxiety. "Hullo!" suddenly exclaimed the squire, who had remained for nearly 3 minutes on the top of the precipice after his gamekeeper had quitted him, most likely brooding over the new scheme of vengeance which his hateful mind had planned. "Hullo!" he said. "Who is there?" "I, George Dalton," cried my brother-in-law, suddenly leaping to within a few paces of where the squire was standing, and confronting the bad man like a ghost rising from a grave in the presence of the murderer. "And what the devil do you want here, scoundrel?" exclaimed the squire. "Rather, what do you want, plotting against me still?" demanded George. "I overheard every word that passed between you and your vile agent, and if there was any doubt before as to your detestable malignity, there is none now." "Listeners never hear any good of themselves," retorted the squire, "and if I called you a rascal, as perhaps I might have done, I meant what I said, and you heard yourself mentioned by your proper name." "Villain! Miscreant!" cried George, now quite furious. "You shall no longer triumph over me." And in another moment they were locked in a firm embrace, but not of love, and in the next moment after that they rolled over the edge of the precipice, down to within a few paces where I was standing. A scream of terror escaped me, for I thought that they must be killed. The squire lay senseless, but George leapt upon his feet, and almost at the same instant a low moan denoted that his enemy was not dead. "Thank God, murder has not been done!" I exclaimed. "But murder will be done, Tim, this night," said George, in a voice not loud, but so terrible in its tone that it made my blood run cold in my veins. "Yes," he continued, "my mortal enemy is now in my power. For a long time have I brooded over the vengeance that I had resolved to take upon him when no one should be near to tell the tale. For you will not betray me, Tim. You will not give me up to the hangman on account of what I may do." "George, I implore you not to talk thus," I said, falling on my knees at his feet. "As there is a living God, Tim, above us," said George solemnly, "if you attempt to thwart me, I will make away with you also." And having thus spoken, he raised the squire in his arms, while I still remained on my knees, horrified and speechless. Never, never shall I forget the feelings which then possessed me. The squire recovered his senses, and exclaimed, "Where am I? Who are you?" "George Dalton, your mortal enemy," was the terrific reply. "Oh, I recollect now," cried the squire, wildly. "But do not murder me." "Your last hour is come, and your death shall be as terrible as human revenge can render it," said George, in a voice which I should not have recognised without a foreknowledge that it was actually he who was speaking. "Mercy!" cried the squire, as George dragged him away towards the middle of the pit. Oh, then I divined the dread intent of my brother-in-law, but I could not move a hand to help, nor raise my voice to shout for assistance in behalf of the victim. There I remained on my knees, speechless, stupefied, deprived of motion, able only to exercise the faculty of sight, and that showed me a horrible spectacle, for, having half stunned the squire with a fearful blow inflicted with a lump of chalk, George dragged him towards the kiln in which the lime was still burning, diffusing a pale red glow immediately above. "Mercy!" once more cried the squire, recovering his senses a second time. "Mercy! Miscreant!" exclaimed George. "What mercy have you ever shown to me?" And as he uttered these words, he hurled his victim, or rather his oppressor, into the burning pit. There was a shriek of agony, but it was almost immediately stifled, and the lurid glow became brighter, and the form of my brother-in-law seemed to expand and grow vast to my affrighted view, so that he appeared some dreadful fiend bending over the fiery receptacle for damned souls. Still was I a motionless, speechless, stupefied spectator of that horrible tragedy, at a distance of about 20 yards. But no word can describe the dreadful feelings that seized upon me when I suddenly beheld an object reach the top of the burning kiln and cling there for an instant, until George Dalton, with his foot, thrust him back, for that object was indeed the squire, into the fiery tomb. Then a film came rapidly over my eyes, my head seemed to swim round, and I fell back senseless. I was aroused by a sensation of violent shaking, and on opening my eyes I saw George Dalton bending over me. I shuddered fearfully, for all the particulars of the dreadful deed so recently performed rushed to my mind with overwhelming force, and I remember that I clasped my hands together in an agonizing manner, exclaiming, "My God, George, how could you do it?" "Tim," he replied, "I do not repent what I have done. Human endurance could not stand more. If I had to live the last hour over again, I would act in the same manner. Your father, my father, and my child were all as good as murdered by that man, and he has deserved death. Death he has met at last, and the sweetest moments I ever tasted were when I saw him crawling painfully up from the smouldering bottom of the pit, with his flesh all scorched, his clothes singed to tinder, and his face awfully disfigured, clinging too with his burnt hands to the burning lime, and too wretched, yes, too full of horror, even to utter a moan. Then I kicked him back, and I watched his writhings till all was over. He died with difficulty, Tim, and my only regret is that he was not 10 hours in the tortures of that death, instead of as many minutes. But come, get off your knees, and let us be going. I do not ask you whether you mean to tell of me, because that would not prevent you if you have the intention." "George, do you think it possible?" I exclaimed, scarcely able to recover from the horrified sensations which were excited by the cold, implacable manner in which he had described the dying efforts and agonies of his enemy. "Well, Tim," he said, "I don't ask you for any promises. You can do as you like. One thing is very certain, I could never harm you, and so if you do take it into your head to turn round upon me, you would be treating me as I never should treat you. Let us say no more about it, and if you can keep a composed countenance before the women, do." We left the pit, and when we reached the top, George said, "You go one way, and I will go another.
If we are met out late by anyone, you would not be suspected, but I should, and I would not involve you in any danger by your being seen with me. For remember, Tim," he added, as we were about to separate, "if I should happen to be caught out, I shall never say that you were present. And now get home as soon as you can, and say that you left work an hour ago, but that you took a walk or something of that kind before you went home. You can also seem surprised that I have not yet come back. That is, if I don't get home before you." We parted, and I took the nearest road to the village, which I reached a little after 11. Marion and my mother were rather uneasy at our absence, and I was quite unable to master my feelings so far as to appear composed and comfortable. Indeed, they were already overwhelming me with questions when George made his appearance. I was astonished to see how happy he appeared. There was positively a glow of animation in his countenance, as if he had done some admirable deed. Somehow or other his good spirits were catching, and I began to think that an admirable deed had really been accomplished in ridding the earth of a monster whose delight was to crush and oppress the poor. George said that he had been to deliver some message to the owner of the kiln after he had separated from me, and that made him so late. I had already stated that I had taken a good long walk, and our tales were believed. But when the two women retired to rest, and George and I were left alone for a few minutes, his manner suddenly changed, and he said in a hoarse, low whisper, "Tim, there is danger menacing me. A few minutes after you and I parted, I met the squire's gamekeepers near the pit as they were going their rounds on account of the poachers, and they recognised me. My only chance of safety is in the probability that the lime will consume the body entirely. At all events, I shall be the first at the pit in the morning." I was horror-struck at what he told me, and conjured him to seek safety by flight. But he declared his resolution to await the issue of events, and trust to fortune. He said that he felt perfectly happy in having wreaked his revenge upon the squire, and should not experience other feelings were he on the scaffold. He then rose and went to join Marion, while I prepared to spread my bed as usual on the floor of our little parlour. It was not yet daylight when I was awakened by hearing a noise in the room, and on inquiry I found that it was George, about to sally forth as he had intimated to me on the preceding night. I offered to get up and accompany him, but he said, "Not for the world, Tim. Should anything happen to me, you must be at least safe, for those poor creatures of women cannot be left without a friend and protector." He then left the room, and in a few moments I heard the street door closing gently. I lay down again and tried to sleep, but could not. An indescribable feeling of uneasiness was upon me, and I found myself, even against my will, balancing and calculating the chances for or against the detection of the murder. At length my mind was worked up to such a pitch of excitement that I could remain in bed no longer, and I rose and dressed myself. Having opened the shutters, I found that the day was just breaking. I cleared away the bedding and laid the breakfast table as was my custom. Presently my mother and Marion made their appearance, and we sat down to the morning meal, but I could eat nothing, and my uneasiness was soon perceived. "Tim," said Marion, "there is something upon your mind, I know there is. You cannot conceal it, and if you deny it, you will not be speaking the truth. In the name of heaven, tell me what grieves you, and why has George gone out so unusually early and without his breakfast this morning?" I assured both my sister and mother that there was nothing the matter with me, and that George had merely gone out early to do a good day's work, as he hoped to get an increase of wages. Marion was not satisfied, but she saw that it was useless to question me, at least before our mother. Accordingly, when the latter left the room after breakfast, my sister again urged me to make her acquainted with the cause of the secret anxiety which she knew was preying upon me. I renewed my protestations that she was mistaken. "Well, Tim," she said in her quiet, plaintive manner, while her blue eyes filled with tears, "if anything should happen, the blow will be certain to kill me, because I shall be unprepared for it." For a few moments I hesitated whether I would confide to her the terrific secret of the murder, but I had not the courage, and hurried away to join my brother-in-law at the kiln. As I passed through the village with my pickaxe on my back, I met a person whom I knew.
"Splint," said he, "have you heard anything?" I know that I turned deadly pale as I stammered out, "No, nothing particular." He did not notice my change of countenance, but added, "The squire is missing, and foul play is suspected. That is all I have heard. But where is George?" "Why should you instantly ask that question, after mentioning the report about Squire Bulkeley?" I asked, and it was with the utmost difficulty that I could restrain my feelings so as to speak in a manner at all composed. "Oh, only because if anything should be wrong, you know, I'm afraid that George Dalton would be suspected first, as everyone is aware that he is no friend to the squire." And the man passed on his way, not having intended to say anything cruel or cutting, for he was a good kind of fellow. My alarms increased, and I felt so terribly uneasy that I knew not whether to throw down my pickaxe and run away altogether, or whether I should proceed to the chalk pit. But while I was still weighing in my mind all the chances for and against detection, I came within sight of the fatal spot where the dreadful murder had been perpetrated. There was the height from which my brother-in-law and the squire had rolled down, so firmly locked in each other's hostile embrace. There was the chimney of the kiln, in the burning pit of which the wretched man had endured such fearful agonies before death released him. I know not how it was, but though I really wished to fly from the fatal spot, some strange influence urged me on, or rather attracted me thither. When I reached a point from which I could command a view of the depths of the chalk pit, an icy chill struck to my heart. George was in the grasp of the squire's two principal gamekeepers, and the labourers of the pit were gathered round the mouth of the kiln in a manner which convinced me that they had made some discovery. At that instant, the words which George had addressed to me that morning flashed back to mind. "Should anything happen to me, you must at least be safe, for these poor creatures of women cannot be left without a friend and protector." My soul recovered all its power, and I felt that the truth of those words was strong indeed. Yes, what would become of my poor mother and the unhappy Marion, if both of their protectors were snatched away from them? Never was presence of mind more necessary. With a firm step, I descended the sloping path leading into the pit, and affected extreme surprise when I beheld George in the custody of the gamekeepers. A rapid but significant glance on his part encouraged me to maintain the part I was playing. Unfortunately, no one suspected that a mere lad of 15 or 16 like me had any hand in the dreadful deed, of which there was now evidence to prove the perpetration. It was, however, with no affected horror that I gathered from the hurried words of the labourers the particulars of the discovery. It appeared that the absence of the squire from home all night had created an alarm, and this was augmented when it was ascertained that the squire had been with one of his gamekeepers at the chalk pit, and that half an hour afterwards this same keeper and another had encountered George Dalton in the same vicinity. The gamekeepers, finding that the squire had not returned home all night, repaired direct to the chalk-works, where they found George Dalton had just arrived, and the dawn of day showed them enough at the bottom of the lime-pit to convince them that murder had been perpetrated. To the questions put to him by those who arrested him, George replied that he had parted from me at about 9:15 o'clock on the previous evening, that I had returned home, and that he had remained behind to finish his work, but he denied having seen the squire at all. I may as well state now, although I was not aware of the fact till some hours later on that terrible day, that the squire's bailiff had been sent for the moment George was arrested and the murder was discovered, and that, having heard George's answers to the questions put to him, he set off for the village by a short cut over the Bulkeley estate, whereas I took the main road to the pit, and therefore had not met him. It appears that on his arrival at the village the bailiff went straight to our lodgings and began to question Marion and her mother as to whether George had been home at all during the night, and if so, at what hour he had returned. Marion named the hour at which he had returned, adding that he was so late because he had been, on leaving off work, to deliver a message to the owner of the chalk pit. The bailiff then brutally revealed the whole terrible truth to the two females, and although I was not there to witness the same, yet it is easy to believe that it was terrible and heartrending indeed. But, heedless of the misery which his abrupt discourse had produced,
The bailiff hastened off to the owner of the chalk pit, and learnt from him that George had not been near him on the preceding evening. Back to the pit went the bailiff, now accompanied by its owner, and the next step was to convey the prisoner before the nearest magistrate, who happened to be the rector of the parish. I was desired to go with the party, but no suspicion was attached to me. It was proved that the calcined remains of a human body were found in the hole where the lime was burnt, and that the metal buttons picked up were those which belonged to the coat the squire had on the previous evening. I need not detail the nature of the evidence which appeared to tell against George Dalton, because you can well understand it from all the circumstances I have already related. He conducted himself with wonderful calmness and presence of mind throughout the long examination, which lasted for several hours, and when the magistrate asked him if he had anything to say in his defence, or to show why he should not be committed for trial, he answered in a firm tone, "I am innocent, and have nothing more to say." He was accordingly committed for trial. Handcuffs were put upon him, and he was removed to an outhouse guarded by constables, until a cart could be got in readiness to convey him to the county jail. But in the yard of the rector's abode a heartrending scene took place. Marion was there waiting to see her husband, of whose guilt she, poor thing, could entertain no doubt. She had left her mother, who had fallen down in a fit when the disclosure was so rudely made by the bailiff, to the care of the landlady of the house in which we lived, and, crushed with deep affliction, weak, sickly, almost heartbroken as she was, she had dragged herself to the place where she heard the examination was going on. "Oh, George, George!" she exclaimed, as she rushed forward to embrace her husband, whose manacles rattled as, forgetting that he wore them, he endeavoured to extend his arms to receive her. How poor Marion wept! What convulsive sobs escaped her bosom! George wept also, but he said everything fond and endearing to console her. The parson justice appeared at the door of his house, and perceiving the sad spectacle, said, "Take that woman away. I will not have such scenes under my windows. She is no doubt as bad as he." Never shall I forget the look of imploring anguish which Marion turned towards that minister of the gospel, who spoke so sternly and so unjustly. Then in the next moment she fell senseless upon the ground. The constables rushed upon George to drag him off to the outhouse, but he hurled them away, manacled as he was, crying in a voice that struck terror to my soul, "I will not move an inch till I see this poor innocent creature properly cared for. Keep off, or I shall do another murder." "Another murder!" exclaimed the rector. "Then he confesses that of the squire." But George heard not the observation, nor did he seem to notice the tremendous oversight which he had committed in the bewildering anguish of the moment. Bending over Marion, he raised her with his chained hands, while one of the rector's servants, more humane than his master, brought out water to sprinkle upon her countenance. At length she slowly opened her eyes, and George, beckoning to me, said, "Now, Tim, take her away. I cannot bear this scene any more." I approached and lent my support to poor Marion, while George, of his own accord, hurried to the outhouse, not once casting a look behind him. I know not how I got my wretched sister home, and I was nearly as wretched as herself, but at length we reached our humble lodging, where the landlady, who appeared to be the only friend left to us in the world, did all she could to console the miserable young wife. Had it not been for that kind-hearted woman, we must all have perished through sheer want, for I received notice from the owner of the chalk pit that my services would be dispensed with in future, and no one else would give me work. A week after George's committal, my mother died, and she, who was once the wife of a farmer well-to-do in the world, was now buried at the expense of the parish. When the funeral was over, and Marion grew somewhat more composed, she insisted upon removing to Winchester, so as to be near the jail wherein her husband lay. "If we go," said I, "we must beg our way." "Then we will beg our way, Tim," answered Marion, "for whether innocent or guilty, George is my husband, and I can never cease to love him." I offered no further remonstrance, so bidding our kind landlady farewell, we set out with only half a crown in our pockets, and for that sum we were indebted to that same good landlady. On our arrival at Winchester, we took a small lodging near the jail, and Marion went to see her husband. She insisted upon going alone, and I did not thwart her in any of her wishes. When she returned to me, she seemed a little more tranquil than she had yet been since the dreadful disclosure of George's arrest on an accusation of murder. She was consoled by having seen her husband, although she could not do otherwise than believe him guilty. But of that she never spoke to me, and I was very careful not to touch upon the point. I now tried to obtain work, but at some places where I applied, character was inquired about, and at others no assistance was wanted. At last I was actually compelled to go into the streets and beg, for Marion was attacked with severe indisposition. One evening, as I was returning home, without having succeeded in obtaining a single halfpenny all day long, and in a state bordering on despair, I was warned by a beadle that if I was seen begging in the streets again, I should be taken up as a rogue and vagabond. Frightened by his threats, I hurried away, and was already in sight of the house in which we lived, and where I had left my poor sister in the morning, when, by the light streaming from a shop window, I saw an old gentleman drop something on the ground as he drew out his pocket handkerchief. He went on without noticing the occurrence, and I picked up the object, which proved to be his purse. Gold glittered through the network at one end, silver was in the other. I ran after the gentleman as hard as I could, hoping to receive a reward for my trouble, but I could not find him. Thinking he had entered some house in the street, I waited for nearly an hour, but still he appeared not. It came on to rain hard. I was soon wet through to the skin, for my clothes were old and tattered, and the pangs of hunger were now dreadful. The idea of using a small portion of the money in the purse by degrees grew stronger and stronger in my mind. I thought of poor Marion, who was famished as well as myself. The temptation was too strong, and I yielded. Rushing to a baker's shop, I procured bread. Thence I proceeded to a general dealer's and purchased a little tea, sugar, butter, and other necessaries. I then returned home and told Marion that a charitable gentleman had given me half-a-crown, and that I was also promised work. "Alas, my poor brother," she said, "you are compelled to think of supporting me as well as yourself. But it will not be for long, Tim," she added. "I feel it there now," and she touched her forehead, "as well as here," and she placed her hand on her heart. I burst into tears and implored her not to talk in that mournful way. She shook her head, sighing piteously, but said nothing. End of section 74. Section 75 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. The History of Tim the Snammer, Part 3. Next day I went out and remained absent until night. When I came home again, I said that I had obtained work at the rate of 2 shillings a day, and was to be paid every evening. So I laid 2 shillings on the table. I forgot to observe that the purse contained about £11 in gold and silver, and I was determined to dole it out in such a way that Marion should not suspect me of deceiving her. As often as the gaol regulations would permit, she visited her husband, for the little comforts which I was now able to provide for her restored her strength in a trifling degree, at all events sufficiently so to enable her to drag her drooping form along to the dungeon which held all she deemed most dear. Only once did I see George before the day of his trial, for Marion preferred to visit him alone. He was greatly affected at beholding us together, and thanked me for my kindness towards his sister. At last, after the lapse of about 3 months, the assizes commenced, and on the 2nd day the trial came on. George had counsel to defend him, for I supplied the means from the purse, having invented some tale to account for the possession of the requisite sum to fee the barrister, so that Marion was satisfied. It was with the greatest difficulty that I could persuade her to remain at home during the proceedings, at which I was compelled to be present as a witness. I need not detail all the particulars of the evidence given against my unhappy brother-in-law, circumstances all told in his disfavour, and the observation which he had let slip, "I shall do another murder," was made the most of by the counsel for the prosecution. I was examined, and I swore that I had quitted the prisoner at the lime kiln at 9:15 on the night in question. It was proved that it was not until past 10 that the gamekeeper accompanied the squire to the neighbourhood of the fatal place, and therefore no questions were put likely to embarrass me. The counsel for the defence argued most ingeniously in George's favour, but the judge summed up against him. The jury did not deliberate 10 minutes, and the verdict was guilty. George was standing in the dock all the time that the jury were whispering together, and when the foreman pronounced his doom, and a slight muscular twitching of the lips was the only sign of emotion. The judge put on the black cap and sentenced him to death in the usual horrible terms. I must confess that, though I had but little room in my soul for reflection of any kind, so much was it occupied with the one dreadful fact of the day, I shuddered and looked with loathing upon the judge. To hear that old man, himself having one foot in the grave, uttering such a disgusting, cruel, and inhuman sentence as this, "You shall be taken back to the place whence you came, and thence to a place of execution, where you shall be hanged by the neck until you are dead." Then, when man has done his worst, and will not forgive nor attempt to reform the criminal, the awful atrocity concludes with the damnable mockery, "And may the Lord have mercy upon your soul." I call it a mockery because it is insulting to heaven to invoke that pity and compassion which human beings so positively refuse. But then the old judge was a mere mouthpiece through which the bloodthirsty law spoke, and he was compelled to do a duty for which he was so well paid. Still I loathed that old man, who could sell his feelings for money, and who could be allured by the temptation of a large income to undertake an office which constrained him to doom his fellow creatures to die the deaths of mere dogs. I wondered whether he could sleep comfortably in his bed afterwards, and I thought at the time that I would sooner be the veriest beggar crawling on the face of the earth than a judge with all his money, all the respect shown to him, and all his titles of lordship. But I have wandered away from my subject. Poor George was removed from the dock. I mean, he accompanied the turnkeys back to the jail, for he walked as firmly as I could do at this moment. I now had a most dreadful duty to perform, to convey the result to Marion. But I hastened back to her, fearful lest she should learn that result from lips which might not break the horrible tidings slowly to her. When I entered the garret where I had left her, I found her on her knees, praying aloud and fervently. The sight was too much for me, and I burst into tears. She rose slowly, took me by the hand, and said, "Tim, dear Tim, you need not attempt to break it gently to me, as I know you have come to do. I feel, something tells me indeed, that it is all over, and I have been long prepared for this awful moment. I have never allowed myself to indulge in vain hopes. The world, I was convinced, would persecute my poor husband until it drove him to— but I cannot say where. That he was guilty of the deed, Tim, I have known all along, and dreadful as that deed was, I could not reproach him for it. He was goaded to desperation by wrong heaped upon wrong, and instead of being treated as a criminal, he should be looked upon as a victim himself." Marion had spoken with an unnatural calmness, which made me tremble lest her reason was deserting her. But when she had concluded her address to me, she threw herself into my arms, and burst into a violent flood of weeping. I endeavoured to console her. She grew frantic. The command which she had maintained over herself throughout that dreadful day, and in the solitude of that garret, had tried her powers of endurance too severely, and now that her long pent-up anguish burst forth, it was awful in the extreme. "Oh, my God!" I exclaimed, "what have we done that we should be thus tortured on earth, as if we were in hell?" And then I thought of the crime I had committed in appropriating the contents of the purse to my own use, and I felt ashamed. but in a few moments other feelings came over me. It struck me that there was no use in being good. Old Dalton, my father, my mother, poor Marion, and, until the date of that one deed, myself. None of us had ever been wicked, and yet how awfully had we suffered. The three first had positively been killed by misfortune. And George too. There was not a more upright, honourable, generous-hearted man in existence than he, until oppression and cruel wrong wrought a change in his nature. Such were my thoughts, and again I asked myself, what was the use of being good? From that moment I determined to do as I saw the world doing around me. The execution was fixed for the second Thursday after the trial, which took place on a Tuesday, and during the interval Marion saw her husband 3 times. I accompanied her on each occasion, for I was afraid to allow her to venture out alone. George maintained his courage in an astonishing manner, but never alluded to the crime in our presence. He showed the greatest affection towards his wife, and the warmest attachment for me, and implored her not to give way more than she could help to grief on his account. The third interview was on the evening previous to the fatal day, and that was heartrending indeed. Marion, no longer resigned and enduring, was absolutely frantic, and she was borne away, raving wildly, from the condemned cell. I managed to get her home, and some female lodgers in the same house put her to bed. A surgeon was sent for, and he pronounced her to be in the greatest danger. I sat up with her all that night, throughout which she slept at intervals, awaking to rave after her dear murdered husband. Had she not been my sister, I never could have supported the horrors of that awful night. Towards morning she seemed quite exhausted, and fell into a deep slumber. The execution was to take place at 12 precisely, and I hoped, sincerely hoped, that she might sleep until all should be over. Hour after hour passed. 11 o'clock struck, and still she slept. Every now and then she started convulsively, and murmured the name of her husband. Oh, how anxiously did I then wait for the chimes that proclaimed the quarters, and how slowly went the time. Poor George! What are your feelings now? I kept repeating to myself. 1/4 past, 1/2 11, 1/4 to 12. These had all struck, and still she slept. As I sat by her bedside, I could hear the rushing crowds in the street below, and I also heard all the lodgers hastening down the steps to witness the execution. But still Marion slept, and in the bitterness of my own grief, this circumstance was a slight consolation. At length the chimes announced the hour, the fatal hour. Scarcely had they done playing when Marion awoke with a sudden start, and raised herself to a sitting posture in the bed. Wildly she glanced around, and again she started fearfully as, the chimes being over, the clock began to strike the hour. 1, 2, 3, she began, in a tone of piercing anguish, and on she went, counting the strokes till her tongue had numbered 12. "My God, 'tis the hour!" she exclaimed, with a dreadful shriek. Then, extending her arms wildly, she cried, "I come, George, I come!" and fell back heavily in the bed, as if shot through the heart. She was no more. It appeared that the drop fell about half a minute after the last stroke of 12, and therefore, by a strange chance, poor George must have breathed his last almost at the very instant when Marion uttered those words so wildly, "I come, I come!" Thus died my persecuted brother-in-law and my poor sister, and I was now left alone, friendless, unprotected in the wide world. A strange whim now suddenly entered my head. I would bury the remains of the ill-fated couple in the same grave. Such was my idea, and so determined was I to carry it into execution, that I set out deliberately and calmly for the purpose of robbing someone to obtain the means for the purpose. When I got into the street, I found the crowds dispersing after having witnessed the execution of my brother-in-law. How I loathed the inhuman creatures who had shown such eager curiosity to view the last struggles of a man hung up like a dog by the bloodthirsty mandates of the law. Some were laughing and joking together as they walked along, and such observations as these caught my ears. "How game he died, didn't he?" "That Jack Ketch is a devilish clever fellow at his business." "It was the best turn-off I have seen for a long time." "I propose that we don't go to work today. Let's make a holiday of it. For my part, I never fail to attend all executions that take place in the county, and I always look upon it as a holiday, just like Easter Monday, or Whit Monday, for instance." "What fun it was to see that old chap whom I bonneted in the crowd, how he did curse and swear, just as the parson was reading the last prayer on the scaffold." "I never had such a jolly good lark in my life. I had my arm round Tom Tiffin's wife's waist all the time." "What a precious sight of pickpockets there was in the crowd." These and 100 other observations of the same kind met my ears as I walked along the streets through which the people were returning from the execution. At length I passed the door of a public news-room, and there several gentlemen were standing in conversation about the hideous spectacle which one of them had witnessed, and which this individual was describing with wonderful minuteness to his companions. I pretended to be looking at some pictures in the shop window, but was in reality surveying the group, thinking that one of them might become paymaster, though against his will, for the funeral of my sister and brother-in-law. "You don't mean to say that the woman really did it?" cried one of the gentlemen. "I mean to say," answered the person who had witnessed the execution, "that immediately after the criminal was dead, or rather as soon as he had ceased to struggle, the woman went up on the scaffold, and the executioner put the murderer's hand upon her face to cure the king's evil. And when she had gone down again, a countryman ascended to the platform and was touched in the same way, for a wen which he had got upon his head. I saw it all myself." "Well, I could scarcely believe it," said the other gentleman who had spoken. "I will lay you 10 guineas," exclaimed the one who had witnessed the execution, "that if you ask any other person who was present, he will tell you the same thing." And thus speaking, the gentleman drew out his purse. His friend, however, declined the wager, and the purse was reconsigned to the pocket, but not before I had seen enough of it to convince me that its contents were worth having. I felt the less remorse in robbing that man, because he had described with such methodical cold-bloodedness all the minute details of the execution, and availing myself of an opportunity when the group had got deep into a loud and excited discourse on the incidents of touching for the king's evil and the wen, I managed to extract the purse in even a far more skilful manner than I had expected. The robbery was not immediately perceived, and I got clear away. On returning to my miserable garret, and by the side of the bed whereon lay the remains of my once beautiful and amiable sister, I counted the contents of the purse. 11 guineas, I murmured to myself, and as I glanced tremblingly at the corpse, it actually seemed to me at the moment as if an expression of deep gloom and sorrow suddenly passed over its countenance. "Oh, my sister, my dear sister," I cried, "I have done it for your sake." And then, unable to remain any longer near one who seemed to reproach me even in death, I hurried away to the prison to claim the body of my brother-in-law. This request was granted without difficulty, and in the course of the day the husband and wife lay together upon the same bed, side by side, motionless, white, and cold, the former murdered by the law, the latter by cruel wrong and diabolical oppression. The undertaker had received my instructions, and the preparations for the funeral were in progress. But 2 nights did I pass in the same room with those dead bodies, for although I was afraid, yet something seemed to whisper to me within that it would be heartless and cruel to abandon even those inanimate remains until the grave should close over them. And as I sat by their side, while a candle burnt dimly on the table, I thought to myself, all this tremendous amount of sorrow, calamity, and woe has been caused by a wealthy and unprincipled landlord. Had it not been for Squire Bulkeley, those 2 would still have been alive, and would have been happy, prosperous, and useful to society. But the tenant or the small landowner has no chance against the proprietor of great estates, if the latter chooses to be a tyrant. The herring has as much right as the whale to swim in the waters which God has made, and yet the whale swallows up the herring. So is it with the great and the small landholder. Well, the funeral took place, and there were 4 mourners, 1 real and 3 sham. The real one was myself. The 3 sham were the undertaker and 2 of his dependents. Nevertheless, my aim was accomplished. George and his wife slept in the same grave, and the money of a man who had greedily devoured the hideous spectacle of public strangulation had served to bury them. In spite of my grief, I chuckled at this idea. It seemed something like retributive justice. I had now no object in staying at Winchester, and with 11 shillings in my pocket, I set out to walk to London. During my journey I passed the chalk pit where the dreadful deed had taken place. I passed it purposely, because I now wanted to harden my mind as much as possible, for I saw it was no use for a poor friendless orphan like me to think of being honest. In the most civilized country, as it is called, in the world, I had seen such abominable acts of oppression perpetrated under colour of law, that I envied those naked savages in islands a great way off, of whom I had read in books, for I thought that it was better to be barbarians without the pretence of civilization than to be barbarians with that pretence. I had heard a great deal said by my father, by old Mr. Dalton, and also by the clergyman from the pulpit, about the paternal nature of the English government, but I now began to perceive that it had been mere delusion on the part of my well-meaning parent and Mr. Dalton, and rank hypocrisy and wanton deception on the part of the parson. All I could now think of the paternal government was that it favoured institutions by means of which poor men might be driven to desperation, and then they were coolly and quietly hanged for the deeds to the perpetration of which they had been so goaded. I began to look upon the English people as the most chicken-hearted and contemptible nation in the world for allowing the aristocracy to ride roughshod over them, whereas the great and high-minded French people, as I had read in books, had risen up like one man and overthrown their aristocracy altogether. But let me continue my history. Having passed by the chalk pit, the fatal chalk pit, I visited the immediate neighbourhood of the farmhouse, where a happy family had once dwelt, my own. Now it was tenanted by strangers. I went on and came to the house to which George Dalton had borne my sister Marion, a blooming bride. That tenement was now deserted, and it struck horror to my heart to observe, or rather to feel, that death-like silence which pervaded a place where the joyous laugh of George Dalton and the musical voice of my dear sister had once been heard. O God, that so much misery should have fallen upon 2 families who strove so hard to live honestly and in peace with all mankind. The tears streamed down my face as I turned back into the high road and pursued my way towards London. I now thought as I went along that if I could possibly obtain honest employment in the great city, honest I would endeavour to remain. I say remain, because although I had committed 2 thefts, yet I was far from being utterly depraved. The tears which painful remembrances had called forth had softened my heart, and the image of my lamented sister appeared to urge me to virtue. Armed with this resolution, I proceeded towards the metropolis. It was evening when, after 2 days' fatiguing journey, I entered London, and put up at a miserable lodging-house, in the window of which I saw a bill stating that single men might have a bed for 4d. a night. 8 hours' good rest gave me strength and spirits to begin my search after employment. I went into the city and inquired at several warehouses if a light porter was wanted. Having met with many refusals, and being wearied with walking about, I went into a public house to get some refreshment, and happening to mention my situation to the landlord, he very kindly recommended me to apply at a certain warehouse which he named, and where he knew that a porter was wanted. I did so, and was fortunate enough to succeed in obtaining the place, with a salary of 12 shillings a week. I commenced my new avocation on the following morning, and exerted myself to the utmost to obtain the good opinion of my master. I was regular in the hours of attendance, and frequently remained behind at the office when the clerks had departed, to finish the labours which had been assigned to me in the morning. I was economical and prudent in my expenditure, and the pittance which I received was ample to keep myself. At the expiration of 4 months from the time when I first entered this establishment, I had entirely gained the confidence of my employer. My salary was increased, and I began to think that fortune was once more inclined to smile upon me, when a circumstance occurred which convinced me that the long lane of life had not yet taken a turn. My employer one morning desired me to proceed to a particular address at the west end of the town, and insist upon the payment of a bill, which in the course of business had fallen into his hands, and which had been protested. I instantly set out for the place intimated, and having inquired for the gentleman whose name was familiar enough to me, though I could not suspect the identity which proved to be the case, I was shown into an elegant apartment where a gentleman was sitting with his face to the fire and his back to the door, smoking a cigar. "Who the devil's that?" demanded the occupant of the room, without turning his head, but in a voice which was not unknown to me. "If you're a done, I ain't at home." "I have called for payment," I began. "Hullo! Who have we here?" ejaculated the gentleman, and rising from his chair, he disclosed the features of the magistrate who had first committed George Dalton for poaching. "What, Tim Splint?" he cried. "Is this you?" "It is I, the brother-in-law of the man whom you helped to persecute," I returned, equally surprised at this unexpected encounter. "No impudence, my good fellow," said the magistrate very coolly, "or else I shall be compelled to kick you out of the room. But what vulgar thing have you got in your hand there?" "A bill with your name to it, and the payment of which I am come to require," was my immediate answer. "Oh, that's it, is it?" ejaculated the magistrate, casting his eyes over the document which I displayed to his view. "Well, let me see. How shall I pay this? In bank notes? Or by kicking you out of the house? Or by recommending the holder to read his bill again this day 6 months? Oh, I have it." And sitting down to an elegant writing table, he penned a hasty note, sealed it, and desired me to give it to the person who had sent me. I then withdrew, anxious to avoid a dispute which would be perfectly useless, and which would probably prejudice the interests of my employer. I returned to the office in the city, and delivered the note. The merchant opened it, and his countenance changed as he perused its contents. For some moments he remained absorbed in thought, and then, apparently acting in obedience to a sudden impulse, passed the note to me, who had been anxiously watching the strange demeanour of my master. The letter contained the following words: "Mr. Blank would be much obliged to the holder of his acceptance for £168 if he would forbear from sending the brother of a man who has been hanged to demand the amount, as such persons are by no means welcome at the abode of Mr. Blank, however well they may suit the holder of his bill. The meaning of this request would be ascertained were the porter Timothy Splint questioned as to his connection with the murderer George Dalton." I folded up the letter, returned it to my employer, and said, "I cannot deny the truth of its contents, but I am innocent, although my poor brother-in-law died on the scaffold." "You should have been candid at the commencement," interrupted my employer, firmly but mildly. "Whether you are innocent or not matters not now. Had you told me your real position when you first came to me, I should have admired your frankness and given you a fair trial. As it is, we must part at once." I attempted to justify my silence respecting the ignominious end of my relative, but the merchant was inexorable in his determination not to hear anything in the shape of an explanation. He paid me the wages due to me with a sovereign over, and dismissed me. I forthwith began to look after a new situation, and I remembered the parting words of the merchant whom I had left, resolving to be candid in the first instance when soliciting a new place. My duties at my recent situation had compelled me to visit other mercantile firms on many occasions, and I had formed the acquaintance of several of the persons employed in those establishments. To some of them I repaired to ascertain where vacancies were to be filled up, and having obtained a considerable list, I set out upon a round of applications. The first house I inquired at was that of a general merchant and warehouseman, who required a porter and collector of moneys. "Have you ever served in that capacity before?" was the first demand. "I was in the employ of a highly respectable merchant," I returned, mentioning his name, "whose service I only left a few days ago." "I remember that you were engaged there. I thought your face was familiar to me," said the merchant, "and I also recollect that I heard you spoken of in the highest possible terms," he continued. "Indeed, you were represented to me as being invaluable in your particular department, but of course you did not leave your late employer for any misconduct on your part." "Not at all, sir," was my answer. "I must, however, explain a certain circumstance." "Well, I will just send round, merely for the form's sake, you know, and ascertain that it is all right, and if you will call to-morrow morning, I have no doubt I shall be enabled to give you a favourable answer." "I must really, sir," said I, "speak to you very seriously for a moment before you take any trouble on my behalf. If you will have the kindness to listen to me, I shall explain my real position. The truth is, though perfectly innocent of any crime myself, I have the misfortune to be related to a persecuting man who was driven by despair to commit a deed for which he suffered on the scaffold." "The scaffold!" ejaculated the merchant in dismay. "Yes, sir," I continued, hastily endeavouring to give a full explanation, "and if you will but permit me to tell you in a few words the melancholy history, you will see no reason to be displeased with my candour. On the contrary, you will, I am sure, pity me, sir." "I thank you for such candour," interrupted the merchant, buttoning up his breeches pockets and locking his desk, "but I regret that, under circumstances, I cannot think of taking you into my service." "But do pray listen to me, sir," I exclaimed. "You are doubtless a man of sense, of justice, and of impartiality, and I appeal to you—" "My good young man, it is no use to take up my time," interrupted the merchant impatiently. "I am certainly not going to receive you into my service under existing circumstances." I was compelled to take my departure. I left the house ashamed and abashed, fearful that my evil doom was sealed, afraid to look those whom I met in the face, and fancying that every one seemed to know who and what I was. But a few moments' reflection taught me to believe that I had no reason to anticipate failure everywhere, because I had met with a repulse in one place. I accordingly proceeded to another establishment, where a light porter was also required. The head of this firm was a venerable old man, with long grey hair falling over his coat collar, a bald head, and a huge pair of silver spectacles on his nose. There was altogether something so kind, so unassuming, and so philanthropic in the appearance of this individual, that I was immediately inspired with confidence. I began my narrative, and related the main incidents without interruption from my hearer, who listened to me with the greatest attention and apparent interest. "My good young man," said the merchant, taking off his spectacles and wiping them, "I feel deeply for you. Every word which you have told me I firmly believe. Your manner and your language inspire me with confidence. Merciful God, into what a state would society be plunged if innocence that had been wronged could not obtain the credence of those to whom it offered its justification. I repeat, I am interested in you. I feel deeply for you. You have had your share of misfortune, poor young man. Most sincerely do I hope that your future prospects will not be equally embittered. I have a son of just your age. He has gone to the East Indies in a free trader in which I have a share, and if it were only for his sake, I should feel interested in you, for you resemble him in person. Heaven, what a world this is! Why, man is a cannibal in a moral sense, for for he is constantly devouring his fellow man. Upon my word, I could weep, I could shed tears, when I think of the misfortunes which you have endured." "I am overcome by your kind sympathy," said I, now certain that this time I had encountered the man who would not allow my misfortunes to stand in the way of my appointment to the vacant situation. "How much did you receive per week at your last place?" asked the old gentleman. I named the sum. "And what hours did you keep?" This question I also answered. "Was your master kind and considerate?" proceeded the venerable merchant in a compassionate tone of voice. "He was very kind in his manners, but at parting he behaved harshly and ungenerously when he discovered all I have just told you, and I think I had reason to complain." "Ah, it was cruel, it was ungenerous," said the venerable old gentleman, musing. "But don't you see," he added, "that as society is at present constituted, and I admit that its constitution is vitiated in the extreme, it is impossible for a man who depends upon the world for his subsistence to act contrary to the received notions and usual habits of that world. Now, for my part, I should be glad, I should be delighted to take you in a moment, but I dare not. I am very sorry, but I really would strain a point to serve you, if I possibly could." You may suppose that I was astonished at this announcement. I had made sure of the situation from the first moment that the old merchant had addressed me, and I now saw my hopes cruelly and fatally defeated. With a heavy heart I went away, and the tears ran down my cheeks as I reflected upon all I had just heard. Never did my situation in the world appear more lonely, never more truly desperate. My position was too hopeless to allow me to apply at another mercantile establishment for upwards of an hour. It required that interval to soothe and soften down my feelings, and I then ventured into the warehouse of an export merchant upon a very extensive scale, whose name was down upon my list. I was introduced into the presence of a young man who wore a large blue figured satin stock with an enormous gold pin, and a chain hanging over an elegant silk waistcoat. This gentleman sat on one side of a desk, and his partner, who was dressed as well as he was, occupied the other. I immediately attracted their attention, and the elder partner, laying down his pen, exclaimed, "Why, you're a devilish smart-looking fellow. Here, sit down and take a glass of porter. You seem tired. By the by, we haven't had our cigars yet, Dick," he added, addressing his partner. "Let's smoke and talk over this business at the same time. Sit down, my man. We have no humbug about us, I can tell you." And so indeed it appeared, for the two gentlemen produced cigars and bottled porter, and I was very soon engaged in a most comfortable chat with them. At length they began to speak about the business which had taken me there, and when I told them my story in a straightforward manner, they declared with an oath that they would take me on my word, and that they didn't want any damned reference, or anything of that kind. The terms were agreed upon, and I was to commence my duties on the following morning. When I took my leave, the two partners shook hands with me, expressing their conviction that I was a damned good fellow and understood what was what, and also that I was just the kind of bird they had some time been looking for. I accordingly entered on this new place, but I had not been there long before I began to notice, though I was regularly paid, that a great many persons called for money, and never could obtain a settlement of their accounts. On some occasions the partners were denied, although they were in the counting-house, drinking and smoking, and then the applicants were very much disposed to be insolent, making use of such terms as swindlers, rogues, and so on. Some would express their conviction that it was all a regular do, while others felt equally certain that it was nothing but a plant. There was also another circumstance which astonished me, and that was the singular mode in which the business of the firm was conducted. No sooner did the bales of goods arrive by the front door than they were carried out at the back and sent away in vans. Altogether it was a most extraordinary firm, and one morning I discovered that the doors were closed, the partners had bolted, and the city officer was inquiring after them. in consequence of a warrant which he had with him for their apprehension. Thus I lost a place where the duties were easy, but where the respectability attached to it was not very likely to increase my own. I was thus thrown once more upon the world, and again was I compelled to look out for a situation. I applied at numerous warehouses and offices, but when I stated my real condition, when I revealed the secret that I was related to a man who had been hanged, I was thrust from the doors of some, reproached for my impertinence in calling by others, and treated with coolness or contempt by a third set of them. No one seemed to believe that I could possibly be honest. Day after day saw the renewal of disappointment, and that sickening at the heart which leads to despair. Night after night did I return to my lodging, to meet a landlady who wanted the money I owed her. At last she would have no further patience, and one night, when I went back late, she poked her head out of a window, desiring me to be gone, and loading me with abuse. I slunk away, almost heartbroken at the treatment I had just received, and at the deplorable situation to which I was reduced. Accident, or rather necessity, conducted me back to the low lodging-house at which I had put up on my first arrival in London, and there I fell in with some persons who were very willing to assist me in a certain way. In fact, they proposed that I should join them in a robbery which they were arranging, and after vainly struggling with my better feelings, I consented. It is no use to tell you how I got on from bad to worse. You can both very well guess how it is that when once a man gets regularly into this line, he seldom or ever gets out of it again, till his career is cut short by transportation or the scaffold. Thus terminated Tim the Snammer's history, which, as we stated at the conclusion of the preceding chapter, we have greatly modified in style and changed in language, without, however, omitting, altering, or exaggerating any one incident, nor any one sentiment. It was now late, and the Snammer took his leave of Josh Pedler and Matilda Briggs, having promised to call again next day, and arrange with the former the contemplated robbery of Old Death. End of section 75. Section 76 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. The Mysteries of London, Volume 3, by George W. M. Reynolds. Mr. and Mrs. Curtis. It was about 2 o'clock on the following afternoon that a travelling carriage with 4 posters thundered along Baker Street, to the great admiration of that semi-fashionable neighbourhood, and at length stopped at a house, the door of which was immediately opened by a footman wearing a livery of such varied colours that the rainbow was nothing to it. Divers countenances appeared at the windows of the neighbouring dwellings, for it would seem that the travelling carriage, or rather the persons whom it contained, were an object of curiosity and interest to the elderly ladies in turbans in the drawing-rooms, and the servant-maids in the garrets, the latter of whom completely flattened their noses against the panes in their anxiety to obtain a view of the fashionably dressed gentleman who handed the magnificently attired lady from the vehicle, while the footman in the transcendent livery assisted the lady's maid to alight from the high seat behind. And since all the neighbourhood of Baker Street appears to know right well who the arrivals are, we shall not affect any mystery with our readers, but plainly, distinctly, and at once declare that the fashionably dressed gentleman was Mr. Frank Curtis, and the magnificently attired lady was Mrs. Curtis, late Mrs. Goldberry. This excellent couple had just returned home after passing their honeymoon in the country, as all rich and fashionable people are bound to do, and 5 little Goldberries were crowding at the front door to welcome their mamma and their new papa. These specimens of the Goldberry race formed, in respect to their ages, an ascending scale commencing with number 5 and terminating with number 13, and exhibiting as much pleasing variety
as could possibly exist in the pug-nosed species and the chubby-faced genus. These delightful children set up a perfect yell of joy, which was heard at least 10 houses off, when their new papa assisted their old mamma to alight from the carriage, for Mrs. Goldberry could not be said to be young, she being on the shady side of 40, though blessed with such a juvenile family. Happy is the man, says the psalmist, meaning also woman, who hath his quiver full of them. But Mrs. Goldberry fancied that it rather spoilt the effect of a bride's return to behold a hall full of them. Nevertheless, she gave them each a maternal hug, and the youngest set up a shout because she did not give him a box of toys into the bargain. Let us suppose half an hour to have elapsed since the return of the happy pair. At the expiration of that period we shall find them seated in the drawing-room, enjoying a pleasant tete-a-tete chat until the early dinner, which had been ordered, should be duly announced by the rainbow-excelling footman. Mrs. Goldberry was, as above stated, a trifle past 40, although she never acknowledged to more than 31. She was somewhat stout, had coarse masculine features, a tolerably good set of teeth, certainly fine eyes, and was as yet independent of the adventitious aids of the wig-maker and rouge manufacturer. Little of her history was known by Mr. Curtis until the period, a few weeks previously to the marriage, when he became acquainted with her through the simple process of picking up her youngest boy, who happened to fall into some mud one day when the lady and her children were taking a walk in the vicinity of Baker Street. This little act of politeness on the part of Frank had naturally led to the exchange of a few observations. The exchange of a few observations brought Mrs. Goldberry to her own door. Her own door admitted her into the house, whither Frank was politely invited to follow her. The following her in was followed by the serving up of luncheon. The luncheon led to increased communicativeness, and the communicativeness made Frank aware that his new acquaintance was the widow of the late Mr. Goldberry, gentleman, and the undisputed possessor of a clear income of 5,000 a year. Glorious news this for Frank, who suffered the lady to understand that he enjoyed a similar income, and then they laughed a great deal at the funny coincidence. When Frank took his leave, he requested permission to call again, and this favour could not be refused to a gentleman who had picked the child out of the mud, and who made 5,000 a year. Thus frequent visits led to tender proposals. The tender proposals ended in marriage, and the marriage ended in— but we are going on much too fast, and therefore we must pause at the point indicated, ere we commenced this brief digression, namely at the tete-a-tete discourse while awaiting the announcement of dinner. "Well, my love," said Frank, "here we are once more in London. Upon my word, there's nothing like London after all, as my friend the Earl of Blackwall says." "And yet I think we were very comfortable in the country, Frank," observed Mrs. Curtis, late Mrs. Goldberry, with a simper as fascinating as she could possibly render a grimace formed by a large mouth. "Oh, but you and I can be happy anywhere, dear," said Frank. "We mustn't remain in Baker Street, though. I shall take a slap-up house in Grosvenor Square, if I can get one there. At all events, somewhere more in the fashionable quarter. Now, I'll tell you what I've been thinking of, and I'm sure that you'll approve of my plan. You see, there's all those dear children of yours. I'm sure I love them as well as if I was their real father, the darlings. You're quite a duck, Frank," exclaimed Mrs. Curtis, tapping him slightly on the face. "Well, I don't think I'm a bad fellow at all," continued the young gentleman, smoothing down his hair very complacently. "And the plan I'm going to propose to you will prove it. Indeed, it's just what my very particular friend the Marquis of Woolwich did, when he married under similar circumstances. I mean, a lady with a young family." "And what did his lordship do?" inquired Mrs. Curtis. "He made this arrangement with his wife," explained Frank. "All his own property was to be left in the funds to accumulate for the benefit of the children, never to be touched. to be locked up like a rat in a trap, as one might say, and the lady's property was to serve for the household and all other expenses. Now, this is just what I propose we shall do. My £140,000 shall be so locked up, and your income, my love, will do for us to live upon. In fact, I'll make a will to-morrow, settling all my fortune on you in case you survive me, or on the children at your death." It is astonishing how blank Mrs. Curtis's countenance became as her beloved husband proposed this arrangement, but she managed to hide her confusion from him by means of her handkerchief, while he flattered himself that his generous consideration of her children had drawn tears from her eyes. "This little arrangement will decidedly be the best," continued Frank, "and I shall have the satisfaction of knowing that your dear children are well provided for. In fact, it was but the day before the happy one which united us that I met my friend the Duke of Gravesend, and he was advising me how to act in the matter, saying what he had done, as I told you just now. And his Grace's authority is no mean one, I can assure you, my dear. But you don't answer me. What are you thinking about?" Mrs. Curtis was thinking of a great deal. A horrible idea had struck her. Was it possible that Frank's vaunted property was all moonshine, and that he was now inventing a means of concealing this fact from her? She had been vain enough to suppose all along that he was enamoured of her person far more than of her alleged 5,000 a year, and he had given her so many assurances of the disinterestedness of his affection that she had congratulated herself on hooking him most completely. She knew that he was the nephew of the rich Sir Christopher Blunt, and had readily believed, therefore, that he himself was rich also, and experienced though she were in the ways of the world, she had not instituted any inquiries to ascertain the truth of his assertions relative to his property. In a word, she fancied she had caught a green, foolish, but wealthy young fellow, whereas she was now seized with the frightful apprehension that she had laboured under a complete delusion. And this alarm was the more terrible, as the reader may conceive when we inform him that she herself was a mere adventuress, without a farthing of annual income derivable from any certain source, and overwhelmed with debts, her creditors having only been kept quiet for the last few weeks by her representations that she was about to marry a young gentleman of fortune. In a word, she had only taken the house in Baker Street on the hopeful speculation of catching some amorous old gentleman of property, and she had deemed herself particularly fortunate when she received the proposals of an amorous young gentleman, who, in the course of conversation, happened to intimate that he possessed 5,000 a year. Mrs. Curtis's confusion and terror, nay, absolute horror, may therefore be well conceived, when the dreadful suspicion that she herself was as much taken in as her husband flashed to her mind. "You don't answer," repeated Frank. "What the deuce are you thinking of?" "I was thinking, my love," replied the lady, subduing her feelings as well as she could, and still clinging to the faint hope that all might not be so bad as she apprehended. "I was thinking, my love, that your arrangement is not feasible, for this simple reason, that my fortune is so locked up and settled on my children, I can only touch the dividends, and I shall have nothing to receive till July. Moreover, I run very short at my bankers now. Indeed, I believe I have overdrawn them, and so, all things considered, it will be impossible, and unnecessary even if possible, to carry your generous proposal into effect." "I didn't know your money was so locked up," exclaimed Frank, looking mightily stupid, in spite of his strenuous endeavours to appear perfectly happy and contented. "I thought your fortune was at your own disposal." "Certainly the interest," responded Mrs. Curtis, now finding by her husband's manner that her worst fears were considerably strengthened. "The devil!" murmured Frank petulantly. "What did you say, dearest?" asked the lady. "Oh, nothing, love. Only that it doesn't signify at all, so long as we have the interest of the money settled on your children, and that's 5,000 a year." "Which, with your 5,000 a year, makes us 10, love," added the lady, eyeing him askance. "To be sure," said Frank, and walking to the window, he hummed a tune to conceal his desperate vexation. This worthy pair had, however, each a consolation left, one real, the other imaginary. The real consolation was on the side of the lady, who had saved herself from the danger of a debtor's prison by marrying Mr. Curtis. The imaginary consolation was the idea which this gentleman nourished that his amiable spouse enjoyed at all events the annual income of £5,000. Moreover, as he glanced round the elegantly furnished drawing-room, and in imagination at all the other apartments in the dwelling, he thought to himself, "Well, hang it, with 5,000 a year and this splendid house, I think I can manage to make myself pretty comfortable. Of course, everything's paid for, and that's a blessing." Scarcely had Mr. Curtis disposed of this solacing reflection, when the livery servant entered to announce that dinner was served up. Frank offered his arm to his lady in the most jaunty manner possible, for, as the reader may suppose, he had many reasons to induce him to be uncommonly attentive to one who, as he thought, held the purse; and the lady, on her side, accepted in a most charming manner the homage thus paid her, because she was not as yet quite certain that her husband's property was really aerial, and even if it should prove so, he must become the scapegoat between herself and her ravenous creditors. Indeed, the little tokens of endearment which the happy couple thought it fit to lavish upon each other as they descended the stairs created such huge delight on the part of the livery servant following them, that this individual, totally forgetting the dignity which should have accompanied such a gorgeous livery, actually and positively diverted himself by means of that wonderful arrangement of the hands commonly called taking a sight. The dinner passed off in the usual way, and when the cloth was removed and the domestic was about to retire, Frank exclaimed in an authoritative manner, "John, bring up a bottle of claret." "Yes, sir. Claret, sir?" said the servant, fidgeting about near the door, and glancing uneasily towards his mistress, who did not, however, happen to observe him. "I specified claret as plain as I could speak, John," said Mr. Curtis angrily, "and so make haste about it." "Yes, sir, only—" again hesitated the domestic. "Only what?" vociferated Frank. "Only there ain't none, sir," was the answer. "No claret, John?" cried Mrs. Curtis, now taking part in the discussion. "No, ma'am. There was but 2 bottles of wine left when you went away, ma'am, with master, and them's the port and sherry on the table now, ma'am." "John, you must be mistaken," exclaimed Frank. "Your mistress assured me that the cellar was well stocked." "Yes, my dear," interrupted Mrs. Curtis, "and I was so far right in telling you what I did, because on the very morning, the happy morning, dear, you know, when we went away, I wrote to Mr. Beeswing, my wine merchant, or rather our wine merchant, I should say, to order in a good stock of port, sherry, champagne, and claret." "And what the devil then does Mr. Beeswing mean by this cursed neglect?" cried Frank. "There's log, wood, and juice, my friend Lord Paddington's wine merchants, who would be delighted to serve us. Did you know of this order, John, that your mistress gave?" "Yes, sir, I did," was the stammering reply, delivered with much diffidence and many twirlings of the white napkin. "Well, my dear, it is no use to make ourselves uncomfortable about the business," said Mrs. Curtis, evidently anxious to quash the subject at once. "You can put up with what there is to-day, and to-morrow you can give an order to your noble friend's wine merchants. That will do, John. You can retire." "No, by God, that will not do," vociferated Frank. "This fellow Beeswing has behaved most shamefully. It's a regular insult, as the Prince of Gibraltar would call it. But I dare say he forgot it. And since you knew of the order, John, why the devil didn't you see that it was executed while we were away?" "My dear," began Mrs. Curtis, in a tone of remonstrance. "Answer me, you fellow!" cried Frank, turning in a threatening way towards the domestic, and unable to resist the opportunity of indulging his bullying propensities. "Why the devil didn't you attend to the order given by your mistress?" "Well, sir, and so I did," responded the servant, now irritated by the imperious manner of his master. "I went a dozen times to Beeswing's while you and missus was away." "Frank, dear, do leave this to me," urged the lady. "No, my dear, this concerns me as the master of the house," exclaimed Frank, looking very pompous and very fierce. "Well, John, and what the deuce did Beeswing say when you did see him?" "Please, sir, he said he'd rather not," was the astounding answer. Mr. Frank Curtis looked aghast. "I always knew he was the most insulting fellow in the world, that Beeswing," cried the lady, colouring deeply and affecting violent indignation. "But we will never deal with him again, I vow and declare. John, tell him to send in his bill. At once, mind." "He has, ma'am," interrupted the servant. "In fact, there's a many letters waiting for master." "Then why the devil didn't you give them to me before?" exclaimed Frank, not knowing precisely what to think of Mr. Beeswing's conduct, but in a very bad humour on account of the disappointment relative to the claret. John the servant made no reply to the question last put to him, but advancing towards the table, produced from his pocket about 30 letters and other documents, all of which he laid before his master, his countenance the while wearing a most curious and sinister expression, as much as to say, "You're a very bumptious kind of young man, but these papers will perhaps bring you down a peg or two." "You may retire," said Frank savagely, and this intimation was forthwith obeyed. "Very curious conduct, that of Beeswing, my dear," continued Mr. Curtis, as soon as the door had closed behind the servant. "Very, dear, I can't make it out," responded Mrs. Curtis. "But pray don't bother yourself with those letters and papers now. They can't be very particular, and you will have more time to-morrow, dear." "Oh, I can look over them, and we can go on talking all the same," said Frank, "because I can't think how the deuce so many letters should be addressed to me here instead of at my own place. I mean, I shouldn't have thought that such a lot of my friends would have already heard of our union, love," he added, with a tender glance towards the lady, who was sitting very much in the style figuratively represented in common parlance as being on thorns. And Mr. Curtis's visual rays, having thus benignly bent themselves on his companion, were once more fixed on the pile of letters and documents lying before him. The lady tossed off a bumper of port and filled her glass again, in an evident fit of painful nervousness, while her husband opened the first letter, the contents of which ran as follows: Oxford Street. Sir, we beg to enclose our account for furniture supplied to Mrs. Curtis, late Mrs. Goldberry, and respectfully solicit an early settlement, as the bill has been running for a considerable time. Your obedient servants, Tuffle and Tunks. "The devil!" ejaculated Frank, as he cast his eyes over the enclosure. Bill delivered £876, 6 shillings and 6pence. "God bless my soul! That's a stinger! Why, I thought all the furniture must have been paid for, my dear." "Not exactly, love, you perceive," returned the lady. "One never pays an upholsterer's bill for so long a time, you know. Indeed, it quite slipped my memory, it's such a trifle." "Well, so it is, dear," observed Frank, reassured by the calm and indifferent way in which his wife disposed of the trifle, and he proceeded to open another letter, which announced a second trifle in the ensuing manner. "Furnival's Inn. Sir, we are desired by Messrs. Orr and Dross jewellers to apply to you for the payment of £377 10s, being the amount of debt contracted by your present wife, late Mrs. Goldberry, with our clients, and unless the same be paid, together with 6 shillings and 8pence for cost of this application, within 3 days from the date hereof, we shall be compelled to have recourse to ulterior measures without farther notice. Your obedient servants, Dawkins and Smasher. "What a thundering lot of jewellery you must have, to be sure, dear!" exclaimed Frank, as he handed this letter to his wife. "But, 'pon my soul, I think you've been rather extravagant, love, haven't you?"
"Oh, my dear, ladies must have jewellery, you know," returned Mrs. Curtis, "and after all I have paid Orr and Dross, I really am surprised at their importunity. But we will pay them, and have done with them, dear."
"So we will, love," responded Frank, "and I'll ask my friend the Duke of Hampstead to recommend his jeweller to us. But here's a precious letter. Why, what the deuce? There's a dozen pawnbrokers' tickets in it, I declare." Mrs. Curtis fell back almost senseless in her chair, while her husband perused the ensuing letter. "I write, madam, to inform you that I can't sell the duplicates which you placed in my hands as secretary for me bill, as you've married a gent which as property. I hope you'll now settle my bill, which has been a running for 18 months, and I hope you'll settle it soon, leastways as soon as you come home, because I am in real want of it, being a lone widder, which has lost my husband 2 year come midsummer, and having 5 young children, and another coming by accident. But I shan't do so no more, and shall be very happy to go on washing for you when you've paid this bill, which is £34 3d. Dear madam, pray do this to oblige me the instant you come home. You can send it up by Mr. John, your footman, or else my little gal shall wait on you at any hour. You know I've never pressed you, and you took the duplicates to oblige you, but couldn't do nothing with them, and now they've run out, and it's no fault of mine, because I'd no money to pay the interest, and you was gone out of town with your new husband, which I hear is a very fine young man, which I'm glad to hear, for your sake, dear madam. Excuse this long letter, because the doctor should say I shall be confined this week, and it's hard lines to have no money at such a time. I aren't sent home the last batch of linen, because I were obliged to make away with it, but I send the duplicate of that as well as the duplicate of the watch and chain and other trinkets, which I hope you'll receive safe, and now as you're all right and are a rich woman, you'll not be angry with me for putting your linen up the spont at such a critical moment, dear madam. Pray excuse this writing, which I know is very bad, but my pen is very bad, and I'm in great pain while I write. Your obedient humble servant, Comarn Susan. Spriggs, Marylebone, Mrs. Curtis Lane, Wigmore Street, Baker Cavendish Street Square. "Madam, it's all a cursed plant," vociferated Frank Curtis, starting from his seat and throwing down the letter, during the perusal of which he had been scarcely able to control his impatience. "I see it all. It's a cursed imposition, an infernal plant, and I'm a damned fool." Thus speaking, the young gentleman shook his better half violently by the shoulders, and she, having nothing to urge in explanation of the extraordinary letter of her washerwoman, screamed just loud enough to appear hysterical, without alarming the servants, and went off into a fit as a matter of course. "Fool! Duped! Done brown, by God!" exclaimed Curtis, as he began to pace the room with no affected agitation. "Saddled with a wife and 5 children, overwhelmed with her debts and my own, and what's a deuced sight worse, made an ass of. I've regularly sold myself, as my friend the Duke—no, damn the Duke, I'm in no humour for dukes and that kind of nonsense now. I don't know a duke, and never did, and never shall, and so it's no use telling a parcel of lies any more. Plague take this old cat with her half-dozen brats, or near upon that number." "And plague take you, then!" screeched the newly married lady, recovering with most surprising abruptness from her fit, and starting up like a fury. "Why, you swindling scoundrel! How dare you call me names? I'll tear your eyes out, I will, if you say over again what you've just said." "I say you're a regular adventuress," cried Frank. "And you are an impostor, "A cheat!" yelled the lady. "Your fortune is all a gammon!" exclaimed Curtis. "And yours all moonshine!" retorted his wife. "You've taken me in shameful!" "And you've done the same to me!" "You're—" cried Frank, nearly suffocating with rage. "And so are you, whatever you're going to call me!" vociferated the late Mrs. Goldberry. Curtis was unable to give forth any rejoinder, and Mrs. Curtis, resuming her seat, had recourse to the truly feminine alternative of bursting into tears. A long pause ensued, constituting a truce to recriminations and vituperations for several minutes, and affording the pair leisure for reflection. We will describe the ideas that gradually expanded in their minds, as such explanation will the more easily prepare the reader for the result of the quarrel. Frank Curtis, on his side, recognised the grand truth that what was done could not be undone, and then he came to the philosophical conviction that it would be prudent to make the best of a bad job. He reflected on the folly of an exposure, which would be attended with immediate ruin, bringing about his ears a host of creditors, who would only become the more clamorous when they were brought in contact with each other and were placed in a condition to ascertain their number and compare the amounts of their claims. He fancied that by allowing himself to be represented as a man of property, his wife might silence the creditors for a time, during which the war could be carried on, and though an explosion must sooner or later take place, yet it was some consolation to the young gentleman to think that the evil day might be postponed by keen manoeuvring and skilful generalship. He feared being laughed at much more than the idea of a debtor's prison, and delay was everything to a man in his desperate circumstances. There was no telling what might turn up, and he thought that if he could only dazzle the eyes of his uncle Sir Christopher with fine stories relative to the brilliancy of the match which he had formed with the late Mrs. Goldberry, he might contrive to wheedle a large sum of money out of the old gentleman on some such pretext as a desire to discharge divers debts, and a disinclination to confess to his wife that he had contracted them. On the other hand, Mrs. Curtis fell into a similar train of thought. It would, she fancied, be easy for her to visit the numerous creditors, assure them that she had as yet intercepted all the letters they had written to her husband, and implore them not to ruin her, in his good opinion, by exposing her liabilities to him. She even arranged in her head the very words which she would use when calling on them. "My husband is about to sell an estate in Ireland, and the moment the purchase money is paid, I am sure to be enabled to obtain from him a sum sufficient to liquidate all my debts. Have a little forbearance, therefore, and all will be well." Thus she also recognised the utter inutility and monstrous folly of exposing themselves by means of quarrels, and as their minds were, by these parallel systems of reasoning, prepared for reconciliation, or at least the show of it, the making up of their dispute was no very difficult matter. Frank was the one to break the ice with the first overture. "Well, I think we're two pretty fools," he said, approaching the chair in which she was rocking herself to and fro. "Don't you?" "To alarm all the house, and let our servants know everything," added the lady. No, it isn't so bad as that yet," returned Frank. "But I vote that we have no more quarrels." "I am sure I agree to the proposition, Frank," was the answer. "It's carried then, without a dissentient voice," exclaimed Curtis, "as my friend the Duke—" "Let us have no more falsehoods," interrupted his wife. "You said just now that you knew no Duke, never had known one, and never should." "But I thought you was in a fit at that moment, my dear," said Frank. "Maybe I was, but still I could hear all that passed, as you very well know. However, let us be good friends, and hold a consultation how we are to proceed." "Good," cried Frank. "And we will begin with a glass of wine each. There, let us drink each other's health. Here's to you, my dear. And now to business. I suppose all these letters and bills are about unpaid debts of yours?" "Precisely so, love," answered Mrs. Curtis. "How much do you think they amount to?" "About £1,800, I should say." "And how much money have you got towards paying them, dear?" inquired Frank. 18 pence, love," responded the lady, extracting that sum from her pocket. There was a pause, during which Frank Curtis refilled the glasses, and then the happy pair looked inquiringly at each other, as much as to ask, "Well, what shall we do?" "This is devilish awkward," observed Frank, "but I'll tell you what I've been thinking of." "I am all attention, dear," said his better half. Mr. Curtis then conveyed in words the substance of those reflections which we have recorded above, and which had bent his mind towards a reconciliation. "I entirely approve of all you say," remarked Mrs. Curtis, "and I will now tell you what I have been thinking of." "Fire away, love," was her husband's encouraging observation. The lady detailed in her turn the reflections which had occupied her mind a few minutes previously. "Then we both hold the same opinions," exclaimed Frank. "Exactly. And if we play our cards well, there is no immediate danger of anything," remarked the lady. "But all the threatened writs, the probability of a sudden arrest, and the clamours of such small tradesmen and other persons as your delectable washerwoman, who is about to add to her family 2 years after the death of her husband," exclaimed Frank interrogatively. "I have trinkets, plate, and such like things, which will realise £100, said Mrs. Curtis, "and with that sum we can settle the little claimants, who are always more noisy and clamorous than the large ones." The colloquy had just reached this highly satisfactory point when a tremendous double knock threatened to beat in the front door, and the bell was instantaneously afterwards set ringing in frantic accompaniment. "Someone's ill," cried Frank, "and they take this house for a doctor's." "At all events it is no done," observed Mrs. Curtis. Here the thundering knock and insane ring were repeated. "I just tell you what, my dear," resumed the young gentleman, rising from his chair and looking as fierce as possible, "I've a deuced great mind to go out and ask who the devil it is that dares knock and ring twice in half a minute at our door in that fashion. I'm certain it's no friend of yours, and it's none of mine. So, as sure as my name is Francis Curtis, Esquire, of Baker Street, I'll—" But at this instant the dining-room door was thrown open by the domestic in gorgeous livery, and the countenance of the warlike Francis Curtis, Esquire, of Baker Street, grew white as a sheet, while the servant announced, "Captain O'Blunderbuss." End of section 76.